Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well out there. We will get started in about 45 seconds once the ads are done. Great seeing so many of you. Good morning on this fine Thursday. It is indeed a Thursday. Ooh, the screen of darkness. Hello, everybody. How is it going? Great to see you. Good beginning. Good morning to many of you. Good evening to some of you who might be more, more towards the bedtime hours. Lovely seeing you as always. Today, we're going to do some carrier stuff, most likely. B has come here to, obviously, keep us company to make sure that we don't do anything silly. He came to see you guys. I want to do a shout out to Load Cake for the first resub of the stream. Thank you very much, bud, for your resub at tier 1. You are very welcome here. Thank you very much. Kicking us off for the day. Wait, we need more storage in the base. You paid your rent for the week already? Oh no. Oh, Sabu. What? Okay, we might not be able to start carrying money immediately if we need to get more storage. But hey. Down the road never leads to home. I was doing a little bit of interesting thinking and testing on the PTR because I have a feeling that on the 12th there's going to be a change in balance as to how PvP works within the game. Fundamentally, at the moment, most PvP is based around rocket scouts. However, with the changes coming on the 12th, you will be able to have both a thruster and a rocket pod assault ornithopter. That rocket and thruster assault ornithopter will move as fast as, theoretically, as fast as the scout ornithopter with rockets on it. So what I think you'll find is that storage thopters and storage scouts and rocket scouts are going to be basically preyed upon by upgraded Mark 6 combat thopters, which will be rockets and thrusters. And you'll find out that likely the scout spam might stop, which I think is very interesting. Because a assault with a thruster on it will be able to outrun the scouts that don't have a thruster on them. Because they move at 172, which is obviously, about what a Mark 5, storage thopter will carry, or sorry, fly at its highest. And that thopter will have to take breaks. Good morning. Morning, In Striker. How are you doing, bud? He is a bit of a chonk, isn't he? I mean, it's just the angle doesn't help, I think, but he's just remarkably chonkable today, apparently. Welcome on in, Ploppy Slow. Hope you're doing well, bud. Warm regards to you too, Ian. Hello, Senson. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome on in for the day. Hello, Waffle. How's it going, bud? Good day to you too, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, B's a very sleepy kitten today. Glad to hear it can be handled, bud. Nice little squat base tucked against the rock. Gonna be honest with you, last night I seem to have been savaged by a mosquito. It's bit me 3 times on my left arm and I'm trying very hard not to scratch it. Good morning, Caron. How you doing, bud? Yeah, I've been savaged like 3 times up here. 1, 2, and 3 around the back. Like, oh, disgraceful behavior. Stealing my blood. I'm using that blood. They can't have it. They didn't ask permission. I mean, that was... I probably couldn't have gotten that better if I'd actually planned it. Ended up by vibes. Oh, Sabu. Sabu. Full of titanium all the way down. You could have used the vehicle storage. Wouldn't have been a problem. Oh, that doesn't sound great. To be honest, Ian. Yeah, maybe don't overreact. Hey. I'm actually disappointed in myself for that one, to be honest. It's wild that humans react differently to being bitten by insects. Like, fascinating. Human body is really poorly designed in some ways. Having a base in, especially where we got it, which is like right at the tip of the PvP area, like it's actually very helpful. Yeah, like see any further and we'd be across the middle line. I don't really know why I decided to grab that one spire. Wow. Hello, Morbid Duck. How are you doing? I'm gonna be honest with you. This is not the smartest thing you've ever done. There was a scout here flying around and you just... You didn't scout again. Did you not even pay attention to that? Deeply funny. My point is, maybe scout out who's around a ring mouth before you just start operating, because you have no idea who I was. And if I'd kept firing from a distance, you guys would have been screwed. I would have taken out your carrier, and then I would have thumped you. You ignored the warning shot. Like, that's not smart. This isn't the safe thing to do. Fucking hell. That is just the kind of behavior that doesn't help anyone. That's complacency to the extreme. Well, exactly. You can't assume that a scout flying around one of these scouting out is safe. No, 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 no. Hello. That was indeed the grandfather worm that we didn't see for like 2 weeks and then have seen twice in 2 days. The funny thing is that grandfather worm was likely or potentially summoned or exacerbated by firing the rocket at me when I fired my warning shots. Whoopsie. Because that spice did not time out. Yeah, flying with a carrier and a sandcrawler, you should not just willy-nilly throw that kind of thing around. You should be scouting out. That's an asset of value. Like, that is just ridiculous behavior. And ultimately, when people come back, that's the kind of thing that people will lose. Also, if they couldn't tell that I wasn't going to kill them, then I'm disappointed, because I had every opportunity just to completely eradicate them, and they were like, oh, I'll shoot you and I'll drive you off with a single shot after I fired at them twice. They ignored the warning shot, which most people don't normally do. Never seen anyone ignore the warning shot before from a las gun. The carrier just didn't even sweat for a second. Wild. Yeah, well, that's L survival instincts in in a survival game is a bit of a moment. But you'd hope so, but like they're in full Atreides marked carrier and sandcrawler. Like they can't be that new, surely. Well, exactly, Sabu. I was in my scout. I would very easily have been able to just literally get out of the scout, deposit the scout, and then just start firing the lasgun into the top of the carrier. And there would be nothing they would be able to do about it. Yeah. No. Especially because when I flew back into it, I like came right up the carrier. They didn't even move. They were still on the ground. Disgraceful behavior. It's real care bearing. I don't like it. There needs to be a certain level of it. Certain level of risk here. Good time zone. How are you doing, Anthem? How are you doing, bud? Hi, baby. What's up? You having a little clean? You gonna come up here? You just want attention. Yeah. Hi. Little baby, aren't you? Put all the holes in this. So funny. Hello, Matty Monka. B is doing good. Oh, you're very cute, aren't you? Yes. Slow blinks to you too. Nope. Hi, you want to come here? I can barely reach you there, B. Yeah. About the edge of my reach. 2 fingertips, pets. Good morning, Glorious Splat. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hi, Bailey. Yeah, okay, you're lying in the doorway. Yeah, hi. Who is a cute kitten? Oh, oh, oh. All the blood's rushing to my head. I think, yeah, I agree. Time zones are very rude. I'm pleased to hear it. Thank you, Glorious Black. Yeah, I know that the person was going to move. They were very apologetic once they realized what was going on. This is good. Love it when people repair the carrier. We are indeed having deep desert fun times. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in, Lost Soul. Welcome on in to Beard. Good to see you guys. How's it going? Hello, like a fox. Good to see you. How are you doing? One more day than your weekend. You are very nearly there. You can do this. I know that we believe in you. The generator is so fried. You want to check out the Battlefield 6 early access? A 240,000 person queue. I can believe that. Yep. First meeting off a vacation. Have a vacation of a vacation? After, okay, that makes sense. First meeting back after a vacation is always a challenge, I think, because you have to remember how to do your job. That might just be me, but it always makes me laugh. I should actually make sure I'm going to the right place, shouldn't I? Yeah, it was nice. Oh, thanks, Abby. That'll be helpful. I will let you know. We're just gonna grab some Stravidium to go with the titanium, and then we might let looks an awful lot like it's on that island, doesn't it? Killer, that makes a lot of sense, to be fair. Yeah. Oh, I hope things work out, Sabu. Certainly a good thing that she's doing. And those friends can go do one. It's not about 8 PM local. I mean, I'm to be honest, but it sounds like they'll be happy to be home. Maybe I don't know if we can go and get Stravidium. It's going to be a bit awkward. What if we can get titanium? Hard to work out the angle on that storm. Good morning, Schlurpy. Hope you're doing well, bud. Good to see you. Yeah, B's in full slug mode in the doorway. Apparently that's what he likes. Yeah, we can't get Stravidium, I don't think. But... Hello, Harry X. How are you doing, bud? Welcome on in. Australia found the biggest insect in the world. I don't think I need to. I don't think I want to think about Australia finding an insect bigger than what they already have. Like, huntsmans are already bad enough. I'm hoping we're not going to be inside that. Because one of the, like, I think it's that island over there is the Stravidium one, and I don't want to be too close to that. I'm not getting through the bottom of that one. Nope, we've got enough titanium. Leave it. Leave. Theft. I love stealing Luthers. The Luthers in the deep desert are free if you take them, chat. That's how that works. Looks making sure that B's are comfy. Whoop. Feel like a monster. One's already done. Like it says, it's already completed. Seraph, that sounds like you've actually over-eeped, and therefore you probably shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Well, under-eeped. You know, there's difference. I just need to find out how long it takes Luther to fill up this, this buggy. That's ultimately what the test is. Like a golf. Beautiful landing. Good job, Luther. Solid 8 out of 10. Proud of that. What? Luther will fire his laser at me when he is ready to be picked up, chat. That's how we know. The true joy of uppies mining. Oh, the landing that Luther made when he's jumped off the cliff in his in the buggy. Yeah, uppies mining is with the carrier. Yeah. I should have repositioned. If I turned around, it would have been even quicker to pull Luther to do this. Luther bowling! Oh wait, that was a bit far out. Sorry, Luther. Hey, Pamio, yeah, I can feel that. Oh wait, is Luther done? No, he's just repositioning. Well, for a second I was about to pick Luther up. Is Luther going to try and go up that ramp and get the 3 on top? That's going to get up there. Okay, nice. A Thorengi, you mean Thork? Yeah. Follows the rules of Thorquisition. An AI chatbot game that does every walkthrough for the Sega Genesis game. Wow. I mean, fair enough. Maybe. Maybe I could believe it, Verbatur. Yeah. I mean, he is a Thorengi. Thork the Thorengi. You were 100% right. That's what we call him. He follows the rules of Thorquisition. He wants Spice Press Latinum. Hello, Blammo Sound. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. So they made you drink, nice. It all just works, you know. It was too neat not to. Hello, Platinum Fo. Does head Carl hope it's more healthy? Well, I hope you recover soon, Blammo. Yeah, we're doing good. I mean, I got savaged last night by some mosquito bites, so I'm trying very hard not to scratch the ones on my left arm. But, you know, we are where we are. Annoying little bloodsuckers is why you can't have vampire children, just so you know. And that's why mosquitoes are universally hated. Planar lock not working again. Or am I just dropping while I'm carrying the vehicle? Yeah. Hello, Gerbil of Wolves. We are doing good, thank you, bud. Great to see you. How you doing? I think definitively mosquitoes are small suck on behalf of big suck. They're like, you know, the big sucks are, you know, working from home division. Well, okay, Luther, you're still on board this, so relog, and I'm gonna see if I can get your crashed body back to based. Back to base, not based. I'm not gonna eat you, don't worry. Yeah, the nice thing is at least Luther doesn't need to be stuck at a crossing, because he's does... Oh, no. There's... There goes Luther. Ladies, Luther. Oh. Actually, maybe I will come back out and support. Yeah, you may drop to the ground, Luther. We can get you back out to your death location, though. We'll make it work. Annoying crash, but hey. That's your second one, isn't it? In 2 days? I don't like that at all. Sunset. Yes. Does it show... Hang on. Which is giving people multiple beta codes after redeeming, and they changed the word to now. Oh, it's a chance to watch the code. What this says. Yeah, that sounds like normal early access launch mismanagement shit. The vertical ascension. The Luther retrieval. Oh, we would have got you, Luther. Would have been fine. If you'd stood still, I would have come to grab you in this anyway. You would have been alright. We would have sorted you right out. Well, that's damn nah. Luther, are you spec'd appropriately for what we want to do today? Oh, this thing flies... No, this thing doesn't fly like a bow. It flies like a tungsten block. Like Russian server boundaries, so you assume you're in quicksand, fair. They need to get rid of that quicksand on the borders. Like, they just need to Just do something about it. There used to be a cooldown on crossing them so you can't fly around them in circles or whatever, maybe. Just something that works. Yes. A boat that's the same kind of weight as Air Force One. Yeah. Yeah. What do we need? Sandcrawler yield. I also need an auto fly button. Funcom, please. I hate having to hold W the entire time you're doing one of these. It's awful. Mostly because I think I'm at the wrong angle. Yeah. Okay, damn, now if you're spec'd, then... If Luther's spec'd, then, fine. If not, then Luther will probably need to get into your Ornithopter to scout while you do the harvesting at that point. Okay. Apparently it won't be heated. Oh no, more fuel use. We're kind of good on fuel. There's no vulture in the carrier while you're carrying something. So if I go into vulture mode, it would drop the sand crawler into the open sand, which is definitely a good idea. Okay, you have got sand crawler, yeah, okay. I don't have sand crawler. Oh, actually... At some point, I need to do the harvest spice using a sand crawler thing. But today is not that day because I'm flying the carrier. Maybe on a different run, I could do the scouting job. Chat a bit, maybe. Because the problem with sand crawler mining is you will very quickly find that I lock in on it, and I sometimes don't look at chat for like a minute because my brain is like. That is indeed most of an Eeping Bailey, yes. He's fallen asleep in an odd spot, most likely because he's waiting for the other human to come home. I don't know how Thor does it. Like, every day he manages to stay broadcasting and reading chat all the time and just doesn't like lock in like on the game as much as, unless it's a really intense game. I've only managed to do it like once or twice. Like, I've only noticed it once or twice. It's well, I guess years of practice helps, but like, just blows my mind. With a chat that's 10 times faster moving than this, how he keeps an eye on it. It's never extensive though. Pictorial. Yeah. In some ways, the streaming is harder than expected. In some ways, it's way easier than I thought it would be. Like, there's definitely some, like, uniqueness to doing it. I'm not the spare for B. It's just apparently today he wants to wait. Or it might be that he's waiting for the person who's in next door's garden doing their gardening to finish early. Because he doesn't like it when there's other people outside near his back garden. It's his garden. Oh, thank you, Zidane. I appreciate that. Storage rigged. Nice. I haven't asked about the Ant Queen, Luna. I'm sure I can find out at some point. If I remember, to be honest with you. Num 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 spice. With someone compact mining, it could be a bit of a weird one, but we'll see what happens here. The problem with people compact mining is that you'll summon the worm way faster, so sand crawling is much more difficult. That person compacting there is going to make our job much harder. That's true, it is good practice, it's just going to be slower. To be honest with you, the problem will be that with Sabu, Demnar, Luther and I, which is what you'd want to do this, realistically, we'd be more efficient with 4 of us in assault with compactors doing this. It's sad to say, but like that would actually be more efficient, making spice-wise. Which is normally why we would rocket somebody who was doing that. That's why people in PvP are doing it. Because this makes it difficult. Oh, armor's at 10k already? Okay, that's not too bad. That's more than you'd get in an assault, to be fair. I think what you'll find after the patch on the 12th is that because on the 12th they're increasing the amount of threat generation from fuck's sake. They're increasing the amount of threat generation caused by compactors. This person is dropping down too quickly, as well as also doing this. They need to slow down on getting back onto the sand because they summoned that right back. And if they do that one more time, it'll break this spice field for like an hour. So this needs to be done better. Yeah, Misharibo, but then there's, if you've got 4 people, that person's a fucking idiot. This is how you break spice fields. Some of you will have seen on stream that we've had it before where the worm will just like insta summon every like 15 seconds. You run the risk if you're rapid cycling a field like they are of doing that, and it will break the field. It basically makes the worm come every 15 seconds. As soon as anyone lands, the worm a new worm basically becomes immediately summoned. It seems to be some way of breaking the worm aggro. But it basically denies the ring mouth to people. No, we could do something with that guy, but I'm flying a carrier, so I can't do anything. Luther's and the Sandcrawler can't do anything. The scout is keeping an eye on that, so the scout could probably do something about it, but then it's 1v1. Okay, Pan Miyagi, but I hope that goes well, dude. So yeah, you need to wait for the worm to pull off at least a little bit before you go back to harvesting when you're doing this, chat. Hello, a noob no more. I mean, yeah, we do know the farmer has saddlebags only, but they're also nearly full. We'll just let them go, because otherwise they'll come back and cause more issues. Like, there's plenty of spice here for everyone. It's just a matter of time. Ultimately, it's annoying, but it's not going to stop us from doing what we're doing. We will still make a full sandcrawler. It just will take longer to do so. If they did break the worm, then I'd be pissed. But they listened. If they're watching the stream, they listened there. Good job to them. You know, they obviously heard that what they were doing was going to break it, and they changed their attitude. And that's going to work fine. They're almost full. We're going to leave them to it. I'm not a dickhead. I'm treating them the way that I would want to be treated in their position. Yeah. They are probably at about 6,500 spice sand of their total. If that's their circle they've harvested so far, one trip. Because you work by area, that is an assault size. That one there is also an assault size. Although not a very efficient assault size. I can't really tell what Luther is doing here with the sizes, so I'm just going to do this. Luther, make sure you get the spice in the middle, bud. Like, okay, yeah, sweet. Because all the spice is the same density across the field, it's just a visual effect. Yeah, offering the solos a full load of spice for them to go away kind of makes sense, but if you do that once, then I'm on stream. So you're going to end up with everybody on the server rocking up being like, hey, give me a full load of spice. We're never going to get any of the spice of our own. Like, it's just going to be ridiculous. I can't offer that for everyone, therefore I don't really want to offer it to one person. Yeah, the omnistatics are very, very, very different. Yeah, I've been looking at the some of the discussions on Reddit about the abandoned buildings, and I think there's some weirdness in the game, because obviously you have to wait for a lot of a base to degrade before it goes, and we have seen in the patch notes that the glitch where you get NPCs to go and clear out the fiefdom is in fact an exploit. It's not intended behavior, which is interesting, so I'm not sure what FunCon are expecting for all of these bases to do, because they are just degrading inside the Haga Basin, and all of the items inside will be lost. Which is contrary to the whole way that Dune works, which is no loss, no waste. That's how you stay efficient and, you know, functional. So I'm not really sure why the whole system setup is designed that actually when someone doesn't pay their taxes or their base degrades, all of those resources are going to be lost rather than be able to be reclaimed by people. Well, exactly, yeah. So I'm a little bit confused as to why we can't loot broken down bases that have become depowered or detaxed. Because the game makes them break down over time. Because I think if your base next door neighbor has left their shields off, you know, they've depowered their base and all of their shields are down, all of their storage should be available as well, because they've quit the game functionally. And if they come back, you could give them some stuff and help them. But right now you can't. It doesn't allow for communities to preserve the work of others with this. It's all going to get lost. So I think I might today put together a little message to go to the Funcom devs and just ask them the question of, is this intended behavior? Because it seems kind of strange. When you go with the whole nothing, I mean, even if it's in the deep desert, the whole point is nothing goes to waste in the deep desert. So very nearly lost loose there, so glad that worked. Rabbit, the drops are going live. You will get them for, it takes 2 hours to get them, and they are live for another 4 hours or 3 and a bit hours. So just watch along, and you'll get the observer wall, so the observer windows, the observer passageway, and the observer stairs. Hawk is here. He's watching B. Whoop. Yeah. I liked the suggestion that somebody sent the other day, which I only saw last night when I checked them. Somebody sent me a meme that I put into Discord, which was basically calling me out for always carrying the scanner, but they've only seen me use it about 3 times since launch, which, to be honest, was kind of fair, and I've now started leaving the scanner behind. Because I just don't need it. I mean, yeah, Blazy, that kind of makes sense. I can see that. We broadly get used to it. You kind of have to. I love planar lock. It makes it so much easier. The ring masks don't randomly come to life. I mean, as far as I understand it, they're on an 8-hour timer, and I believe they can be triggered by things like firing rockets, etc. will generate aggro, but I don't know the full aggro calculation for summoning a grandfather worm, I'll be honest. Yeah, disco option, that's the main thing I've actually used mine for, so I think that I may just make a live scanner and carry that one instead, and if I need it for combat I can. But even then, I very, very rarely use the scanner for determining life signs. It's... normally I just kind of run around like a headless chicken and find the enemies that are missing. I have heard the long distance one is quite good, and you can also get things like helmets which will buff the long distance, like the distance of your scans, that kind of thing, which is obviously quite nice. You can do a whole build around scanning, for sure, but ultimately, does it add value in the same way that making a build around power use, like power cost reduction? I don't think it does. Yenna Herb, thank you very much for your sub with Prime, buddy. I really appreciate you. Welcome on into the community. Great to see you. Thanks for the support. For those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, which many people do, you are contractually obliged to having Twitch Prime as well, which basically allows you to give a free Twitch Prime sub to any streamer. It is probably one of the most forgotten about things on the platform because they don't allow you to auto-renew it. When you don't spend that, therefore, Amazon gets to keep $2.50 for Jeff Bezos's Diamond Moon statue. It goes directly into that fund. Trust me on this. You know, I know a guy. That's what it goes towards. So make sure you use your Prime sub if you want to keep you know, Jeff Bezos' statue off of the moon. Just saying. You're entitled to that money. Give it to a little streamer. Go and find a little, like, you know, 5 average viewer streamer. You know, somebody who could really use the support, and go drop it there. Even if you don't watch them, like, often, just somebody that you think looks neat, somebody who you think could use the hand. Feel like it? You're more than free to use it here. I know I don't have a lot of emotes yet that will add value for you, so I understand, you know, if you want to go somewhere where it'll get you cool, fun emotes, I can only recommend that. Or go over and use it on Ferret software. My other advice, because then you can go and watch the cool animals, help support the fur noodles. Elven Lycan, thank you very much for your Prime sub. You are awesome. Thank you. Put in a suggestion for me. Cool if you have a small box at the bottom of the screen, show wherever the newest message in chat was. Oh, well, like, you know, like a little overlay kind of behind the... No, not having that. I'm fairly sure that was a spawn rather than anything else. I think I just spawned on the ringmouth. Chris Mick, thank you very much for your Prime sub as well, buddy. Appreciate you helping keep Jeff Bezos away from the moon. But no, all of the subs, all of the cheers that you guys do, even just like lurking and watching, you know, is all massively appreciated because it all helps me kind of keep doing this. Yeah, I couldn't do it without you. These are standard crawler treads. This is a completely standard crawler. We may, across this stream, if we make a bunch from this crawler, choose to upgrade those parts. One of the things that we need to do, honestly, before we do that, is we need to run deep desert bases. So, you know, chat later, you and I will run some of the deep desert PvP and PvE areas. So that we can get some more spiced plastinium dust. I really don't like this worm. I think it was about to breach when we did that. Honestly, I really appreciate lurkers as much as, you know, everyone else. Like, everyone is welcome here. Every single one of you is appreciated for, you know, choosing to hang out here and being awesome. You know. The internet can be a rough place, and we've seen that a few times recently more than anything. But like I said in my ping last night out to the community on the on my Discord, like, I'm just, yeah, it warms my heart. It warms my heart. Sorry. Yeah, see? You guys can be positive about me in general chat, and I can be positive back, and chat feels weird about it, right? Because normally the streamer is mean to chat. That is probably bots and program there, Luna, that one. I am genuinely surprised that so many of you like having me on in the background while you're like working away, because I don't think I'm that like calm, like calming in the background. Maybe it's just the British voice. Maybe what it is the hundreds of years of training that every country on the world has had, that you can for some reason, you know, people who talk the way I talk should be listened to. Nah, it's all bollocks. If you watch the Bailey, I completely understand that. You don't yell randomly. Why would anyone yell? Oh, nice, yeah. I'm trying to make this shape a little bit less ridiculous by Luther cutting a little bit more of this corner off every time we land. It is slowly working, but whoever took that massive square out of the center, you know who you are. A lot of streamers get excited or such in the volume control, which is hard for background stuff. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I tend to stay quite... I don't know, I've never been a particularly, like, heated person. Like, I don't tend to get shouty well. If I get angry, I generally get very, very quiet. Quite intense. But it's very rare that I get properly angry. Okay, yeah. I'm just very British, yeah, you know what, fine. Well, I get concerned when people are nice. Because normally people are only nice to British people when they want something out of the museum. It's our museum. We're still looking at it. We're still looking at those things, chat. I mean, I'll take it, Lord Kev. Wandering from north. Okay, Demna. Thank you. I'm going to wait for a breach on this one just to see how long it takes, because it is only us here, so it might be that it's just wandering and it might actually not breach us. I want to see what the aggro is like with this current setup. Because we do have treads and other things that we could put onto this to make it like even more effective if we wanted to basically create a, you know, a super sucker rather than a super soaker. Honestly, I think that there's a certain level of etiquette on harvesting spice that I think these lines, particularly how dense that rich purple area there is, that's not reasonable. If you're compactor mining, you can do better. The name of the player in the Sanctuary, they are Luther. They are number 2 cat games. Luther is one of my moderators. He's the designated German. And I say that as when I have a question about anything relating to France, even though I have a number of people who I know who are from France, I will always ask Little Ham. Luther is like that for Germany. If I have any question about German or anything about Germany, even though I know a number of other German people, I will always ask Luther. He's the German of record, as we refer to it. Oh, you can't see the group comp. Sorry, my bad. Yes, that's of course. I forgot that's I forgot there's a sleepy little floor slug who's just nuzzling up against my desk. Yeah, the German of record, yeah. So if I have to ask any question about the German language, oh, we'll probably get spawn here in a second. Okay. Thank you, Demnar, you're doing good. The thing about harvesting spice plastic in the deep desert is that the chests aren't instant. So when you do the PvP area, you could go all the way through the PvP like ships or the labs in the PvP area, and because it's not instant loot, you can just get to the end and find that you get no rewards for doing that content, which feels really, really shit for someone. Understandably, if you just fought your way through enemies, which is the end game PvE content for 20, 30 minutes plus, you're gonna be pretty pissed missing out on rewards, and I completely don't blame that. Well, they're going to have a designated person. Demnar is designated South African. Seraph is probably the designated New Zealander. Oh, who do I speak to if I have a question about Australia? Probably Barjo. Barjo is probably my Australian of record. Sorry, Old Zealander of record. Sabu might be the Dutch person. No, Jake might be the Dutch person of record, actually. That thing speeds up, doesn't it, when it's done? The designated Brazilian is Bni. Small Bni. Which I haven't seen in a while. You know what? Oh, I can't. Actually, I can do that. The message on my phone. Right hand. While I, not good. Let's not get that high up. Forgot that I'm not in my assault clock dirt. Go look for Smolbany. Oh. Oh, Luther, see, I haven't either. I've never had that complete. I'd love to have that complete to get it off my damn UI, but hey. I agree. There are certain bugs, that being one of them. Like finishing the journey, etc., that should have been dealt with by now. Now, Jennifer Lopez is the Australian word to say. A designated Ohioan. Are you saying that like Ohio's a different country? Because I would believe that from what I hear about Ohio. Vicky's the default Lithuanian. Oh, actually, I don't know. No, I don't think that's true. Misfapalot or Freakout is the default Lithuanian. You wouldn't say that to Ohio's face. Good morning, Cthulhu Lord. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Oops. No, anything that's meant to be anything that they want to film on Mars, they use Mexico for because it's got the same colored sky. You know that like kind of like the really intense orange that happens as soon as you touch foot on Mexican soil. Yeah, there's definitely not a sepia effect. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what they use. Oh, hello. Are you awake? You're such a cute kitten, aren't you? Having a clean. When he sits up like to clean his belly is my favorite way that he does his cleaning. I don't tend to give him that many hugs, but I will give him a pets from you. How about that? Good deal. I don't pick him up. So hugging is like... He likes his freedom. His freedom is important to him. And I respect that because he's, you know... I say a partially wild cat. I mean, I didn't raise him. You know, he obviously came from outside and chose to be here. Didn't you, bud? You. Yeah? Yeah, you're having more of a clan. It's an interesting proposal. Life Coffee Gaming, yeah, potentially. I need to grab some more fuel cells when we get back onto base here. Bailey anti-lap. No, he will sit on my lap, and he will sometimes sit on the spare human's lap, but only on specific chairs. So if I'm like on my my armchair in the living room, he likes sitting on my lap in that one because he knows that my legs will be up and I'll like have a platform for him to sit on. He does like being alongside though. He likes being like up here on the desk and alongside me on the floor. He's a very alongside cat. Like when I sleep, if he comes to join me at nighttime, he'll sleep with his back directly up against my leg. Like he just wants to, you know, to feel that level of, that measure of safety, I guess. Been a rough few weeks. It has, but, yeah, we manage. Hello. Yeah, hi. I will be right back. I'm just gonna check his food bowl for him quickly because that's what he's asked for. So it wasn't an ask for food. It was an ask for me to go outside and make sure that these scary drilling noises next door had stopped. So he asked me to come outside with him to make sure it was safe, and he asked for a belly rub on the path. So they had stopped. So yeah, he's probably going to go and chill in the garden for a little while, which is nice. And yeah, the drilling has stopped, so B's garden is now his once more. He's obviously very happy about. You don't have the skill for what, Luther? Sorry, I was AFK. Let me go check Discord. Sabumaru, you are okay. Nice. I think I invited you to the party earlier, but hi, let's do this again. Okay, who wants to scout slash lure the worm away, and who wants to do the harvester? Demna and Sabu. Jeez, my brain.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
Bugger.
is approaching.
I don't know what it's going to be. Okay, Demnar, you will be crawling. Sabu, you will be scouting. However, we've got a sandstorm in 6 minutes, so I'm going to use my assault ornithopter and just grab some spice sand quickly. I don't want to take the carrier out when there's going to be a sandstorm, because the carrier cannot be hidden the same way that that an assault can. You know, I can hide the assault in little nooks and crannies in the rocks. I'm not going to fit a carrier inside one of those. The area where a carrier is naturally protected, very, very low. And unfortunately, because of the way that some of the bugs work with the storms, I can't see where the storm is or anything like that. Like, there's no visual indicator of where the storm is anywhere. So how am I meant to know which side it is, what line it's on? Going out in the assault is just the safer option while we don't know where that is. I see no wandering worms. And I've been approaching it for about 15 seconds. So we're going to harvest it. Fuck off, wings.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I hate this when it kind of bugs out like that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Right, the sandstorm might finally be visible. Nope. See you later, Luther. Thank you very much for that, buddy. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Shout out to Luther, everybody, for doing some good sand crawling there. Yeah, there's another spice below there. It's a medium. I had a couple of tickets and DMs yesterday about the exploit thing, by the way. So you know, obviously that person who had made a cave, and we had the whole thing about them, you know, they'd obviously done something they probably shouldn't have done in terms of what they done, like in terms of how they built the base. It's definitely an exploit, but you know, they owned up to it, reasonably sharpish, and they came forward. We gave them a chance. Hello, Capsaholic, how you doing, bud? I had a couple of DMs and tickets made about it, just saying like thank you because they've not seen that happen before. And I'm like, my basic view is that's the barest minimum of what should be expected from moderation. Like, I'm always going to be as fair as I possibly can, and you know, people deserve, like, people do deserve second chances. You have to remember that's basically, you know, what this is all founded upon, like how we do things here. It's why we review the unban request the way we do, to give people that extra chance. So I appreciate the kind words and stuff, but all of you would be treated the same way if it was you. It's not. It's how we do things here. Possibly Steffi Doll. Hard to say, unfortunately. Are we out of store?
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Are we out of storage for spice? I didn't realize, because that's the titanium storage. So, oh god, that one's... Okay. Well, let's go get some more spice sand in a minute. Oh, that's good. That's good, Bear. Steffi. Pleased to hear that. Okay, we've got the ads and we've got Sandstorm at the same time. So I'm going to come off of this. We're going to press F6 to disable that. And we're just going to watch the storm roll in, chat. Very cinematically. Very aesthetic. Kind of horrifying. Wadib. I'm fairly sure that wind physics would either make where I am incredibly painful or quite safe, because either the wind's going to whip down the dunes and up over the rocks, or it's gonna kind of get scooped by the rocks and create effectively like a maelstrom in this little bowl I'm in. I'm not enough of a, you know, a wind mechanics aficionado to know exactly which one of those it would be. Do you think it would go up and over because, you know, it's going to follow a decent path, but that would turn this into a semi-vacuum. So I kind of think it would be the second one, like a maelstrom, and this would be awful to be in. Thork isn't impressed that I'm not gathering spice right now. Interesting. Yeah, you can put your hands down for Detroit. I know that you love the city. Sardaukar drone. Sort of, yeah, look at that Sardaukar drone down there, chat. Right, I just need to grab some water from this base, because I can't remember where Luther put the water. So there they are, that's one of them. Where is Demnar? Demnar? Where are you? I don't have a marker for you. Oh, you're in there. Okay, nice. Whoop, instead. Welcome on in, everybody. I've just seen a few more people trickling into chat. Lovely seeing you all. Thank you all for being here on this fine-ass Thursday. Zalpham, I understand that. There should be a way to pull it from the storage, I think. Like nearby storage, because it's awful. So what, a medium or you that'd be full sentences, bud. Full sentences, no shortening. Medium what? Demnar, I'm just going to try and drop you here for a second. I want to see if you can harvest this and see if it ticks off the journey where it says bring a sandcrawler to a spice field, because I genuinely wonder if this is a medium spice field and therefore counts, and Ringmouth doesn't because it's not called a spice field. Did that tick off the journey for you? I'm not going to let Demnar harvest that whole thing, chat, because ultimately the medium spice blows should be for ornithopter pilots, to like solos, the ring mouths realistically, if carriers are active, should be for carriers. That's the fairer way of doing it. It didn't work. Okay, damn no. It was worth a try. I just wondered if that... I mean, it would be a really interesting bug report if that was the case, because I could just say, okay, here you go. It's probably something related to the fact that ring mouths are classified differently, but if it's not ticking off at all, then it's a problem in the wider journey system, which we already knew there was. I think it was discussed in the... Try scanning one next time. Demo, did you actually get any spice from that? I think you did. I saw a visual effect in there, like a little line. Yeah, so like the one where like I have captured dozens of control points, and yet it still says travel to a control point, not ticked off, and capture a control point, not ticked off. I've done it on foot. I've done it in an ornithopter. I think I've even captured one inside a sand bike. Like, it just doesn't. It's not a thing. So it is just a broken. That's up. I'm wondering if ringmouth does not equal large spice field. You got 704 seconds. Jeez, that's actually very, very efficient. That's like a full inventory worth. Thing is, all the ones that I have left are ones that I can't complete. So it's I had to have something up there. Well, I guess I don't, but hey. Yeah, exactly. I've still got an inventory with a bunch of quest items in it down the bottom. There's somebody here harvesting. Likely that ornithopter pilot. If there is an ornithopter pilot here, please could, Sabu, could you go and fly down next to him and ask him to get the stuff that's up against the rim? It is the same spice density, but that's where sandcrawlers can't get to, whereas he's harvesting in the middle, which the sandcrawlers can get to easily. But the spice density in a ringmouth is the same all the way to the edge, so it's not... There's no reason for him not to be going all the way there. Oh, there's 0 pilots. Oh, interesting. How come there was a worm nearby? I saw a worm light. Oh. Okay. Weird. I think that ultimately we're going to have to come to a certain level of... I might have to, like, publish some etiquette guides for how to harvest spice in the deep desert in a gentlemanly fashion. Because, I'll be honest with you, there needs to be this established pattern. I'm guilty of it too, really, where assault ornithopters gather the edge of ringmouths. So you start at the edge and work in. You know, carriers start at the middle and move out, and they do it in a spiral. And if you're and ultimately... Thanks, Abu. Yeah, ultimately, you know, assault ornithopters should really be prioritizing the medium spice blows, mostly because that's actually more efficient for them to get, and the worm normally takes longer to get to them than this. You can get, I think, most medium spice blows will give you 2 full assault ornithopter loads, and there's 22 of them. No, 10 of them, and like 22 to 30 smalls as well, so... Look at that moldy cucumber. That's what he is. That's all he is. That is a cucumber that someone left in the fridge inside its packet for too long. You may not like it, chat, but that's true. Oh, see, but the nice thing is, okay. So I've spoken to chat recently about how old school RuneScape quests broke me about questing in games forever, right? But the nice thing that being broken about questing is that I don't care about being a completionist 99% of the time. It doesn't bother me at all to not complete quests. I don't have that problem. Because one small favor has made me feel so badly about quests in general in games. I no longer need to complete everything in order to feel satisfied with the game. So in that regard, it actually did me a favor. Yeah, see, Steffi, look, I just call it how I see it, man. That's 100% true. That was fine. You know what would probably be sensible? Hang on. Sabu, you're probably in a call, aren't you? You're normally sensible. Yeah, you are. Hi, Sabu. Hello. Chat can't hear you, but now I can hear you, so you can scream uppies at me rather than typing it in chat. How about that? It's probably a bit more efficient than you just having to type in all caps. Up, up, up. Do you want me to mute myself when I talk to chat, or would you like me, or are you fine with me just yapping away? Nice, you had to hear me twice. That's what happens to me when I hear Thor. You know, I just listen to him twice. Fine. It was, yeah, Denmark, that was head on indeed. Yeah, it was an interesting one. I do like that the worm behavior is changing a little bit, because that's kind of, you don't... It just would get boring if the worms were really predictable. So in some ways, I kind of like that the worms are buggy. It's kind of neat. It keeps the game fresh. And it gives you those brown pants moments that everyone enjoys, right? Demnar's just upset, chat, don't worry. The worm wanted to be friends, but Demnar's already got too many friends. He doesn't want to be friends with a moldy cucumber. Ah, you're alright, Balthazar, don't worry about it, bud. The word is uppies, Sabu, just so you know. You can't say up, up. That's way too sensible. I'm not going to pay attention to that. You have to something ridiculous like uppies. I think Demnar just crapped himself. Hang on, I'm just gonna tab out and clip that because that was very funny. There we go. Caffeinated Minds, do you know if Twitch Turbo still provides any benefits to watch? Yes, so if you have Turbo on Twitch, the streamer basically gets the same amount of money that they would have gotten had you not been Turbo from ads. So, for example, if you were to watch, you know, $5 worth of ads in a month, with Turbo, even though you're not seeing those ads, the streamer would still see that sum. So Turbo has appreciable benefits for the streamer. Like, to be honest with you, if you have, like, I think the way to best support a streamer and to benefit on Twitch is, like, subscribing obviously gives you the subscribe money and you don't see the adverts. Turbo should give you the money for the adverts even if you're subscribed. Nobody can tell us whether you still get ad revenue if you are turbo and subbed to a channel. We've asked this question like 3 times. Thor asked Mike Minton about it directly at TwitchCon San Diego last year. And again, I think we mentioned it to him at TwitchCon EU at one of the mixers we were at. And it's something that Twitch has never been able to answer for us. So I can't actually tell you whether if you are subbed and have turbo, whether there's an appreciable benefit. But turbo by itself 100% does. Yeah, Minty Mike. Yeah, Mike Minty. That was deeply funny. So yeah, that's a bit of a difficult one to say, but I definitely see like a revenue sum from like turbo. It's not a huge amount. I think it was like $34 for yesterday's stream. Obviously, being like a 10-hour stream, 700 concurrent. That's not obviously not a huge amount, but it adds up because in a month that's going to be $300, $900 potentially if I did 30. Well, if I did 30 streams. That could be huge. So turbo is 100% worth it. Yeah. I don't mind talking broadly about ad revenue and turbo and stuff. I think it's something Twitch should be more open and transparent about wherever they can. I think it's vital for viewers to know what they bring to the streams, and it's also important for streamers to understand to be able to plan their future. Yeah, turbo is the only way to not see ads in the ferret stream. Yeah, indeed. This isn't Luther now, Glorious Splat. This is actually Demnar. We replaced our German with a South African. I was thinking pounds and quid. It's exactly the same thing. Quid's a colloquial term for British pounds. Generally, someone will say pound. They'll say, oh, it's going to be £10, and they'll sound a bit like this. Or you'll have someone be like, oh, yeah, mate, that's 10 quid, innit? Yeah. That's 10 quid, swear on me nan. Yeah, Luther had in prior engagement, I think like work or something, you know? I don't know if they told chat what it was, but yeah. I mean, that's almost impossible to set up though, because people are going to want to see that the test. Bit too far. Try. I harvest spice responsibly, even if it's not as efficient for us to do it this way. We need to clear out some of this backlog. I don't like wasting this much spice because no one else, like no one on an assault is going to harvest that much because it looks like it's not much, but actually it's, you know, it's still a full spice like load for us if we drove over it. So we do a couple of like sweeping lines. We can clear out some of that amount that someone else left when we arrived. Then I just do like don't try going over it specifically. When I drop you, just go up to align yourself with the main circle and resume the operation. I'll just do it. I'll drop you here a few times and do it that way. It's not OCD, it's just about being efficient. Because we're here in a sandcrawler, this is a brand new spice field that probably has, I would say, about 7 hours left in it. We don't just want to we don't want to leave a huge amount going to waste. So if we can be efficient and we can be, you know, considerate early on, hopefully other people will also be considerate. It's about setting an example to the community as a whole that, you know, if we can make sure we're not wasting the spice, it'll still be efficient to do. That spot in the center is actually pretty much a perfect yield for an assault ornithopter. They might need to do a couple of little bits of cleaning up around the edge or move on, but like we'll just leave that circle for an assault ornithopter. How much melange do we think we have? Probably a couple of thousand, but it's split between a bunch of people. It's important to recognize that we are our style of gameplay is, I don't know if it's weird, but the way we're doing it is Luther, Demnar, and I are basically, you know, sharing a house, sharing an area where we're storing a bunch of stuff, which operate on a trust system. So, you know, a third of that's probably like mine, a third of that's probably Luther's, a third that's probably Demnar. So we've probably got about, you know, 1,000 melange each, broadly. Because, you know, I trust that, like, if I've used something up a lot and I haven't had the time to farm it yet, you know, I could use the rest. I can use up more than just my share, as long as I'm reasonable about it. We're operating kind of, but in a laid-back kind of trust method, which is, it's working out really well for us. And we've got quite a nice base that's just filling up with stuff. We're just basically just looting into it. With the large refinery, well, the large refinery is 200 melange for 10,000 spice sand. So obviously it's a 50 to 1 ratio. When you refine spice under the smaller refineries, it's 100 to 1. So it's twice as efficient inside the large spice refinery. This is 15 active players and use the base as a guild bank. Yeah, exactly. It's the only way you can really do it. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like, I think that this might be a bit controversial. I don't think the game needed guilds to be as large as they are. I think that because group sizes are 4, and because you won't damage anyone in your group, but you will damage someone in your guild. I think guilds could have been 4 groups of 4. And I think you would have seen a bit more variation. I think the guild system and the balance with Landsrad could have been worked on to make that all work a little bit better. And if you had done that and you'd balanced the factions, you'd balanced, you know, how things worked, you would likely find that there would be less faction imbalance and that the Landsrad would be better. And therefore, because there's less faction imbalance, that you could orient PvP around house v house, not all v all. I think ultimately 32-person guilds, you know, quite idea, but like, what was the need for 32 specifically? 4 groups of 4 seems like a pretty good kind of operations team as a maximum size. And I've still found that operating in a group of about 4 people at a time is the most efficient way of playing this, except if you're doing solo content. But the deep desert play is very, very strange when you come to groups, because the PvP areas are why is Dem not going off this way? Okay. I'm not sure if you can say that, Sabu, so I'm kind of glad that I had you muted for that one. I might get into trouble for that one. It's deeply funny, though. Is Dem not having problems? Give yourself a second, Demnar. I can always pick you up. Turn your vacuum on. There we go. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, I think that the actual end game gameplay loops weren't really fully thought through and designed. Yeah, I would agree with you, especially the PvE and PvP balance, which is just, I'm going to be honest with you, the changes they made to the PvP and the PvP parts of the deep, like turning the halfway through the E-band. What a weird spot to do it. Why not do it on the server transition between between Charlie and Delta? That would have made so much more sense. It's a clearly delineated point on the map. There's quicksand between it, so you can't drive in and out of it. You can't mess around with that border in the same way. It's 1/3 of it rather than half. And you could still have done the changes they made to islands in the deep desert, in the Bravo and Charlie areas, and kept the PvP areas a bit more intact. And I also think that if you made a base in the Bravo and Charlie areas, you should have been vulnerable to sandstorms. I think that you should have actually been able to be PvP'd against for the choice of where you build your base. If you were down in B and C, you have an advantage because you're cutting out 3 kilometers at a time plus from your journey, the closer you are to objectives. But there's the whole kind of issue there of, well, while you're down in that basin of the deep desert, you should actually be able to have your base PvP'd against. And they should have fixed base PvP. Thumpers are really badly designed, Sabu. I completely agree with you. Yeah, from what you said in chat. The way that Thumpers work doesn't make any sense. It's more effective to use a Holtzman shield. I'm not entirely sure what Demnar's doing. I think maybe he's just getting the dregs of the spice, but I'm kind of here for it. It's making it nice and neat. I really didn't like the PvP changes, and now, like I was saying yesterday, the only PvP that this game has left is people who are griefing and exploiting to do it, because that's the only way they can actually get their PvP content. It's completely fair for PvP players to be playing this game and want to engage in PvP. I have no problem with people doing it. It makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, the only way that you can engage in PvP against the PvE players right now is by doing things that, you know, are ultimately on the fence whether they're okay or not, because there's no way to interdict someone. You can't actually, like, keep someone pinned down without using kind of an exploit or bugs. I think the PvPers weren't set up for success, and what you're seeing now is the byproduct of frustrated PvPers who have to get their content any way they can. Because ultimately, remember that the Deep Desert was sold as a PvP experience, chat. The PvE players are justified in a way that, you know, they want to have a certain level of access to the end game, and to have it all cut off isn't necessarily fun for them. That's why I believe they should split the end game for PvE and PvP. They should have made like a PvE tier 6 armor and a PvP. The PvP armor should have been identical to the PvE armor, except for a bonus damage to players. So that the PvP player has no reason to want the PvE gear, because the PvP gear is just better for what they do. And if PvE players want to get the PvP gear, they should have to engage in a PvP area fully. That would have been more reasonable. With that in mind, you probably could have had a Deep Desert area which was all PvE, and then a smaller, you know, maybe not 3x3 PvP area for the Deep Desert, but maybe like 6x6 rather than 9x9. I think that would have been potentially better. I think that would have been. I think that's what the community ultimately needs, because you do need to find a balance. I'm going to be honest though. I was on the Dune Awakening subreddit last night, just to see what kind of the community has been saying, that kind of thing, because the meme that I was linked to was on there. And a lot of people are super entitled about games being developed right now. Like, the number of people who said, oh, why didn't they deliver the full game all in one go rather than doing this DLC release system? That's not how games can work, though. You can't do it that way. They can't. They're not a huge studio. They don't have, you know, they don't have like Rockstar money to throw around. They're established, sure, you know, but like, let's be honest, Conan was like the main thing that they're known for. Like, to be able to do something like this is a pretty big step for them. I think there has to be a level of like, there has to be a level of recognition that the devs need time to work on the game, and the game could be really fucking good, but it's not going to be good immediately. Most games aren't on launch. What was that? Sabu? Okay, fine. Yes. Yeah. Chat, that was Sabu saying that he's surprised we haven't seen the worm yet, because, you know, we normally see a worm much more quickly. This is the difference between sandcrawler mining and compactor mining, is that the sandcrawlers are, for some reason, they just draw so much less aggro from the wandering worms. I believe they build aggro with the grandfather worms more quickly, potentially, but like, this is why you don't want compactors around when you're in a carrier. See, when you say an unready game, unready is subjective, and it depends what you mean. People shouldn't be releasing games that are actively lacking content at launch. They shouldn't be releasing games with huge amounts of bugs, but ultimately they can't test at the load which, you know, so there has to be a balance in there. They can't test everything. They can't test it in the same way that 1 million players will test it. 5 million, 10 million players will test a game. When you've got, you know, even 100 QA testers. There has to be balance on that. Whoop. Yeah, we spoke too soon. We just said that we hadn't had a worm for a while. There we go. Yeah, there has to be a line, I think, chat. You know, when you say unready, that's... It carries different means for different people. You need to be more precise with that language. You mean games without bugs? Do you mean games that are missing content? Or do you mean games where they've got a plan to add more content in the future? They shouldn't release until they've finished all of the content. So like DLCs and stuff and expansions shouldn't be a thing. Because I've seen people basically just disagreeing with the expansion model for Dune and the fact they're doing like chapters and stuff. But seasons and chapters are a normal part of game development now. You know, I think that's... Life, I mean, there could be, you know, there may be, I'm not in a position to talk on Funcom's, you know, investment structure. I have no idea how they've set it all up and stuff, you know, how their management works at the top level, but yeah. Well, we were saying yesterday, chat, that there is, you know, the argument that's currently going around certain parts of the Ashes of Creation community is that, you know, there have been times when Intrepid Studios have run out of like liquid funds because they've had issues paying taxes, supposedly. Whether it's true or not, though, that would also support that's why they reopened now for sales of keys, for example. Like those kind of, it does happen. Companies require liquid funds in order to run. They also need, it's also like, they can't just operate at full speed until they run out of money, until their money hits zero. So if they're getting low on funds, you know, they've spent, you know, they've had maybe 10 million so far. Imagine that they have, you know, they've gone through, you know, 8 million of that 10 million and they're halfway through. They'll be panicking because ultimately they're spending more quickly than they are creating. So it's not just about hitting, it's not that they're going to stop their behaviors when they hit zero. They have to stop their behaviors before they hit zero to keep, because otherwise the game's just going to go completely. That's why often some studios will do like a layoff in development because, you know, they need the money to keep going and to hit that end point of development when the game is as complete as it can be to be released. Yeah, Funcom is owned by Tencent, yes, but I don't know how much, what's the word, pressure is exerted upon Funcom by Tencent, because Funcom are, you know, by themselves a reasonably established, you know, company. They likely know what they're doing, and Tencent, you know, might not be interacting with them on a daily basis. It might be, you know, it might be a once in a blue moon kind of thing, or it could be an everyday thing. You don't necessarily know. Like No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a really, really interesting case study in how this works, because ultimately, I don't like Sony, right? And I would love to be able to say, objectively, all Sony's fault, right? But nobody made Sean Murray lie on international TV, or like lie to games media. So that one's a bit of an odd one when it comes to like forced or being compelled by a management structure. That's a very, very difficult one to get into. Then I was apparently like 200 spy standoff. There we go. So it's difficult to say on No Man's Sky, but like, yeah, I don't know how much pressure was exerted on Funcom by Tencent. You know, it's a thing. They definitely want, you know, games to be released, and with the hype around Dune the films, potentially. But that said, there would be a strong argument that, you know, if it was Tencent pressuring them, Tencent likely might have done it around. They would have said, okay, well, we want you to release this. Why have I lost my base marker? I don't like that. Tencent would also, well, I would imagine, particularly, you know, well, I would hope anyway, given how you want to do joined up thinking. Oh, hello, Blindio. anyone who joined up thinking, you would hope that someone at Tencent who was going to be applying that pressure would realize, actually, if we release this game around the time of the third film, there'll be even more hype about, you know, the Dune universe and how it all fits together. So I don't necessarily know that Tencent applying pressure would make the same amount of sense. Although, no, there's a different bug. Sometimes your markers just disappear in the deep desert. DP Fox, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and ultimately they've had to do that. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. I'm looking forward to seeing how their new light people on fires. What's it called? Oh, I know Hello Games are doing a new game, but I've forgotten what it's called. Light no fires, light people on fire, set fire to the rain, something fire. It's something about fire, like all the songs we were finding yesterday. Okay, yeah, light people on fire, that makes sense. I would play a game called Light People on Fire. Light no fire, there you go, that's the one. Thanks, Blazy. Blazy is also about fire, so just saying. Maybe, you know, there's a fire conspiracy going on, I can see it. Every woman's earth, no man's sky. Nice, yep. Light no fire, yeah, exactly. This is a fire positive community chat. I'm going to use that DP, Fox. I hope you realize. I'm taking that, thank you. I made this. When we, like, because I will play it. If chat wants me to check that game out when it comes out, I will end up calling it Light More Fires, just so you know. Like 100%, that's what my brain is going to call it. I have indeed heard the monumental news about the collaboration between Greg's and KFC. That was one of my favorite emotes that I asked for. One of the things I like about that interaction is that I could basically just be like, hello, this is the list of emotes. I'm going to choose the 10 that I want the most and give them to you first. So I did. Hello, how come you're not playing Battlefield 6? Mostly waiting for the fact that there's not like a 240,000 person queue. Yeah, there's a collaboration between KFC and Greg's. Yeah, I had I think I had a small, like someone had KFC when I was in the US, and I had a piece, and I was like, that's not KFC that I wasn't KFC. It was like, I don't know, it was worse. KFC in the UK is actually really nice. Most of the time, anyway. And normally you only get KFC if you've been drinking. That's, well, me, anyway. So that, at that point, everything's good. Hmm. The carrier does have a vulture, but when you're carrying a sand crawler, if you go into vulture, it will drop the sand crawler. So, given that I've got a sand crawler full of spice sand, probably don't want to be dropping that in the deep desert. They're on your personal boycott list for crimes against chicken. I did have some very odd food in the US though. We well, I say odd food. We went for a meeting / dinner because that's how we do it when you've been at the convention all day and have to still fit in meetings despite also needing to eat food. But when we went to this sushi place, we decided to get like the chef's like tasting thing, like the special menu. We're like, you know what, we'll try something, you know, new and interesting, and we'll give it a go. And Thor and I got the basically like the chef's specials. There was quite a lot of like fish on there I'd never tried. I was like, you know what, I'll give this a go. Most of it really nice. I won't eat oysters as a rule. I had a bad experience once, and after you've had the one kind of bad experience that you get from oysters, you pretty much won't go back. We have a problem. No, wait, we can solve this. Hang on. We can make this work. Come back. Come back. Demno and Zabu, come back. We can we've got space. Let's keep going again. We want to do the ring mouth while it's fresh. That's the priority. We've got an empty sandcrawler. Refuel and let's go. Like, we good. Get water, get fuel, do the repairs that you need. How is this on integrity? Oh, wait, there's more in this. Okay, we need to clear this out still. Centrifuge needs repairs. I'm nearly out of repair. Shit. Oh yeah, because someone hadn't repaired the carrier when we got it. Shit. Okay, well that will do. I'm out of repair. Holding wire. Oh, Demnar's got to go. Oh. Okay, Sabu, we can do this. Just two of us. We'll try it. We'll give it a go. How do you feel about that? Oh, thank you. Wait. Did you press space? Or am I imagining things? Oh, thank you. Yeah, do you want to do another round of spice harvesting? We'll have to be quite careful. We can basically do it based on the breach, because the breach should be what gives it away. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The funny thing is, we actually don't really need that much more spice. It's just, I also need more spice. It's a problem. You know, it's... we could build another storage container. We haven't got the materials here for another storage container. Okay. Are you in the sandcrawler ready to go? I've got enough fuel. I've also refueled the sandcrawler. Want to make sure it's already maximum fuel. Yep. Sandcrawler's ready to go. Carry's ready to go. Do it. Hello, Mystery Raven. How are you doing, bird? Demnar, are you telling me that at one point you want to donate enough spice stand in one go? Like in one, we're gonna. Do you know how much Malon? Like we're gonna have to fill a sand crawler and just like run back and forth with it. That's insane. Tail whip, it's manageable. It's not that long a distance we have to travel, so we can make it work. Like, I appreciate the heads up for it. And it's something we reported to Funcom, like, we're probably talking 6 weeks ago. So I'm really hoping that one gets fixed in the... If that doesn't get fixed in the patch on the 12th, I'll be pretty disappointed, to be honest, because like that's a basic-ass thing that we've reported. And I'll probably... you know, I'm a bit concerned about a bunch of things we've reported not being fixed on the 12th that are, like, really basic and fundamental things. No, thanks for that. Foxtrot 3 is the best still suit in the game. I'll swing by that later. One of the things we're going to do on the stream either later today or potentially tomorrow, depending on you know, how today goes, is we're going to be going around to harvest spiced plastinium dust. I feel like this is too early. Yeah, that's not the right one. I've done that twice now. Peak aim is to unlock all of the houses and complete the whole lounge within 2 hours of it becoming available. Demnar, that's going to take us a really... Actually, that's not... No, that's not possible. Not possible. Because the kill X enemies options. So, Sabu, what will happen after this run will be likely that the, Wait, have you made sure that the sandcrawler is empty? Yeah? Sabu? Can you check and see if it's emptied? At least, you know, at least it was before we got there. The fact that it's green threw me off, to be honest, yeah. Somebody said that it went yellow when it was empty, and to be honest, I didn't even think about it. That's on me. My bad. Sorry about that, buddy. I think I remembered seeing it have stuff in it and being like, I need to empty that, and then I got distracted. That's on me. Sorry, chat. We're gonna have to wait a second. That seems kind of silly. I wish that the circle on the back was actually fully visible, and it basically went like green, and then it went to red as it filled up all the way to the full circle of red, and then it would start flashing red when it was done. I think that would be really nice, because then you'd basically have a visual indicator of how full a given sandcrawler is. Because if you want to ambush the sandcrawler to attack it, you're going to want to wait until it's full before you destroy its treads, and then you kill the owner and take what's inside of it. So I think if that green circle was fully visible and then you incrementally filled up red in percentage markers, that would be really nice. For not only combat reasons, but also for the pilot, also for just in general for everyone. Funcom, if you're watching and you take these ideas, you're free to, but I'd like to be credited in the patch notes, please. There are a few of my things in the patch notes, which is a really weird feeling for me, because I've actually not had that actively happen before. There's a bunch of things that thought about. There's a couple in there that I found, and I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of nice to see that, you know, some of the stuff that I'm doing is actually, like, helping out. Sweet. I'm not the only person who would have experienced those bugs, but hey. I'm going to attribute them to myself. It's all me. It's all me, chat. Right. There's an easy way to do this. It's going to be kind of disgusting, but hey, we are where we are. Buggies are just small sand crawlers now. Sorted. There we go. And we've got a bunch of storage. I think I'm good on fuel cells. Did you even use a whole one? Nah. Good. Okay, you didn't see any of that, chat. That was a, you know, what happens to the carrier? What happens to the carrier if the sandstorm comes? Chrono shits himself. Was that a stack of 200? No, those were stacks of 2,500 by sand. $25 house rapist for logging up. Oh, thank you, Sherpa Rock. Nice one. Good job. Wait, which side did you contribute towards? I can only be grateful if it's the Harkonnen side, the correct side. Whoop. 1 second. In that case, yeah, congratulations and thank you. Oh, I don't think it's 200. It might, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you, why I do. I don't want to ask myself that question because I actually don't want to know the answer to it. I like that we are now having a weekly back and forth between Harkonnen and Atreides on the pirate servers. We've got a really good balance of the people who are left playing. I'm really pleased to see it. I like that it's not one side dominating every single week because that would get really stale to me. And I really dislike how there's still not a huge amount of support in there for the other side if it's a monumental unfairness. The true balancer is the loss bonus too strong, making it always take turns. I mean, that is in itself a balance. If it's week after week, then I'm going to be honest with you, each side winning 50% of the time, I'm fine with. Because what? The loss bonus being too strong means it always takes turns, as opposed to what? The loss bonus being weaker and sometimes one team wins more than others. Because that's what will happen. It'll basically split it from 50-50 to 60-40 or 66-33. I'm fine with it being 50-50. Well, exactly, Sabu. Which will be nice because I've never actually had a tools. The one tools one that we had before went after 2 hours. So it'll be nice to see what's actually in it. Smile. I probably need to do... I might need to do some rad suits today, Sabu. Maybe tomorrow. We can do some rad suits. Wait, what? Ah, someone's harvesting that spice field, that's why. Use the hell out of me. I'm not going for 100 Mark V repair tools. I get through like 1 a week, if that. And I can just repair it. Like, there's no need for 100 of them. Thor's insane. He's got a repair tool problem. We need to have a repair tool intervention where, you know, he walks into a big room where we're all sitting in a circle, you know, quietly and calmly, and there's just a huge pile of repair tools behind us. Been like... It's proportionate to the amount that you give stuff, I believe. No, DP Fox, when the tool vendor was around, Thor bought a lot of repair tool Mark Vs. Oh my god, you know what? You know what, Pax? That makes complete sense. No, Sherpa, he bought like 200 or 300. It was insane. I think he filled like 3 boxes. in his tucked away area in his base where he's got the thief console, there's a whole chest in there which is just repair tools. That's not including the ones which are like publicly available to all of us. It's a lot of repair tools. I'm slightly worried about him. That's one of the reasons why on vacation I think he needs to take a break. Relator room, welcome on in. Howdy. How's it going, bud? How do you get the Twitch drops? You just get them by watching, but as long as your account is linked with Funcom, you'll get it in game, but you'll already be accumulating progress. It's just 2 hours, which you are just about in time for. If I recall correctly, they end at around 3 PM my time, which is in 2.5 hours, and it's 2 hours to get the top drops. I'm hoping that there will be a new one today, like a new drops campaign. A little bit of lag. Second, let me just do something. Keep going, Sabby, you'll find to harvest. I don't think a unique repair tool makes sense. They're just purely functional things. I'm going to be honest with you, the repair tools having durability I think is kind of silly. I think the repair tool should be like the construction tool, because they're a meme. They're just a meme. It's just it's an extra bit of hassle that the player doesn't actually need. I'd be honest, yeah. In all honesty, I would actually recommend that the repair tool become, you make a repair tool Mark 1, that's just it forever. Same with the 3 and the 5, and it's the welding wire that is expensive. It would make more sense. They had it before. There was tiers of welding wire. I don't know why we didn't just. I don't know why they didn't do one tier of vehicle repair tool, and they have different welding wire, because that's like the tool. Like, what you're doing is the same. You're repairing an item, but the quality to which you're repairing it and the thing you're repairing it with becomes better, and therefore repairs better. So surely the ammunition to the tool would have been the important bit. Ah, you're all right, bud. Welcome on in. Say again. Yeah, it's really strange. You harvest salvage metal and you can just repair. Yeah, I think it's kind of a strange way around. You could have had it so that like one duralumin makes like a 100 tier 5 welding wire, and that repairs the highest amount. So don't even do it plastinium tier, because using plast to repair is kind of gross. Actually, then again, using the tier that's appropriate to the vehicle would make sense as well. I'd love to know why they chose to do different tools over different ammunitions for it. It would make sense when you think about it. For a Mark 6 ornithopter, the parts to be repaired by Mark 6 materials worth of stuff. So plastinium materials, because you're going to need plastinium to repair plastinium. The Mark 5, you'd want to use your aluminium. With the Mark 4, you would use, aluminium, and it would be tier appropriate to have the ammunition at that point. Oh, so I'm sorry to hear that, but that sounds like it's not so balanced. You made your own guild called What the Fuck. Nice. Whoop, Thork is here. I'll be honest with you. Actually, I'll say this after the ad break, because you're likely in ads. Oh, well, exactly, Freya. I mean, at that point, you know, it should be like darts. It should be that you can actually carry an awful lot of it and it's quite light, because vehicles are a core part of the game. You're just adding unnecessary friction. I don't think that friction adds value, to be honest with you, is how I would define it. The friction added by the, what's it called? The welding wire and the repairs from vehicles is strange. Oh, you've, you know, obviously Thork is, impressed with the amount of profit you've been generating, DP Fox, is what it is, you know. Rewards you for following the rules of Thorquisition. Sorry about that, Sabu. Wanted to see how that would work. I've not done that in the carrier, and it's a useful thing to know if I can actually stay level and pull up in time to do that, which you can in the assault, you cannot in the carrier. Yeah, thruster kicks in too slowly, pushes you downwards too much. Yeah. A booster and then drop, I mean. I think that would jet me downwards. I'll try it out after the next worm has left, because that way I'll know it's a little bit safer. I don't know when the worm will be here any second now, but... Abbas, that's really awesome of you, bud. Abbas, are you working with, like, other people on that already? Or I heard a worm. Jumpy. It might just be sounds, it might just be the cracking of the, Oh, I did hear a worm, it's just a long way away. Well, let me know how it goes, Abyss, obviously, because the judges are doing their judging. We have had a couple of judges drop out for IRL. Okay, that was odd. We've had a couple of judges drop out for IRL reasons. They've, some people have had, things go on, you know, as it happens. But like that's the kind of thing that, like, you know, if an organized group, you know, like stands out and they're doing the things like that for the best of the jam, it's the kind of thing that kind of gets on our radar for being invited to be judges in future. Sabu, next time we do another circle, you'll probably want to go across that gap again. I think that's less efficient. Don't go around the edge of the that big chunk that's taken out. Oh, lost one proud. I'm sorry to hear that you lost a Thopter in the rocks. Like, we here in this channel know the true loss of the rock Thopters. The Thopter of the rock is very dear to us. It sits in our hearts and our memory when we lost our Mark 6 Ornithopter to a spire like that. That said, if you're on an official server, you should be able to use their vehicle, like, repair and reimbursement system that they, you know, created recently. So it's a bit better now than it was back in back about a month ago. So hopefully you'll be able to get supported by that. But yeah, the rocks are hungry. There's a specific shape of rock, I think, like a spire, that makes it look like it's the perfect shape for an assault ornithopter. But when you land on it, you slip inside the rock. The thopter of the rocks is there's a specific shape that I no longer trust. I saw one yesterday and I was about to land on it, noticed it, recognized what it was, and was like, no, 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 not going anywhere near that thing. Was your first assault? And no, not the ones that you're on. Okay, interesting. You hide on... Ah, okay. What are you shouting at Theo for, Nightbot? Oh, yeah, it won't let you do those. Yeah. Sorry about that still. Yeah, I keep those blocked because people use them to say slurs and stuff. It's one of the most common bot attack types on Twitch, is that you'll get a... You'll basically get someone who come in and they'll use those special characters to say things like the N-word, or to spam homophobic words like slurs and stuff. Nah, you're all good, bud. You don't have to apologize. You didn't do it with malintent or anything. I'm not worried. You don't have to apologize, bud. You're all good. Just letting you know why it happened, so you don't feel like it was anything like personal or anything. You know, like, you know, you can use any kind of stand-in characters. Most of it is probably done by regex, so Twitch is quite good with regex systems inside of it, I believe. So you can do quite a bit with keeping out special characters by adding them to a regex, and it just removes them. So loads of them, and I'm not going to paste them in chat because that's a lot. What do I think of Twitch's tackling of view botting? Do I think it will work? Ultimately, like, I don't... They have much more information than I do on it. Twitch, you know, see everything on the back end. They are specialists in the field. They've been doing it for decades. I've seen moderator view for 10 years. I've been a viewer for, like a little bit longer than that, probably. But, I had to, you know, at a certain level, take what Twitch say at face value on this, because ultimately they are the experts on how their systems work. I'm interested in seeing how it works going forward with viewbotting, and I've seen some changes on the platform already that I believe are designed to combat viewbotting in certain ways. My concern is that they will impact the revenue of streamers who aren't viewbotting in some ways. You know, for example, if lurkers stop counting for ad revenue after they've been inactive and haven't interacted with the page after 6 hours, well, some people are working away at work for 8 hours and don't want to click onto the stream to check up on something because they're just listening away quietly in the background. And unless they have an error 2000, they notice that the stream has stopped, they won't click back in. So doing something like that could be a problem just based on people's viewing patterns. And I hope that, and I'm reasonably confident that Twitch will have at least reviewed some of those as part of this decision-making process. But I think there just needs to be... What was that? Okay. Yeah, just go across the middle of the gap again. Yeah, so I just want to make sure, just going back to what the question about Twitch, excuse me, is that I really hope that none of those changes have an adverse effect on other streamers. Like, that's the guy openly bragging about using viewbots is a fucking idiot. Like, using viewbots on Twitch only harms the platform as a whole and undermines everyone who relies upon Twitch for a way of life. Like, you know, all of the moderators who are paid by Thor rely on Twitch, ad revenue, and you guys for your support to keep going. If you are openly admitting to using viewbotting on the platform, advertisers will think, well, hang on, are we really getting our money's worth, you know, on the platform for what the advertising we do? And they won't spend money on ad fill. Ads are absolutely vital for a streamer. Probably about 50, like, because I get a 55% cut on the ads because I do over the threshold to keep pre-rolls off. Ads probably make, you know, maybe like, I think Turbo did $34 yesterday on a 10-hour stream, and ads was about double that. So it's not a huge amount, but like that adds up. $120 a day basically pays the cost for the stream, like by itself. On top of that, I can then like do things like, you know, get things for beta, get the Swiss Guard stuff, think about upgrading PC and doing more things for the community, like getting new bits of setup, like, you know, going to get emotes and such. That's what the community support enables, but the ads are a vital part of that. And if you got rid of the ads, I think a lot of streamers and the whole platform itself would suffer a lot. A lot of the people who are full-time streamers would not be able to do so until they're above, you know, 1, maybe 2,000 concurrent viewers. Even then, it would probably be very tight. It's... I think that kind of statement that, oh, everyone does it, is dangerous, a lie, and to be honest with you, just downright inconsiderate. It's disrespectful. Because a lot of people work really hard to build up that viewership over a number of years. Like, you put your heart and soul into a stream, and you hope that the community that's there are reflective of the kind of content you want to put together. If you're view botting, first of all, you're creating a false community. So people who will come and join are basically screaming into the void and won't get anything meaningful out of that. And you're not going to be getting any valuable feedback from that. You're not going to be getting ad revenue. It doesn't make the remote... I just don't think it makes the remotest amount of sense when you think about the big picture. But some people take a very short-sighted view to some of these things, and I guess that's, you know, that's their prerogative, I guess. So one might note is me in the carrier, and it is Demnar on the... not Demnar, sorry, it's Sabu on the ground. We had Demnar on... We are doing the crawling before this, and Luther was our original sand crawler pilot a couple of hours ago. We've had a collection of people today helping out, which has been really nice. Sabu's doing a really good job. Nice and neat. I like a nice and neat and considerate, you know, ringmouth harvest. It's very polite. Generally, a lot of streamers make their own contract with commercial companies, gives them a better share of working than working with Twitch. Is that not possible in the UK? Because it's too international. When you say your own contract with commercial companies gives a better share than working with Twitch, what, for streaming? Yeah, I mean that's sponsorships. So, you know, that's what you'll do for, you know, supporting your income, supplementing your income. But like, not all the streamers can do that. I mean, the spot in the middle was there at the start, and you had to go over these a couple of times sometimes because of the way the sandcrawler works, but that was doing a good job. Yeah. You can't make a separate deal with Twitch other than going through Twitch's systems in this day and age. I think unless you're, you know, like the iBuys of the world, who are bringing like 1 million viewers in at a time plus. So yeah, that's my view on it. But that's ultimately, that's just my personal view given my experiences. Everyone else will have different views about how they felt about, you know, Dan Clancy's response and the guy, you know, originally saying that he was viewbotting. Everyone is free to make up their own mind about it. That's just how I feel about it. If you died then because I was distracted by being told that the other human has picked up some more Greg sausage rolls, yeah, I would have laughed if you'd gotten killed by Greg's. That would have been quite funny. Would have been sad, obviously. Yeah. What are you saying that the Greg's riots were justified? How dare you? I'm also going to be honest with you. Once you know how Twitch works from a metrics standpoint, you can broadly see when somebody is viewbotting. Metrically, it becomes semi-obvious. Not guaranteed, But it's a judge again. It's subjective and a judgment call. But you can look at things and see whether you think that's going to be good. And to be honest, the biggest streamers on Twitch have no need to view bot. Just to be real with you, like that's not a thing. Like I start up streaming, there's already like 50 of you in here, and I'm constantly like shot. There are people like waiting for the stream to start. It's deeply like touching. So like, imagine somebody who's got 10 times this viewership. They have 500 people. They just as soon as they press go, 500 people. That's it. You're immediately dominating most channels. Did we do that whole thing without a worm? The fact that, I mean, sometimes when you do the pickups, it does reset the aggro, so it may just be that I got lucky with the timing on that and reset the aggro just at the right moment. It genuinely could be. Worm aggro is a weird science. Where will you go out to spot viewbotting? Most of the time, you'll see it in something like Twitch Tracker. You can see viewbotting because you'll see unified like spikes of that viewbotting channel going down across multiple streams. The only other thing that will look like that is error 2000s, and those don't tend to be as immediate across multiple streams at the same time. They are normally staggered across a day. You don't see the same similarity. Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah. If you, I mean, feel free to post a link in one of the channels in there. Yeah, I'm always interested in content creation, like ideas, and seeing how the people out there are doing it. I was talking recently to a couple of the people about how they do sponsorships and such, and the kind of deals they make. It's just interesting to see how other people do things. Yeah, it's So have you got the upgrade for fuel efficiency for ground vehicles? The skill. Gaikotsu, generally. Okay, so again, worm aggro is a strange science, and I don't know it definitively. There are probably other people out there who have tested it in and out. I don't know by heart. Most of the time, each of the 3x3 sets that he does it has, you know, one wandering worm which moves across it quite rapidly. That's quite a lot of it. That's why it takes a long time for worms to get to you sometimes. Additionally, I believe that the ringmouths can spawn an additional wandering worm if certain kind of requirements are met. For example, if the wandering worm is X distance away for too long, or if there's a fallen ship nearby, an additional wandering worm will likely spawn if there's no wandering worm nearby. It's worm science is strange and inconsistent. Okay, so do you have the fuel efficient driving for ground vehicles? Gil. At max. Does that logic mirror in does that logic mirror in Haga? No. Haga basin worms are ornery motherfuckers. They will kill you and shit you back out again. They are very rude, very rapid, and they don't follow any of the same rules as a deep desert. That will be why. Okay, so it's that you're the same as me then. You use 70% of a tank of Sandcrawler without that skill. I think you use something like 50% of it or just under without it. It is quite a valuable skill if you're going to be doing a lot, but you know, I don't do anything on the ground vehicle side, so I'm not going to bother with that skill. Being on the ground is for plebs. I said it, chat. Ornithopter supremacy. Yeah, sandcrawlers have low worm aggro. I think the point is that that's actually not the case. I think it is actually that the Haga worms have far smaller patrol radiuses and like basically territories. that means that the worm is triggered faster. There are less people in it to distract, though there are less kind of other events to distract the worm to basically make it kind of path off towards that fallen ship, for example. Well, I think actually the worm aggro is the same, but because the territories are so much smaller in the Haga Basin to make it, you know, feel more alive when you start the game, I think that is why the worms come across as so aggressive. I think they are tuned exactly the same, but there's just a difference in the territories they exist in, which means that those behaviors manifest in different ways. Apparently, if you stay about 10 kilometers an hour, you don't need to go over it twice and it collects the spice faster, Zabu. Gonna try that out on the next run. Thank you for that information, HDI. I'll give it a try. Didn't Demnar say he was bringing storage? I didn't see if Demnar answered that question. If he didn't, we'll cram as much as we possibly can into other... Yeah, look, there's more storage. GG Demnar, thank you for that, bud. Oh, so you're a little bit far forward there. Work. Make it work. Okay. Oh, cheers for that. Apologize. Right. Sandcrawler. I think at some point, excuse me, I might make the expandy sandcrawler stuff. I'd love to have the sandcrawler that has the 10,000 capacity. It just feels so extra. The buggies are both full. The assault ornithopters are full. Oh no, that assault ornithopter isn't full. No, we can keep filling the boxes up. Nice. Okay. Could you refuel? You're doing that? How much integrity is left on the centrifuge? You'll be fine. Yeah, we can do another one. I can put down the treads. The treads are a bit wrecked. Where's the engine? Sometimes I hate this system. Here we go. Oh, the engine's fine. I'll get the treads as well because those are the vulnerable bit. This time, can you sit in the carrier with me as the passenger? I'm in there. You've refueled, haven't you? Yeah, I mean, I'll sort it in a second. I just need to grab some fuel cells. Where did Demnar put the other little chest? There it is. Oh, Demnar gave us more welding wire. Legend. Oh, did you? Oh, sweet. Thank you. You're a legend. I love welding wire. I've used a lot of it. When I got out here, the carrier was too damaged. I was a little bit annoyed for a second, but then I saw there was welding wire and I was happy. There's no drums in the deep desert? No. There's also no, like, quicksand that, like, appears frequently. Okay, there we go. You should be able to climb in. I like how quickly that thing spins around when you grab it. Yeah, welding wire that's made from salvage metal that can repair things made from plastinium and spice melange. You know, that makes a lot of sense, right? That's fine, yeah? Oh, hang on, there's a held message in chat I need to release. Only died once the worm was needed by glitching the infinite fall loop while trying to loot a wreckage. They really improve interaction in the environment. I 100% agree with you, remember, Dolores. That's not only the environment, but that's also with your own ornithopters as well, because you can get stuck in the same loop with a number of different parts of the geometry of your own ornithopter. No, you just said a particular word that Twitch decided that it wanted to limit to ask me if it was okay. You're fine. So yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree that the infinite fall loop and the interaction with the environment feels like shit. And I've said to Funcom multiple times, like when you get stuck on the wings of your ornithopter, you know, when you get out of an ornithopter, the wings always fold. Why is that the time when wings suddenly start to have the physics interactions? Because they just push you around every time you get out of your ornithopter. Often you end up getting pushed underneath your ornithopter if you're on one of the Atreides models, and you know, you can get stuck underneath them. You can have all kinds of problems. What? There was no need for that. Well, exactly, yeah. Because the wings don't have physics with the floor or with the players. When they're out, like when you're in flight, you can fall through them. But when the wings closed, when you get out of the vehicle, you can get pushed around by the wings of your own vehicle. Wait, Demnar, really? We just go and collect more neighbors? Okay, fine, we can do that later. And then sometimes you don't necessarily know whether the wings are actually folded in, because graphically they might show as being stuck out or being kind of halfway between in the middle of the animation. And you don't know until you get stuck on them where the wings actually are in the game versus just what you can see on your map. That's the wrong one again, didn't I? This was really rude. I don't know why I put a base in line with two ring mouths like this, because I keep on getting confused. Oh, I'm not going to detour that far in a carrier. Not enough spice, Sabu. Not enough. More spice. Oh, that's going to take us so long to transport back. Have you got any spare fief slots by any chance? We should make a yeah, make an A-band shuttle base with a couple of boxes in there so that I can fly. You can, like, one person can fly between Haga and home. Sorry, here and home, and one person can fly to and from the A-band. We can just do it that way. Exactly. Yeah, it'll save a lot more time. We take the carry like with a sand crawler, for example, or take it like with the buggies and then just fly it back. Sweet, thank you. Yep. Dr. Kegel, we no longer do any processing in the deep desert after we had a bug where our entire deep desert base just disappeared overnight. Everything disappeared. So we lost a huge amount that the community kindly helped us replace, and we've actually kind of replaced that infrastructure in the Haga Basin instead, because we know that base is safe and reasonable. Funcom haven't yet been able to confirm what it was that caused that problem, but I'm hopeful that when the person who is involved more with that element of the game is back from their holiday, we'll get an answer from them. Forgot about the Stravidium that we harvested. Helpful. We are indeed spice gobbling. We're gobbling all the spice. Also, I quite enjoyed that joke, Alphaba. That was quite good. The ads just be very fit running all the time. Nice one. Good dad joke. Yeah, mine capacities. I think it's a very low occurrence bug. See, that we weren't asked to pay taxes or anything. It wasn't a tax problem. It was purely the storm happened, and at some point during the storm, all of the foundations lost track of the earth, and the entire base collapsed down vertically. That's basically what it looks like happened. Because that's the only thing that causes there to not be a log entry the way that we had it. Hello, Cosmic. We're having a really good day, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Good to see you. Whoop. Oh, we were so confused because all of our vehicles were still on the ground. Like, we got back and I'm like, okay, but everything's exactly where we left it in terms of like vehicle alignment. Just there's just no sign of the base whatsoever because we didn't get on till about 5 hours later. It does actually appear to be working, to be fair. We're 100% sure it wasn't raided in Elo, yeah, because when it's raided, you get log entries. We also got Nitrado to confirm the logs on their end that there wasn't any sign of it being raided or attacked. There was nothing in the logs whatsoever, which means it must have been a bug, because the thief just vanished. I hear a worm. So yeah, that looks like it's working, Stabu. How much have you harvested from doing that? Hmm. Wow, okay. Okay, just do it at full speed then. Just do full speed. That doesn't make a huge difference. In fact, I'm gonna put us back so we can fix this bit that's fucked up here. Check for the worm as well at the same time. Look at all the spice explosions going off for the assault pilots. Good sign. Lined up properly. There we go. Look at that. We will be doing some wing gambers. Yes, there will be more gambers later in the stream. There will be the usual stuff, really. We don't tend to do wing gamber in the carrier, mostly because the carrier relies on being at as high a wing integrity as possible most of the time. So it's something I have to check. I don't let that get low. So in the carrier, we don't do wing gamber, but when we do the assault later, then 100% we will. Once we're done with this, we've got to do a lot of flying back and forth in the assaults and other things. We also have the intentions to go to the deep desert areas to get spiceplastinium dust, which is the drops in the PvP labs, etc. No plans of Bitcraft today. Legendary Trail, hello, good morning, welcome on in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon from me, but hey. And Cineby, hello, welcome on in as well. What kind of watch info are you looking for? That's alright, bud. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, we can't do wing gamber in this. Will we see some more RimWorld today? It depends on how much content we have in June. If we run out of content in June later on this evening, then or like later on this afternoon, then potentially yes. I don't have that set up, Alpha. Like a mod could tell you, or you can tell by clicking on your profile. I think, like clicking on your name. So we don't have a watch time command. I'm still very new to all of those things, and I'm not sure what the real need is other than curiosity. I'm fairly sure you can click on your own name to see when you followed, though. It brings up your own user card. No, we don't have an uptime command that chats can get angry over. We have a drops command that people can get angry over. Enjoy that, Jake. Oh yeah, Jake, I forget that you'll be able to see where that goes because you've got you've got stuff on. Nice. Hello, Jake, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you. Those of you who don't know, Jake / not Irma is the block gamer, the Jake from Java Farms. Yeah, we're having a good day, thanks, bud. Yeah, the John Block gamer, exactly. Oz. No, we have a, we've got a private world. So we've got 15 private servers that network onto one private kind of deep desert. On those private worlds, 3 of them are public, 10 of them are password protected for the community, and 2 of them are invite only. We have quite a good culture on here of, you know, not having exploiters, people treating each other kind of fairly and with respect. You know, if people want a PvP, doing it around spice blows is normally kind of a silly thing to do because the PvEers will generally band together to take them out, as has been happening, you know, on other nights. But also, it's we're on an NA East server. Our server is based in NA so that European players can play like me. I've got 75 ping from the UK. But also NA West can all play, and there's kind of the majority of the communities that we have. So it's actually still quite quiet for them. It's what, 5 AM Pacific time, so 8 AM EST. It's quite early for a lot of people, so there's not going to be a lot of the US players on just yet. There's probably only about 20 people online, I would imagine. Maybe 30. I don't tend to check the Dune server tools, but you never had to fly your carrier and start too much PvP. That's my problem. PvP is in a state where the only way that PvPers can get the content that ultimately they likely bought the game for is by engaging in exploitative or griefing tactics to get a kill. Or to just make the game not fun for people. There's no meaningful PvP. And I think that loss has led to a poor culture in most of the public deep deserts where it's just anything for PvP, including fucking over PvE players. How much fuel am I burning monitoring the crawler like that? A fair bit. But that's why I carry a ton of fuel cells. Like, fuel cells are really cheap. Fuel is a meme. When you're in late game, fuel cells become a meme. It's just, they're an annoyance. Oh yeah, and you could make the challenge. The only thing that slows down making them is the fact that they're just a little bit slow to make. Like, they're not exactly expensive. They just need a bunch of fuel cells. Just, you know, you can just get them anywhere. Out with a buggy, you can get like 10,000 fuel cells in a couple of minutes. Great. But yeah, the only shitty behaviors we've seen, we've taken action on. I'm the server admin, so, you know, anything that gets reported to me via the tickets that we have on the Discord server that I keep an eye on, or that gets reported in the chat and stuff, you know, we look into. Like yesterday, we came across a base in the deep desert which was a full exploit, completely invulnerable in the PvP area of the deep desert, on the Stravidium island, on the Titanium island, that would have given them a massive advantage to resource processing. We looked into it. We were going to take action. The person came forward, said that, you know, they held their hands up and said, you know, I didn't know it was an exploit. I'm really sorry. I'll take it down immediately. And we gave them a chance. You know, we have a reasonably collaborative community here. Yeah, the private server part makes a big difference. When it was a couple of days before launch and we found out we could get private servers, I immediately proactively reached out to Nitrado, because I knew that of the 3 providers, you know, X-Realm, G-Portal, and Nitrado, I've always had a good experience with Nitrado. While I've had issues with servers, you know, Arc particularly, had a pretty rough time, that's because Arc servers are shit. Arc just builds and builds and builds until the servers become unstable. You can't have a stable Arc server forever, it never works. So that's not on them as a provider, and they've been absolutely fantastic. They provide all those servers free for our community. I would remind like everyone, like they don't have to. They're providing us 25 servers for free. So we've got 15 on the pirate servers, and we've got 10 over on the mushroom servers. Like props Nitrado, they're providing it for free. They've been really helpful, really awesome. They were the ones who helped us figure out that rather because we couldn't ban people, that we worked out that we could wipe their progress, and we could set up a script to wipe their progress every 6 to 12 minutes as the game ticked over a certain action. That was Nitrado's work. They're the ones who worked that out, and they took their time to go out of the way to look into it for us. So I have a lot of time for them. If you use !server in chat, it'll give you a link to their system. If you could click through that, it would be appreciated to to give them a shout out, and also to help with metrics, etc. But also just check out kind of what they do and the things they're offering. Like if you're ever looking for a private server in future, I can 100% recommend them. Oh, sorry, I think I just mispressed C. Released my keyboard for a second. Holding down the keys is tiring. Sorry, Sabu. When the worm comes over, at least I get a break from doing it. But like, if I don't, I'm going to get RSI again. I really would rather not have that because it hurts like a bitch. Yeah, like check out, if you're ever looking for a private server, I really can recommend the Nitrado because they are often a little bit more like, I will be honest, they are probably more expensive than the X Realm or the G Portal servers, but they've been absolutely worth it. They've had the least amount of downtime. They've had the most amount of things being fixed and supported. They are working directly with Funcom all the time, try and improve things. Like they are the ones who are helping with the work on server transfers. They are the ones helping with the development of admin tools. Like they're doing a fantastic job. And when the server providers are helping the devs make the game better for everyone, that buys me a lot of buys a lot of kind of capital with me, in my opinion. I like to celebrate people who I think are doing a good job, and I think that Nitrado do a good job, or have done a good job with this. Alpha, I appreciate that. Mahoodles is great. Yeah, he's really nice. I think it was Mahoodles I was talking about anyway. Yeah, Sherpa, I agree. I think you have to kind of know where you're at. Although actually, I think ours were named. Yeah, Moo is great. I have a lot of love for Mahoodles. She's been really awesome. So for those of you who kind of know who might be new into stream don't know that I'm the lead moderator for Pirate Software. Whatever your thoughts are, irrelevant to what I'm about to talk about. When you go to a like a streaming convention, there are a couple of groups of people in terms of the way they treat you. There are a whole swathe of streamers who will only care about you if you are a streamer or if you have a viewership over a certain size. Fine, if that's the way they want to be, so be it. But I won't name and shame, and that's not fair. That's not right. But there are a bunch of streamers who, like, unless you've got a view account over a certain amount or you do a certain amount of YouTube videos, they won't listen to you. So your viewpoint doesn't matter. That's really horrible to experience. There are a bunch of streamers who made me feel immediately welcome no matter what, right? People like Annie Fuchsia, Primogen, Premier 2, as when I met him, he goes by Pete now, Sea Dog, every single one, the Mahoodles, Vicky and Gregors, because obviously when I met them, I didn't stream. They are all people that I will 100% support because they supported me when I was there as a new person at TwitchCon, having not been to one of them before, and being a moderator around streamers. While I'm reasonably important in the way that we do things in the company. Like I don't decide the content. I didn't understand what being a streamer was actually like, and yet they have welcomed me. They've been open for me to ask questions to them. They've been awesome and supportive. So I like to call out those people when I can. So I wouldn't be able to do this for you guys in the same way that I can without their support and their advice. I wouldn't have started streaming without some of them like giving me the encouragement. Whereas the worm, the sand crawlers have a lower worm draw, so we might even be able to keep. There's the worm 1,200 meters away. The worm is likely being drawn away by people compactor mining elsewhere, which is fantastic. Blank Space, welcome on in, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you again today. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Small. That's very kind of you, bud. Well, yeah, on this private server, you know, right now, I'm very sure that most of the Assault Ornithopter Compactor pilots are out harvesting the medium spice blows that all go off around the top of the hour. There's loads of spice out there for them to grab without coming here. They're more considerate, and we generally have a bit of an understanding in this kind of time zone around how we operate. There's kind of an etiquette. Like earlier when we got here, somebody was here compactor mining, but they were I think they were listening in chat when the couple of things they did were setting off the issues for the worm. They actually went elsewhere, and they moved off. I assumed to harvest spice elsewhere. Really considerate of them, and I have a lot of respect for whoever that was. If they didn't do it, you know, they didn't move off because of us, you know, I'll assume that they were. Oh, well, thank you, Alpha. That's kind of you, bud. I think, yeah, the description generally is like, you know, Thor's channel is like the house party. It's where the life is. It's the really good content. That's where the stories are being made. Like, I support Thor's content 100% all the way. Like, you know, in my opinion, that's how I see it. He's still doing his best for everyone. But like, this is kind of like the kitchen at the party. It's a little bit more chill, a little bit quiet. If we don't have as many people, we can be a little bit more kind of like, we can look into things a little bit more closely. Like, Thor wouldn't have had the time to look into that exploiting issue yesterday necessarily. Like, he might have had, you know, something else come up. He's got people waiting to see him on stream, and also having 5,000 people in chat getting annoyed at somebody for potentially exploiting isn't actually very good. So Thor might choose to move on there, whereas we could sit around, we could talk about the issue, and that person came forward and it was all resolved kind of calmly. It's just a very different approach required because of different audience bases, you know, because you can't have 5,000-6,000 people necessarily sitting there getting agitated. It builds a different level of resentment sometimes. And the ferret party is for people who want the ferret stream is where people want the eye bleach. That's the pets at the party. Yeah, the ones who go find the dog or the cat. That's how that works. Gun-based diplomacy didn't work because the base had been constructed in a way which is completely impregnable. Because pentashields can't be damaged at the center point at the moment, which is a bug. And only the corners can. The corners can be embedded inside rocks so as to be invulnerable, and you can't get to them at all. And there was no way around it, no way to get through it. It was a full exploited base. We would have been able to reach out to Nitrado and get the information from the logs, but the person came forward, which was really brave because there were 700 people on stream at the time, and like they didn't know that we weren't crossed. Like, you know, we were reasonably stern about it. You know, we were in admin mode. And ultimately, you know, they came forward, they stepped up, they owned up to it, and I'm not going to punish them for that. That was really brave of them. They didn't know they did something wrong. They said they didn't know they did something wrong, and they undid it, and they deconstructed it immediately. Fine. I can't ask any more of that person realistically, and I can't prove they knew about it ahead of time. And I'm not going to assume they did because that's not reasonable. I don't think so. We had that freedom to do so, but with 5,000, 6,000 people in chat, 10,000 people in chat, I don't think I would have had the ability to slow down and wait for that. I would have had to delegate it to someone else. I just don't think that's... You'll find that kind of size of group will get quite like, how dare they do that, blah, 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 very quickly. Just by the nature of crowds, that's how that works. What was that? Nice. Just keep going. We've very nearly just harvested most of this spice field. Like, if you need to turn around and go back and forth in some of these bits, we may well be able to do. How much spice is being harvested right now? Well, this will put out 7,500 liters of volume of spice sand. So 50,000 spice sand. That is 1,000 melange each full sandcrawler that we make. And we've done quite a few. we're spice maxing. We see Demnar said the other day that I harvested like 90,000 spice sand and that was too much. So today 200,000 spice sand. This is only the first one of the day. Real talk, we actually probably need to go and focus on getting this back to the Hugger base and then switching to metal because I'm actually really short on plastinium. Yeah, Oz. These are... yeah, this is our community. It's Pirate Software and, you know, myself. There's a couple of other communities where we've got Annie Fuchsia's community kind of joined. We've got people like Jay the Bard, Vicky, Helping Hands, Mr. Gregors. We've got a few other smaller communities who've joined us, but yeah, it's broadly kind of those communities all interacting, and then yeah, this is the stream. The Falls community is the biggest part of that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
We can fit. How much of you? How full are you? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, be done in a second. I mean, apparently Demnar has a hunger for completing the 6. So you're gonna need. He wants to hand in like 15,000 melange in one go. At some point. Demnar. He's being a scrub. I don't like it when things fall off of the carrier onto the floor, but it looked like a Muad'Dib.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Keep going, keep going. How you doing? How you doing? We good? Going. Yep. Good angle as well. Literally just jet straight off at full speed. This is the fastest thing I've ever taken a carrier. 161, 62. Yeah, that's the fastest I've ever gotten a carrier. That's as fast as the Mark 6 assault like glides at. Just weird.
Sector weather alert.
Oh jeez, I think we're approaching the storm. This could be a problem. It would be fine if the storm location wasn't bugged and I could actually see where it was and plan accordingly. This is frustrating as hell to not know where the storm is until it's 2 minutes away, if that, like 1 minute 30 away. Doesn't give you enough time to engage in PvE at the end game when you're using carries and stuff.
Sector weather alert. A large
Like, let's see, 2 minutes away and we still can't see where it actually is. There you go. It's gonna hit us broadside from the west. If the game can warn you about where, like, there's a sandstorm coming, they can tell you where the sandstorm is. Oh my god. You said Gulf 4, there's a cliff base. There's a... You said that in Gulf... Oh, okay. Okay, well, hope and a prayer, I guess. We're just gonna look away from it and hope.
sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oz is Oz, I'm not a big fan of making fobs out in the deep desert. They are too much of a high risk target. Yeah, if I can't see the storm, it can't see me. I mean, no, I don't want to do that in a carrier where the wings aren't at 100% integrity. That's asking for trouble. I'm not sure. No, that does not look. We'll give it a go. Worst case scenario, the carrier's out in the storm, but like we can at least get the sandcrawler inside and safe in the, I guess, in the PvP ships. And I'm going to see if I can force this in underneath. You're probably. I'm going to drop you here. I'll try a side.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh no, I'm going to have to. There's no way. This is going to be doable. There's nothing I can do about this. Wait, you down? Oh my god. You said you got the sandcrawler sheltered though. Wait, that came from the west, didn't it? Okay, I need to jet through it. You're gonna be able to get back to the sandcrawler fine after the storm. I'm just trying to break through the I broke through the storm. We're good. Carrier's clear. Where did you spawn out? The sandcrawler or? Okay, nice. If you can just drive it back out, like reverse it a bit, I'll be able to pick you up in literally a second. We can potentially do a wing gamber after that. It'd be interesting to see. I need to have a look at myself once we get back to base. Oh, are you okay? Do you need help? Well, the sandcrawler is safe. That's the main thing. Landing and quickly dismantling the thing, it requires more than a Mark V welding tool has integrity to dismantle this carrier, and I do not have any of that. I do not have that much integrity left. That's the simple answer. Is there's no way I'm dismantling this carrier in. It would take minutes, because you also need to put down storage and other things. It's the carrier that's not going to work with. Ultimately, you want to protect the sandcrawler because it's carrying the cargo of import. The rest of it is just integrity. Yeah, bases outside of the E-band are an unsafe chat. So you were out here, they'd be like I'd be able to attack like a base that's in there. We've got ats. Okay, we can do a wing gamber for that, chat. So it was about 80% when we started doing that. In total. So, let me tell that's Twitch. I think we've done a wing gamber of this size, so you're going to give me a second. Because normally we don't do high up wing gambers. Mostly because we never fly around with very strong wings, apparently. It basically shows me that we've got a pattern of not taking the wings seriously, to be honest with you. Yeah. We're gonna go... Oh, thank you. Uh, 56 to 60%. How high up did we go on this one? We need to go a little bit higher. Let's go to 61 to 65. Damn, I should have done this differently so I could put the number 69 in it. I robbed myself. 1. Okay. The wing gamber has started. The gamber wing. For those who don't know, chat, what we're doing here is you are trying to guess what the integrity of these wings are. So I'm going to jump back into this. And you are taking a bet at what these wings with this coloration is. You've got 2 minutes. You can bet your channel points on them. Apologies if you're in certain Scandinavian or you know, Dutch countries. Unfortunately, your government says that betting channel points isn't allowed. RIP. Good morning, Mythcos. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Yes, the Dutch are also verboten. Verboten. Yeah, that's an actual thing, gun for hire. That's why I think you should keep politicians out of video games. But hey, what do I know? Thanks for that small. I mean, I know a few words. Flammenwerfer. Wasserfallen. Waterfalls. Few seconds left, and we will do the gamber wing. Okay. Manage prediction. Don't worry. Okay. Green share. This is the split. Yeah. 34% of you, 4 users with 62,000 points. So this is based on the number of points spent, remember. 34%. 41. 13%. 3%. 17% of you thought it was 56 to 60. 16%. Some of you think it's quite high. This is quite a good split. Interestingly low spot here in the middle. I quite like. Some of you think it's really low, and some of you think it's really high. Actually, the middle seems to be quite quiet. What I can reveal is that we have got... That's the wrong button. Okay, come on. 58% wings. 58% chat. Which means 17% of you, 12 users with 31,000 points, win. If you lost all your points, you'll just have to watch to get some more free points. Right, Sabu. How much spice do you think is left in that field? Because I think that no, for for people who have assault ornithopters, now's probably a good chance to go and clean up what's left, because you can basically just get the good little segments. If you without a lookout there, right? If you had spare eyes, would you land the carrier, save them integrity? No. Integrity is a meme. I can just repair them, and we can replace them for so cheap eventually. They're really efficient, and they're going to be made even more efficient with the patch soon. So, I'll be honest with you, no, I would never land the carrier. The carrier on the ground, there are very, very few reasons why that would be a thing. Because even if you wanted somebody to get into the carrier, you would actually get them to Gigawire Claw up to you, or Spencer up to you, and like jump on top and get in, to be honest with you. I would never recommend a carrier land. I know some people do it when they're solo doing it. But yeah, I could never suggest solo carrier gathering with a sandcrawler and such. That's just not. Oh. If you'd put 100k in, you wouldn't have got the same payout because it's based on the overall share. Sorry, go on, Sabu, what was that? Yeah, and even then, the only thing I would do it is probably collecting a buggy full of jasmium, maybe getting to an aluminium area. Yeah, that's how I would do it in Haga. Yeah, any public server, I'm not even sure carriers are worth it there. You need to be more flighty. You're talking an assault ornithopter there with a thruster on it. Okay, so Sabu, are you making a basically like an entry base there for the shipping concern? Okay. You need to bring some storage. Oh, nice. Okay, do you need to bring some? Because I can bring one storage. Because we've got one large plastinium here, I can just take one of them back with me. There's one, like, there's an empty one here. Yeah, but I can bring the first. If I bring a storage container, you can just focus on basically getting together a box that the carrier can drop something in, and then we can put the carrier down in, and then put a pentashield on the top of it. And I'll bring a storage container for the first one, because I can just dismantle it. That'll be easy. Sweet. If I not being an idiot. Skills only increase rate of gathering, right? Be it compactor or crawling, but not the total yield, right? My understanding is the total yield would be the same across the entire field. We haven't already been able to run a test. It would be, what you'd need to do is you'd need to harvest a whole field, every single piece of spice sand twice. Once with no skills, and once with each skill, like each additional skill you want to test, to find out whether or not you actually increase the total yield of the spice field when you do it. I think the spice field might be a static amount, but that some is lost depending on how you are collecting that spice. But it's hard to say for sure. I don't actually know. It increases the size of your compactor when you're using that. I really hate that if you're collecting spice sand, it stops you full at 2499 of the final one. And you can't actually like drag more spice onto it if it's 2499. I'm showing on stream right now. It doesn't let you. You have to take it out, put it into a storage box, put a full amount in. It's really weird to actually fill up the sandcrawler sometimes. It does math weirdly. Was that Ringmouth Golf 4? No, that was Hotel 5, Mazaroth. So it's perfect right now for anyone with a with an assault ornithopter. Yeah, so that operation used, I think, it's like 8 fuel cells. Maybe a couple more. Wait, actually, I made a mistake then. Very nearly fucked up. So, I almost only brought back enough to make one big storage container. You know, the Platinum-sized ones. Because originally I was going to bring back the buggy, and then I realized I can bring the sandcrawler. The sandcrawler has enough for more than 2 of them. So I have to bring back at least 2 and then fill up some of your ornithopter when you get there. The rules that it say when a driver of the vehicle takes damage from the vehicle getting shot in the front, it makes sense. Consistent. Sherpa, I'll be honest with you, yes, that's an area that it doesn't make sense to me either. I've had issues with that. Smallhead, you can overdrag on some of them. Or rather, you should be able to overdrag. It should let you drop half of them. That's a pretty normal functionality. It's irritating, and because the sandcrawler should have filled itself up. That's the whole point. Like when you're harvesting the spice sand, that should have been 100% full because the vehicle's showing as 100% full, and it wasn't actually 100% full. It actually had space for 2 more spice sand, and that you wouldn't think that would matter, but when you are using 10,000 spice sand, even being 2 off throws off being able to do a whole job. You'll end up with 9,998 left because of that 2. It's an annoyance to players that they don't actually need to leave in. If that makes sense. I don't know if it... You might think I'm just being some kind of crackhead, chat, in which case tell me and I'll probably agree with you, but... Given that the jobs are 10,000 each, you're going to want to have round stacks, and having a 248 or 2498. You know what? That's a very honest answer from you, Sherpa. Fair enough. Fine. Fine. Maybe I'm not a total crackhead. Just a slight crackhead. Hang on. I need to... It's going to depend on the shape of the wall and where the best line is for me to come in from our base. So actually, it might be better for you to build it on the edge of Alpha 4. You know what I mean? On the corner, because that's where the carrier comes in the straight line and then just fly in and out through the gap, somewhere along that line. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go further to the east than is efficient. Fly higher, which I can't do in the carrier in the same way. See, broken stacks triggers your OCD, so you'd be happier if the if it correctly filled itself up. If I'd bought, you know, a full sand crawler from, you know, Tesco, and I found out that actually it was 2 spice sand short, you bet your ass I'd be writing to the Emperor. Not appropriate. Terrible behavior. That kind of loss in the spice trade over time adds up and the Empire will crumble. Not allowed. I want to speak to the manager. Oh, Ryan, sorry, I actually missed your message earlier. Thoughts on vacation? So, he's currently vacating. I am muling the sand crawler. So this is full of spice sand, remember, Dolores? It's full of spice. Yeah, okay, so I come in on the Alpha 4 hip. So somewhere along that line, there's actually a kind of reasonable like flat run that seems to go through the valleys towards the entrance. Somewhere probably along that run would be helpful. Higher up the better to us. I come in at 680. JD Merc, no, there were two of us. So I've got someone with me as well who has been helping harvest. Now we're trying to focus on how we get 200,000 spice sand out of the deep desert. It does look like it's going to explode. You know what, Still Generation? You're right. Or is that you? You're on the tip there. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a kind of a reasonably good spot. Somewhere along this line. Or just on the end here to be pretty helpful. Actually, sorry, the Thopter of the Rocks whispers to me. This is proper ground. I think, yeah, a large storage container, or like a large water container would just be sensible. What? Oh, arrogant. Yeah, we don't do creation in the deep desert anymore because of the you know, the whole deep desert base disappearing suddenly one day thing. Because that was a lot of resources lost. Because you're ultimately losing the entire infrastructure for the end game. That's kind of crippling to most groups. I'll be quick, Sabu. Give me a second. I'm just literally going to drop off as much spice as I can and then head. We won't need any more than about this much storage. We probably need one more like large plast one, which I'll bring back for me next time. Because you know that at that point there's a full sand crawler's worth of inventory, which is the most efficient way of flying back and forth. This. I've filled up your assault ornithopter. My apologies. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. I'll fly back. Do the next load. I have a question for you, might be to help with, since you have a similar problem with your back as I do. Is it a good idea to put my resume? I'm disabled veteran, so best to wait for the interviews, etc., since I'm in need of certain accommodations due to my disability. I mean, gun for hire, that's going to depend a little bit on the jobs that you're applying for, and likely the environment upon environment in which you work. You know, if it's an office environment, then potentially yes, but you're not required to. I don't think. It depends on where you are in the world. So Depends on what you feel comfortable with at the end of the day. If you are more comfortable going to that interview knowing that they've already accepted ahead of time that you have those requirements, that might give you more peace of mind for an interview than having to reveal it when you get there. Especially if it's a visible disability, it could be a problem that, you know, they haven't considered, or you know, there might be that they need to think about access for your interview. You know, there's all kinds of things that sometimes let them know ahead of time might help you, but you don't have to. And it depends on what you are comfortable with. So if you are comfortable with telling them, then, you know, there's a number of reasons to do so, but you won't always have to. The question was, as somebody who, a disabled veteran, would they disclose ahead of time for an interview that they are disabled because of the accommodations that might need to be made for them? Ultimately, my perspective from the UK, we've got an incredibly strong Equality Act requirement around disability. So my view is likely coloured by the fact that I know there's a lot of legal protection in place. It depends on where you are in the world, of course. But I think it actually depends on what's going to make you the most comfortable for your interview, bud. If that makes sense. Because ultimately that's what it comes down to. You're not required to disclose it ahead of time. Hang on, so we've got a couple of questions that have gone through. Can you haul the carrier through the shear wall to the well to Zahaga? No, you cannot carry a suspended vehicle while in a carrier. So you have to dismantle it and remake it on the far side. Is it worth it to upgrade the thrusters of an assault from Mark 5 to Mark 6? Yes, the Mark 6 thruster is just better. So if you've got the resources, you can afford the luxury, because remember, it's not a necessity upgrade, that's a luxury upgrade to go faster rather than to be able to go at all. Then if you can afford to do so, go for it. Yeah. Yeah, gun for hire, I understand that. It's a very difficult position. As far as I understand it, there's some quite good support available to disabled veterans, but I know that obviously that's going to vary again where you are in the US and such. So make sure that you're utilizing any support that is available to you, because they owe you that support. Like, that's part of the job, right? That's like part of what you've done for your country. So make sure you make use of it, you know, if you have access to stuff like that. Oh. Like your Twitch Prime, you're entitled to it. Use it if you need it. Actually, with the Twitch Prime stuff, it's use it to deprive Jeff Bezos. He owes it to us. That's fascinating. Eligible for disability due to his height. I mean, I guess that's disability in the UK system is quite subjective. It depends on who your assessor is and all the kinds of things. But I'm not sure by itself that height would count, from my understanding of disability in the benefits system. I interacted with that when I was doing citizens advice work. Hello, WL. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you? Great to see you today. Sabu, how many runs have you been able to do back and forth? You've probably just done about one, haven't you? Since I got back, if that. And it's going to be, it's 7 trips to empty each delivery I do of the sand crawler. So I should come back in the assault ornithopter with a bunch from the base, go back to Haga directly from where we are, do a run. Yeah, okay, I'll have to do it that way. Confusing, but doable. Do it efficiently. For every run of the sandcrawler, I will also need to take some of the spice across in the assault, if there's just 2 of us doing it. Because you do 1 trip in the time it takes me to get to and from in the carrier. So you can move 2,000 in the time it takes me to get 7,500 moved. Whereas Yeah, exactly. So exactly. So you've moved 1,000 volume. Haven't you in total? Yeah. I've just managed to get back to the spice, basically the resource. I don't know, the fob. We'll call it the fob. I just got back to the fob. So you can do 1,000 in the time it takes me to do that. So I could do in the time it takes me to get there and back, in which I would get 7,500 spice or 7,500 volume of spice. You would be able to transport 2,000 volume worth. So I need to fly back and do stuff in the assault to help balance that equation. It's basically like a big Factorio problem. This one I thought was just full of shit. Who would do that? Oh, be right back, 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. There was somebody at the door. The police looking for Sabu. He says you've been a very naughty boy. How could you do this to us? Good morning, Uncommoner. No wonder my eyes have been itching all day. I've got a cat hair literally. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Bailey. The one thing that they don't tell you is when you receive a free cat from the universe who just like wants to come chill because they like you vibes, they don't tell you that the cat comes with a whole like host of weird things. Like sometimes the cat will wake you up by sitting on your chest with its little knife paws at 4 in the morning. So, Casey, the drops are live for another hour, bud. You just get them by hanging out and watching. That second link will take you to your Twitch inventory so you can see the ones that are going. Just sometimes be aware that it does stop your drops progress if you leave the stream and only sit on the drops on that inventory one. Because obviously it takes you away from the stream. The first one's a joke. Jake, I kid you not, when I was helping Vicky with her PC, when I headed down to go see her, there was cat hair between her CPU cooler and her CPU. It was in the thermal paste. I mean, Suki is a floofy cat. She's a ragdoll, so like there's a lot of floof involved. But like the fact that there was the fact that there was cat hair. Hang on, I'll wait for the ads to finish. Welcome back, those of you off the ads. I just revealed that when I went to go and help Vicky rebuild her PC, I think it was last week. When we took her old PC apart, there was cat hair between the CPU cooler and the CPU. No wait, I'm going straight through, aren't I? So yeah, that. And the worst bit is that I can't guarantee there's going to be no cat hair under the next time, because she needs to get 2 new screws to replace the one that she broke on her for her CPU cooler. So when she receives those from NZXT and you know, has to fully install her AIO again, I can't guarantee that she'll catch every single bit of cat hair that's underneath it. Marika, I've saved you from Twitch purgatory. I'm not sure why you were there. No, cat hair doesn't help with multi-threading. No. Marika, yeah, Twitch just doesn't want you to know about physics. They don't want you to know that cats are secretly immune to it. It's all part of Big Cat. That's good to see, Leica. Yeah, the fact they chose to come back is a good sign. Glad that you're back. Good to see you. Typhon, at this point, Suki's fur will be everywhere. I maybe have to like go and make the PC in space and just fly it back down. And even then, it's not a guarantee. They don't always come back the second day. Yeah, it's a thing. I imagine that alarm monitoring would either be one of 2 ways. Either you've got too many alarms for not enough people, and there's not enough, like, you can do to answer all the ones that are going off, or it's incredibly boring until it's not. She's away, Taffy. I'm not going to say where she is because I don't know if she said it on online. But yeah, like, it's always too many alarms. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it obviously depends on the size of the company and how many you're doing. Like, you know, there's got to be some kind of optimum point where you've got enough people monitoring versus like not too many people so that you're still maintaining an efficient staff. And I imagine that getting that balance is awful. / management don't care about the balance. Awful lot of management don't care about eggs. How's automation fit into that balance? The problem with automation is, in that regard, is that you're always going to have a situation where you need human eyes to understand. Sometimes, like, it's not the answer to everything. Sometimes you do need a human input. Like, because like a machine will get things wrong where a human can't use nuanced judgment. Which one of these two are you using? Is there actually? Oh shit. Oh god, I had no idea. Damn it. Where's the access for these? Oh, there isn't one. Okay, that makes more sense. If I don't have access to it, that makes more sense on the other side. I don't land in this one because it's obviously the public hangar. Don't pay attention to my own base. Is that actually? Well, I guess so, yeah. Yeah. This is so. Yeah, automation isn't always the answer for everything, though. That's what I mean. Like, a lot of people will say, especially in the corporate environment, will be like, "Oh, we can automate all of this with AI." It's like, well, no. You still need humans to act as controls because AI is real smart, but also real dumb. So like, there's got to be a balance to be found in just willy-nilly automating everything. But there are a lot of jobs that some automation is exceedingly valuable for rote tasks specifically. They can be done very well. And then often you find that management won't invest the proper amount. Like they won't, because if they paid for a system that was strong enough, AI and automation can do almost anything. But like, if they haven't got a system that's powerful enough to do what they're trying to do with it, like, I've just seen too many times where automation has not been the answer that people were hoping for. Yeah, and that's why we've spoken about this. We've spoken about this a lot. Oh, Taffine said ads. Well, Taffine speaks. We get ads. Let's chat. Enjoy. Courtesy of Taffine. Oh wait, I'm not going to that base. I'm going to this one. I should have come in. Maybe it's not that much better. I wish that there were 9 entries, or the number of exits, sorry, so 6 entries that you could enter on the map that would actually give you that choice. Nice, thank you. The Thoringi. Thanks for posing that, Sabu. Yeah, like Vox, unfortunately that one was far too common. They bring in people to automate stuff, but they don't know the company well enough to know what is automatable and what would do well. Yeah, it's kind of a strange setup. The worm aggro and compactors look it depends on where you're doing it ultimately. Like if you're doing it in Haga Basin, it's kind of rough. But it was already kind of rough at Haga Basin. It makes it will make compactor mining ring mouths much more irritating, and I think we might find that people who want to sand crawler miner them end up shooting at people who are compactor mining if it's that disruptive. Okay, best way of doing this next was this. Yeah, the unique impacts can be used in the basin if you get almost all the spice below that one bridge if you shoot one at a time. You have to be kind of careful. Yeah, it'll be about learning the skills in different places. Flower sand's going to be a bit harder to get. Steel generation. So the reason that it's not an exploit is because they've not confirmed what the patch notes are for the upcoming ones. They haven't said that it's a known, like, that it's actually like a bug necessarily. They're saying that they're going to fix it. It was, I believe, originally intended so that new players coming across could learn how to harvest those things in a safer environment before they had to introduce it to the worms later on. So I'm not necessarily sure I would count anyone doing that as that exploitative, to be honest with you. Oh. Potentially a lost stop when this happens. See where it is when we load back in. Yeah, it's just an intermittent issue with the servers. It's a known bug. So it should be fixed on the 12th. No, no loss on the top. That's nice. Hello, Self Goal. We are doing well today, thank you, bud. So you said that you've done 5 runs, so basically we actually might be out of spice then. Oh, okay, Jesus. That's a lot of... I mean, still going to do some uppies mining and stuff later, theoretically. But, I mean, it's pretty soon the rest of the stream moving and stuff if we're not careful. Brightnagard, the drops are live for another 45 minutes or so. So just by watching the channel, you'll be getting what the drops that you can. Well, I can advise, really. Exclamation point drops with an S on the end will give you both a troll link and also the link to the Twitch inventory so that you can see your progress and other drops so far. What I will do now quickly is, while I'm waiting, let's go to my channel. And not crash into this rock while I'm doing it. Oh, Jesus. There's a... okay, I'm going to have to land before I deal with this UI. What? Open reward campaigns... Oh, it's the Battlefield 6 stuff. That's what it is. Beskarand, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. That's definitely not ideal. Yeah, that's why I'm concerned about some of these bugs. I am hoping that the 12th update fixes them. Because having to reach out to their support to get those back is not ideal. See, foolish. See, I made you look for it. That's the point. See. This thing is sticky. Yeah, good enough. Jesus. No, it's more just that, like, we've still got so much spice sand, and like that's the first load of... Yeah. Random question, what is the benefit of the large ore refinery? It's more efficient and faster. The large ore refinery is 100% worth it. You basically want to be at the stage where you're never using a lower tier refinery for any reason, whether it's the medium chemical or the large spice or the large ore, because it's just much more efficient on all of the jobs that it'll do. Time and resource input. For example, you know, you end up with like 1 strontium fiber and 3 titanium to make plastinium versus, you know, 5 or 6, I believe it is. It's like half sometimes. The minimum per batch is normal. Well, for spice sand, yes, but for making plastinium, not at all. Hey, you're all right, bud. Like I said, I've got quite a few hours in the game, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I don't know the answer, someone else will. So that one ends in 40 minutes. Is there another one starting up? Late today. There isn't another one listed. I'm still lying here. Miss my friends the most. To make sure I'm still alive. Nobody but you. What is this? Stomach aches for days. Check something quickly. Nope, the crash ship is not at our base, though. Forgetting that I can use the take all button. Sometimes. Thought we had more spice than this. I think we're missing some spice. How many trips have you done back and forth already? Oh no, wait, the sandcrawler's already... yeah. I can only find 3 full sandcrawlers worth of spice. Oh wait, no, that's why. 1,000. 5, 7, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, so actually there's another full... okay, that makes about right. 1, 2, we've got 3 full sandcrawlers left to move, bud. It's a lot to do, Zebu. Did the DDDB already happen? Oh, fair. Well, I'll get as much move as I can, Sabu. I just want to keep making it's good to show like some of the pain. Like this is some of the pain points that don't make sense in the game. Like having to do this to transfer the spice sand is kind of rough. It's kind of a weirdly janky gameplay loop to truck it back and forth. Okay, I don't know why you overheated, but fine. Yeah, this is why I said like having a large storage container that you should be able to carry is important. Arafel, it's just their design choice, I guess. Hello, the Mokog. The Sands are doing well, buddy. Hope you're doing well too. Yeah, this is a carrier ornithopter is what they use. But the only thing you can the largest thing you can carry volume wise is the sand crawler, which is fine. But like, it could carry a cargo box. Like, look at it. You could just have a carrier shape. It could be, even if it's a wedge shaped box of some kind that gets suspended beneath it, that carries like 10,000, for example, 15,000. Or something that you can use to carry water. Carrying water, the largest liter johns are not going to be sufficient for the kind of things that you're talking about. You need like 75. I think it's 75 liters to run a singular large spice refinery job. Like that. Yeah. Mad. How many people actually use all 6 seats in their carrier? Replaced 4 of the seats. Give me some like water storage options, or like a corpse storage option to go inside of it. A small inventory that can be used for specific items. Yeah, Sherpa, but the problem is that they have such a weird naming convention as well, because they use scout, assault, carrier. They use small, medium, transport. Like, it's not... I know you can't use this. I think it's rude that you can't use the seats for corpse storage. Why wouldn't it let me build the advanced stations with the basic stations? What do you mean, Twinned Assassin? Oh, you should have put a corpse into the seat. Exactly. Why not? And you guys getting confused about the medium transport, etc., is exactly what I've passed the information back to Funcom about multiple times. Is they need to be keeping their naming conventions consistent, because there's a lot of non-English speaking, like as a primary language, people who are getting very confused when we're talking about those various forms. Weekend at Iraq, exactly. Why can't we carry corpses? Well, exactly, but when they're doing patch notes, which is a publication out to the players, a player-facing, you should be using player-facing terminology. The loading screen should not be using internal-only terminology. If you're presenting information to the players, keep the form consistent. Otherwise, you cause confusion. Yeah, like the multiple versions of aluminium/aluminum. It's just inconsistent, and that causes confusion. You don't want players to be confused when they're playing your game. Consistent. Important. Like a golf, exactly. This don't even feel like life. As the base limit is reached, it makes me break down before you can build the advanced ones. It's likely that you've got more stations than you're allowed, because the base has a certain number of like devices that can be fitted in to a given area at a given time. So you can't have, you can't have 100 death stills, for example. So you get, like, getting stuck on your own ornithopter is dumb. Shit. Didn't bring a storage box back with me, and what's that? Okay. I have too much. I mean, I've more than just your inventory left, but hey, it'll be better that way. If I carry 500 back and forth, so 5,000 isn't that bad, I guess. Those wings should have no collision. Exactly. Like, yeah. That's a lot of spice. It is a lot of spice. Yeah, we've been spice maxing today. What do I do with that much spice? I fill a big pit with spice, and then I dive into it and I roll around in it like Scrooge McDuck, thinking about Thork and how he can't have my spice for his latinum. When you set me free. I have an idea. Because I can't stand still, and everyone knows this. It just happens. This is gonna be awful. I love it. Hell yeah, I am. begins. Spice would be Preston. Yeah, Latinum would be Preston Spice. Yeah, yeah, we've already discussed this. That's what Thork wants. What Thork wants, Thork gets. I'll make them neat. Don't worry. We'll have neat shit storage. Gold press spice doesn't sound so good. I'm sorry, but you know, Thork wants to see if he can make it work. Who are you to question the rules of Thorkquisition? No Gregs for your treachery. Did you literally just arrive as I finished making all of these shitty boxes? Oh no, it's fine. The worst bit is the shitty boxes actually really help. Yeah, I'm going to load up your on top. You have to get out of it. Oh, true. Okay, well, then in that case, you can do your own one. Sometimes my genius terrifies me. Nice. One belt down, another one rises. No. That wasn't remotely. Oh, ridiculous game. Well, that's just gonna have to sit there now, I guess. It's down. Well, the reticule was over the sandcrawler, but apparently no. Apparently, I really wanted that fucking assault ornithopter. Ridiculous. Look, now he's hiding. He's ashamed. Sad. If it picks up the assault this time, I'll be fucking shocked. That was a small amount of idiocy. Thanks, Sabu. One second. Oh yeah, I mean, the game fundamentally changes when you get a Thopter, Mimicsoft. Like, it's... Since I got a Thopter, I don't want to be on the ground anymore. Like, there's not... So if you're on our server, there's some people who'll donate for you to support you stepping up if you want some help. The thought does just make everything so much different. Like, I'm glad, Zeravolos. I'm glad you enjoyed. Ah, okay, you're not on the Pirate or Shroom servers. Okay, dokie. You keep a bike in your vehicle backup tool? No, no. Any situation where a bike is useful, a scout ornithopter would be more useful. Yeah, exactly, Taper Orchid. Yeah, completely agree. Well, exactly, Zara. Like, take us back many years. Good morning to all of those of you who are waking up in the US. Good morning in Blanky. Doing good, thank you, bud. How you doing? Also give a shout out to all the new followers who are here. Thank you very much appreciate it as we get very close to 10k, which is phenomenal. Couldn't be doing this without you guys. Glad you're having a good time. Got any questions about Dune, feel free to ask. The drops do end in 20 minutes, so if you're joining now to start with drops, unfortunately you won't be able to get them, or any of them. But we're hoping that there will be another set of drops after this one ends, which they normally like pop up the next day, so hopefully there'll be some tomorrow. If not, we'll see. That's it. I do want to do a like, if we ever get the ability to make like events, I would love to do like a version where you have to like go from the A band to the C band on foot, C band to the F band on a bike, and then G band to the end of the deep desert in a buggy, and it's a race. I think that'd be great fun. Elclaw, yeah, I think there was a couple of days gap, but I don't know if that was because the team was largely off because it was July, or if it was intended. So we'll wait and see. Yeah, the DD-a-thon. Exactly, and you get to try out the different like ground vehicles. Maybe I might make it so that from like the when you're crossing the I band, you have to do it in a sand crawler. I think the winner gets 1,000 silicon blocks because you know after the patch that's going to be like gold dust. I'd go the way I wanted to do it at all. Like a golf. Well, they're into silicon. They're making it so that the little silicon fields that everyone uses, which are safe from the worm, are no longer there. AKA, they're no longer safe from the worm. They're just getting rid of them. Do you think fun comes slow in player progression because the lack of new content is a good idea? Nerfing, dew reaping, and flower sound is terrible. No, I don't think it is at all. I don't think that slowing content down for players ever feels good for them. Like, I don't support that in the slightest, to be honest with you. But the things that they're fixing aren't, it's not, what you're thinking of there is not the same thing. You've got kind of a false equivalency there. They're not doing these things to slow down progression. The flower sand stuff is basically because we are basically abusing it. It is completely safe to get flower sand, so no one takes any risks to harvest it any other way. Why would you? Why would you take a risk to harvest that when you could get it completely safely? Like, fine. I guess that is what it is. Like, we lose our access to, like, you know, the easy flower sand that, you know, we've not had to work for, like, ever. I guess fine. I got 90,000 flower sand across like 3 runs, just without any risk, without any problems. And I could do that. People have got like hundreds of thousands of silicon saved up now. Because why wouldn't you? It's just kind of weird. Okay, so I need to fly back. For a second, I thought it was going to deploy my chassis. Jeez, okay. I'll move it when I come back to the, I'll come back and clear those 2 chests in a second. Remove the proving process because ultimately they would block those. Yeah, people were basically abusing it, but it's too late. It's been 2 months. Like, anyone who was blocking it has already blocked it. And they were using it to basically rapid harvest water. But you can rapid harvest water once you've got death still, so it just moves you ahead a little bit quicker. And silicon's actually not that much of a big deal. So the harm from these isn't practically huge. They're fixing it because it's kind of silly and it's just been taken to the extreme, but it's not a huge priority fix in my opinion. But that's why it's taken them 2 months to do it. It's silicon blocks. You said Solari, was that Sabo? I wonder how much they're worth. I don't think they're worth that much, are they? Yeah, Chrysalis, but that's actually only, you know, 2 bodies in advanced death stills. We run 8 advanced death stills concurrently, so I don't think it helps that much. It's a very manual task and it relies on repairs, so it just speeds up. It's all it is a time skip. Downgrade your sub from advanced, so you don't have to pay taxes. On our server, we've turned taxes off. Yeah. Selling to a vendor is 3 Solari per flower sand. That's not worth it at all. 3,000 Solari for a full stack of silicon blocks. Not worth it at all. I was just rehoming them, Indigo. They were cold and needs to be brought in for winter. Winky's already been around. Winky's been made aware of the no taxes, but Winky needs it to be PvP before Winky comes back, which is completely fair. Because you're told the deep desert is dangerous, and you know you have to travel back each week. You don't want to make a huge base out there because like the largest thing you can transport across the gap is an assault ornithopter, which has 1,000 volume. If you make a decent deep desert base, that's like 10 trips. When we were just stripping the bases down before, we were often doing like 10 trips to strip down the deep desert bases, chat. That's like a couple of hours worth of work just to set up and take down the base each week. Like, no, it's actually. It's not. It just doesn't feel worth it. That's not a fun or engaging gameplay loop for anyone. Yes, it took 6 hours to build the base each week, and it would take the same. It would take about the same to strip it down. 20 trips last week, 20 liters of base. There you go. There needs to be some better way of transporting resources across the gap. Is there a setting for admins to enable PvP everywhere in Haga? Yeah, but that's not going to fix any of the problems. That's just going to create new problems. Why am I going to create more work for myself, honestly? One week in, 1 week out. Yeah, that makes sense. How much would you pay for a moving service? I don't really know. That's because it's a trust-based moving service, so the first sandbike across the gap feels really good, Spooner Fork. I agree with you. Yeah. Like a hell for leather drive across the gap. Hello, Hoobsy. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Yeah, I've played enough Eve to know that you don't just trust somebody to move your stuff without a courier contract. Double wrapped courier contract if you have to. Oh, bugger. Oh, nope, didn't work. I'll use the stairs. I know. It's also the second one of the type. That one's full. That one's nearly full. I'm gonna have to make more of these, aren't I? The first link won't help explain. You guys are funny. Just the empty one, yeah. But you said you filled up 2 of them. Oh shit, you did. This isn't a shitbox. Luther made this one. This is a good base. I wish you would actually copy the settings when you actually did a part pick make like that. I didn't make this. No, Luther made this. And Demnar sorted out the storage system, which didn't account for how much I turbo spice goblin things. Just because I made it doesn't make it a shitbox. I'd like to make that clear. It's just the style of it is a shit. Like it's what the thing you create looks like that makes it a shitbox. It's not the person who made it that makes it a shitbox. That's very rude of you. I can't believe you'd say such a thing. Yeah, I mean, so that's the goal. So like we might do that. That might be a thing. Because you think that fills me with fear? No, it fills me with joy. See that message in chat. That's a target there. That's a challenge. That's not. What is the new drop? We don't know yet. We haven't got that information yet. I will be removing the drops in 6 minutes when the drops campaign ends. Because the drops will stop at that point. We haven't got the new ones posted yet. The equipment bug? 88BG? Which one do you mean? There's a few of them. Yep. It's also with our drops, exclamation point drops command, as well as our fun troll. Ah, you're alright, bud. Oh, thanks, Windows. Nice. Newest Essentials. I'm sure they will bring them back again at some point, Enola. Next time I speak to them, I'll ask if they plan to do that. If there's no more news on drops or ask them any questions about it, I'll bring it up. How about that? I guess that's a thing, 88, but like, there's other considerations, you know. With everything else in the game, integrity is kind like durability is kind of a meme for most stuff. I mean, 88BG, we don't utilize that, so I'm still burning through spice and have every reason to it. So just because that bug exists doesn't mean that people are automatically all going to be using it, which doesn't mean that there's no point to playing the game. The people who are playing the game legitimately have a reason to play still. So, like, if you can keep yourself from using what you're describing, there's no problem. But that only affects you when you do that. So if you don't do that, realistically, you won't be having that concern that you're outlining, I think. How I see that. Whoop. Yeah, it's my view on the repair exploits. If you don't interact with it, it doesn't really impact your gameplay meaningfully. In fairness, Sherpa, it's fine. I would leave me for chicken nuggets. Who doesn't love chicken nuggets? Great. Caffeinated Minds, that is indeed the news I've heard, yes. I'm very sorry that it's US only and that you guys are so disappointed. It's very sad news. What's to do with the awnings getting stuck? Excuse me. What's to do with the awnings getting stuck in the deep desert, especially over quicksand? In the deep desert, each of the 3x3 areas is separated by quicksand. They are server border areas. That's why there are increasingly there are bugs on those borders, because when the Your thought is getting passed from one server to another. That's when there's the most chance for there to be a bug. That's why the bugs always end up, especially over quicksand, because the quicksand is where the server borders are. The server borders are where the bugs are, where the orthops will drop or there'll be a crash. They're correlative. Sausage roll, battered and fried in the 11 herbs and spices, dipped in gravy. That sounds unreasonable. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the 5 community subs. You are awesome, buddy. Welcome on in. Good to see you today. What's unclear is you have to fly over quicksand in the deep desert. You can't avoid it. That's the problem. That's why the bugs are so annoying. You had to reclaim position 1, did you? Oh, is that you guys having an arms race on the position 1 of the on the table? Okay. Yeah, but Lady Piccolo, it sounds like a good way to die, right? Imagine if your obit basically says died eating, you know, KFC battered Greggs dipped in KFC gravy. Like, that's... Hello, Viking Balor. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Kentucky Fried Gregory's, indeed. KFG. Kentucky Fried Gregory. Oh yeah, that's like 100%. Odin would welcome you in at the gates. Yeah. Chat, you keep thinking that that's all the spice. It's not. There's more spice. Okie dokie, Jake. Catch you later, bud. Have a good one. See you this evening. Good seeing you, Jake. You got a severe headache because you tried to change your PC to secure boot. Vicky did the same thing right before we did her PC upgrades, and it made the whole job twice as hard as it needed to be. Why does Valorant require your PC to be in secure boot? Watch me the first handful of items you get from Grace on a visit. You need to get a sausage roll, a sausage, bean and cheese melt, and a steak bake. They're the 3 savory things, and then a novelty bun if you're gonna have a dessert. Secure boot's an option inside Windows, I believe, and it fucks your computer up. So basically, they want it so that you can't. Yeah, the anti-cheat required secure boot. Yeah, see, that's nuts. I'm just refunding that game. If your anti-cheat requires me to install secure boot, nah, not happening. I'm not playing your game. It's that simple. I'd rather just not deal with it. Oh, okay, it's free for you. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. It was wait, Battlefield 6 requires secure boot. Well, I'm not going to be playing Battlefield 6 then at that point. If that is the case, then I will test it out. Like, it might actually be that simple, because secure boot is fucking awful to deal with. That's deeply disappointing. Thank you. Secure boot is a setting inside of Windows, and as far as I'm concerned, it exists purely to frustrate the hell out of me when I'm trying to set up a new PC for someone. It made setting Vicky's PC up about 3 times harder than it would otherwise have been. Because you had to enter this huge 30 or 36 digit key every time you try basically changing part of your stuff. Yeah, sorry, not in the Windows, it's part of your BIOS. Yeah. Tom Cruise, that was 2 to 3 people at a time. So it was myself and Luther with the scout, myself and Demnar with the scout, then myself and Sabu. We did like 5 runs on a ring mouth. Yeah, because we did some hardware changes. When you do a hardware change in Secure Boot, it asks you to give it's like a BitLocker key, effectively. Apparently that's how she implemented it. Basically, it was required by Valorant. Like, anything that's messing around with your BIOS settings in order to be anti-cheated is ridiculous. Right, God, yeah, it was enabled as part of Secure Boot, apparently. All I knew was that we had to deal with it when the PC got turned back on after we changed all the parts around. Yeah, Gagao, that sounds about right. I mean, the problem is that it's an arms race, and every time you make cheating more difficult like this, you make it the cheaters are just going to step their game up. They will find a way around it. Hey, Darwin, great to see you no matter how long you are here for, bud. I really appreciate the support. Hope you have a great day. It's just insane. Yeah, anti-cheat is an arms race. You'll always be, well... Yeah. I'm gonna have to look into this, because if I've got to enable Secure Boot to do Battlefield 6, then I'm just gonna get pissed off. The last time I dealt with anti-cheat stuff, I ended up with a machine that would blue screen every time I tried to update the graphics drivers. It would just blue screen. I can't do a barrel roll in this mode, Trotec. Not with what I'm carrying. Is it safe to play what? Dune? I mean, safe enough. Yeah, it's pretty safe on our server in this time of the morning. Yeah. Although we're now getting to US time zone, so we're pretty less safe as we were, because more people are waking up and more people are online. Yeah, Sabu, I agree with you. Yeah, cheaters need moderation, not necessarily like automated anti-cheat. You need to be able to investigate stuff. We need admin tools and such, but you know, we can do a lot more with moderation of our servers than anything else. There are also a bunch of, I know there are a bunch of cheats and stuff that sit between like the computer and say like a controller to give you additional aim assist and stuff. Those things are apparently a thing in online like shooter games. I don't play a lot of shooters and I don't use a controller, but I'm sure that exists on things like mouse and such as well. Yeah, exactly. Definitely minds, exactly. No, Wolf, yeah, it's a really good way of doing it. Ultimately, if that's safer for you, you can do that. But the basic way it should work is that the crawler should probably be going for ring mouths, and the people who are doing assault thopters should really be going for the medium spice blows. That's really how it should be doing it. Toshiro, yeah, I'll need to hang on. Let me do. I'll have to do a command. So give me a second, because only subs can do links without being permitted. I'm not sure if there are any mods in chat. They're probably all scared because I've mentioned Greg's. They're trying to see if they can have KFC without Greg's now. I moderate my own chat. You think it's anarchy? You're gonna get sorely mistaken, bird. You smile. Oh, I wish you smile. Yeah. With mediums, you want to be looking for their eruptions. The plumes are what will give them away. It's exclamation point permit space and then username Demna. It's a Nightbot command. So you use exclamation point permit. There you go. There you go, Sirican. You're good. Yeah, it's not a Twitch functionality. It's a Nightbot functionality. You are all good, bud. These are just the things that you just kind of randomly pick up. No, drops have now ended. I'm literally amending the titles right now. One of the things I was doing is I stopped. Thanks, Shuriken. I'll have a look. Oh yeah, it'll be the light. It's the lighting on that shoulder move. If it's bad, I can change the chroma key slightly. I'm still getting them balanced because it changes to based on like the light outside makes a difference. If I do right this. There we go. See, that stops it. Yes, Abby, you basically got into auto mode now. Yeah, going back and forth. Yeah, if I'm looking for mediums, I'm looking for the plumes. You're basically looking for like basically where you can see the spires. So you basically just fly out in an assault ornithopter towards the E5 area, and then you can basically just do kind of a lap into the PvE area if you need to, or even just around the PvE area, look for the plumes, because the plumes are what gives it away for you. Sometimes you might want to be waiting, and if you're flying over the sands, you'll see what looks like purple flower sand that's bubbling. That is a spice area. That's a spice that's about to blow. When the plumes finish, it is hard to find them. Yes, exactly, Mazroth. But that's what largely makes you quite safe if you're going to get there. And you see any in the last hour or so, we normally see a huge host at the top of the hour in the deep desert here, and they go for about 20 minutes. So we're at the end of the cycle right now. We'll see if we see any when we fly out there. What? No. How many minutes is it? Should be good. I'm glad I stopped, to be honest, because that thing might have actually cut my path. Let's hope I can get back there in the 6 minutes. Oh, ours is due in 4 minutes. Have we got a north to south sweeping storm? Or just a really highly angled one? Because mine's in 4 minutes. Oh, shit. Can a ship fall on you? It 100% can, and if it hits you, it will wipe your... It could wipe your ship out. You do not want to get hit by one of those falling ships. It will just... It can completely destroy your ornithopter. Every single part of it in one blow. It will be the same as if the worm hits it, I believe, now in future. No, Sabu is not in the sandcrawler. He's ferrying back and forth in the A band. Nice, very clever. Thank you for that. I am not sure if I'm going to be able to get the carrier into cover in time. Depends on what angle the storm is coming from. You can see the storm, that's very unfair. No, sometimes that happens. Thumpers are really inconsistent. They're not a very good tool. Okay, with this method I can do 1400 every minute. So, yeah, we're clear. We'll be alright. Worm is coming what looks like from the west, and it's going to be a real hard angle. It might be that actually it won't hit. It doesn't look very diagonal, but actually, well, maybe it does. But it shouldn't be hitting me, so I shouldn't have been getting the ones. Who knows? Yeah, apparently it's hitting this base in 1 minute. It doesn't make sense at the angles I'm seeing. Don't go through the wall, please. Exactly like a golf. I'm not convinced that should be hitting this base. Or maybe just skimming the edge. Yes, it is a very, very strong angle. Fine, I guess. I guess that works. We don't make the rule. Well, sometimes we do. Demnar seems to also be moving stuff back at the same time, I think. That's why the spice is getting less every time I look at this, I think.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, the storm's chasing Demnar. It will be, yeah, actually, yeah, at that angle. Oh, we've used barely any of our water. I don't know why we brought so many bodies. We definitely didn't need that many. Actually, I'm going to take some of those back. This is the Australia room, chat, because it's just all flat and then a big ass fucking orange rock. Yeah, Uluru in base. Exactly. I will tell you, yes. Currently, not fucking clear. Guy Kotsu, I can't believe you would treat the neighbors like that. That's very rude of you. What an ungracious host. Ponzach, good day to you. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. What's our setup at the Deep Desert? We're basically using like deposit bases. Enjoy, Demna. Enjoy. You're Harkonnen. I mean, fair. You know, I can understand that. Yeah, we're inviting the neighbors to drink. No, Sam Cruz, we're not currently refining the Deep Desert after we lost our entire refining setup due to a Deep Desert building bug. Well, a generic building bug that happened to us in the Deep Desert. Well, we lost our entire setup. Good morning, Spatula Clan. How are you doing, buddy? No, yes, we don't process out in the Deep Desert anymore. Of course you're going to be weird, aren't you? And I'm going to get stuck underneath the ornithopter. I think you might just about be, but let me just check. So you weren't a second ago. Yeah, you're now cleared no matter which of the entrances you spawn at from our section. That's why just secure boot is unnecessary. It just seems unnecessary, and it can cause some issues when you've got for example, like when you've got to rebuild hardware, it can just cause issues, from what I know. Because Lady Piccolo, like, ultimately, like, it's not going to do me any good to rage. I don't find rage or anger a particularly useful emotion at any point. It doesn't add much value. Kind of harmful sometimes, so... Took a second. We took like a minute to rally. And then the community came together and helped us replace it all, which was absolutely massive because, you know, we still would have been recovering now, I think, at that point if they hadn't. It was very, very kind. It was, I know, a very touching moment to show me, like, the community is really good. Yeah, potentially. Like I said, I don't know enough of it, but it just seems to me extra. I'm not a, you know, I'm not an expert on it all, but it just seems extra to me to require secure boot and that kind of setting. Oh, the thought on the rocks was I was trying to investigate and I wasn't able to get to the things I needed to. Yeah, that was different ways. Right, let's do this. Carrier? Well, it seems to be, yeah. Yeah, cheers. I think, well, yeah, it sounds like when Vicky installed Secure Boot, she also enabled BitLocker somehow, which obviously didn't help the situation, but it's just like, you're just asking for issues and asking people to have to enable all of that shit just to play your game. Just seems like a lot. That said, you know, cheats were annoying in Battlefield whenever you encountered them. But well-moderated private servers made that not a problem because a mod would just ban the person if they, you know, when it got bad. Like, moderation tools allowed for it to be covered off on private servers again. Secure boot requires BitLocker if you remember correctly. I see, I don't know enough about it, but like... Like I said, it just seems like a lot to ask people to do be able to play your game. Especially as a tester, because you are doing beta testing. That's what it is. I mean, Taffy, you know, now it's down to the market to vote with their feet. I'll be honest with you, the only Ubisoft titles I really play are The Division. That's the only ones I've done for quite a while, I think. I think I have a couple of Assassin's Creed, but I've not really gone into them. Luther, we did pretty good. We're still moving the output back. Well, I think we got about 200,000 spice sand. So we did one run with you. I think we did 2 runs. I think we did 5 runs in total, Luther. I think we've actually moved probably about like 150,000 spice sand already. This just shows exactly how much more like support is needed in the game for being able to transport weight. 4 runs, okay. I can't remember if we did 5 runs. I feel like we did 5 runs. Oh yeah, we did the Stravidian run earlier, didn't we? Yeah. Shit. I mean, yeah, but Luther, the problem is that we're now short on plastinium. Yeah. Looks like we'll have to do some uppies mining instead then. I was trainable in building, thank you. I understood all of it. We're gonna go do some dual buggy uppies mining. What do you mean? Sorry, my nephew is getting away. That Luther, are you joining chat while you're in a car chase? Can't believe Luther is chatting in Twitch during a car chase. We need bodies and then plast, but melange we're good for a while. Plast first, Demnar. I will deal with bodies if we can, because we can just do every time you go back from Haga to the deep desert. When you come back, you drop off the stuff that you've brought from the deep desert, go and get a full assault of bodies, drop it at base, and then just basically just add that step in so that every time you're bringing back a load of resources, you also bring back 14 corpses. 15 if you're carrying one on you. And you'll be able to do a lot more. When you would be going back to deep desert, you just leave the map, go down to the bottom, grab 15 bodies, go back, and just then you leave off again. It's remarkably quick. That's what I was doing yesterday and the day before to basically fill up the hotel while we were still doing stuff. And very quickly, I more than filled up the box that we had. Yeah, I look forward to doing it at some point. I'm not sure when it will be, Troytech. So like, it's a soon TM thing. But like, I just want to do a mech game of some kind, either a Mech Warrior 5 or BattleTech. I like mechs. You tell your mates to bring you 10,000 plast to build a base, and they bring you plastinium. Wow. Whoop. Bailey is likely outside expressing his satisfaction at the other people who were outside making loud noises earlier doing digging. Mechabellum, I enjoyed Mechabellum, yeah, it was good fun. I just want to play Mech Warrior 5, just because I want to play Mech Warrior 5 or BattleTech doesn't mean I'm not a fan of Mechabellum. Oh my god. It's French toast. Can't believe I hate French toast. Shit. Fuck that up. I thought I'd put spice in those, to be honest. Kind of silly that I didn't replace it sooner. Okay, well. No one saw anything, we're good. How often do they do these claims? What do you mean the drops? Last time there was a couple of days gap between the campaigns, but like they've been pretty much consistent since release. Oh, no, no worries. No, there's nothing wrong with Mechabellum. I quite enjoy Mechabellum. I played it quite a lot before it came out as full release. When you say big batteries, you mean fuel cells, right, Sabu? Yeah. Sure, damn, I can do that quickly. Ooh, exciting Bio Guardian. That's gonna be very nice. Most people I know fell into either making Warhammer 40k or making Gundam. There's not many people that do both. I know. Elabaron, unfortunately the drops campaign has just ended, which is why we changed the title. We are hoping there'll be some more drops starting tomorrow or another day. But there are no more drops on right now, unfortunately. Let me go check the drops page and see if anything has popped up. That's why my scout between originally when suddenly come down for Spice Eye, it's only all my health. That's due to a bug by the looks by the sounds of things, Finboss. That doesn't sound like it's the normal expected interaction going on. Yep. There doesn't appear to be any more Dune one listed yet today, so you might see tomorrow, but there won't be any for the rest of the day, unfortunately. It's a very odd bug, bastard, though. Not one I've heard of before. I'm fairly sure we've finally emptied all of the boxes. I just need to do one more run of the sand crawler to bring everything back. We can do a wing gamber as well after this because there's quite a lot of durability loss. Catch you later, Demnar. Have a good one. Cheers for today, buddy. Appreciate you. Pretty much, yeah. The whole plan with all the spice is to store it, to use it all, to roll around in it when we're bored. We love spice. Yeah, Zabu just told me that does timer when he built the base, and we've been transporting for 2 hours. That means we harvested all of that spice in the first 3.5 hours of stream. That's a three. If we had more storage, think of what we could have done. The issue is logistics. That's genuinely the problem. Because the most you can take across the gap at any one time is 1,000 volume, which is such a low amount. Can't. Yeah, true. Yeah, like, yeah, Savage just said, like, with a refinery, we could have done it here in the deep desert, but it would have taken the same amount of time, if not more, to do all the refining jobs we would have been waiting for anyway. So, yeah. Oh god, the water. Yeah, getting water out of the deep desert is annoying. Yeah, you can eat spice raw. It's like grape Kool-Aid. The flavor of grape Kool-Aid. Can you move the harvester hood on transporter out of the map? Nope, you have to dismantle it and carry it across in pieces. The Battlefield games are 90% off on Steam. Awesome. Sweet. Still sad, yeah. Coca-Cola, yeah. I've heard that 6 plays a lot more like 4, which I'm quite happy with. Battlefield 4, I quite enjoyed, to be honest with you. I don't know, Sabu. I haven't looked at it. BioGuardian, definitely go and get that stuff looked at, because disk problems are not ones to mess with. I speak from personal experience. Awful. Revenant, it's Battlefield 4 feels good, because Battlefield 4 is what I miss. I kept going back to Battlefield 4, because that's what I really enjoyed. The most modern version that I enjoyed a lot. So I'm glad that 6 feels more like 4. I mean, it's a completely engulfed category, so it might be something I touch off stream. Actually, we'll see, because tomorrow afternoon, potentially, like, we could, depends on how much we do, even this afternoon, actually. Let's see if I've got access. And also, I won't be able to set it up during stream if I need to do secure boot. That's another fair point. So I will probably need to set it up overnight. Just seems like fucking hassle. Planning, knowing what we're going to play in advance and making the changes to the computer accordingly couldn't be me. I've never updated my graphical drivers during a stream just to see what would happen. Shit. Played by myself. I've double played myself. Do I think the industry is failing with the anti-cheat campaign, or they're running with a secure boot kind of? Ultimately, anti-cheat is always going to be an arms race, right? You know, the games companies are always going to be on the defensive. They're always going to be behind. Like, that's the nature of that interaction. I wouldn't expect them to get it right every time, but I think at the moment they're just about catching up. But it's just in a really irritating way. It just doesn't. It's not going to feel good to interact with at all. Which can be a problem by itself. Because you're adding a level of complexity to what you want. Like, people want gaming to be largely seamless. So you literally just, you know, get up, you download the game that you want to play, you start playing it, right? The more extra steps you add in, the more people are going to get confused. They're going to get, like, even I'm not wanting to play a game from a franchise that sounds like a game I'm going to love because it's like Battlefield 4. The hassle of doing secure boot just seems like it's something I don't want to have to deal with. And yeah, kernel level access by itself is not ideal. So my option largely would probably be to set up get a second PC, put the kernel level on one PC for gaming, and then stream off of the main PC. But like, you can't ask players to do that to be safe. I do indeed stream, Chex Max. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Ah, you're alright. Ah, you're alright. Not a problem at all. Wouldn't expect you to know. You finally got your carrier back? Congrats, bud. Yeah, Thor's doing good. He's on his vacation. Been sleeping, resting, doing stuff around the house, getting ferret stuff sorted. Likely have some news within the next week or so about the ferret rescue, which is going to be cool. It doesn't require kind of actually that requires me to go and enable secure boot, Colleen, which is where I have that issue. DEFCON's cancelled, bud. Vacation, yes. Genuinely, I think that the first week of vacation for Thor is going to be learning about how to take vacation. Because I think this is his first vacation in about 5 years. He's taken time off for being sick or being busy. But actual vacation? Like, taking time off is a skill. It doesn't actually come naturally to everyone. So, like, I don't think it comes naturally to him. I think he has to work on it. See, having vacations been going away, or vacations and having time off. like with nothing to do, like to purposely take time off to do nothing, like different. Because you know, house remodels and stuff you do on a vacation, like you're still doing stuff. So that kind of thing. I mean, quite possibly WL. We'll see. I don't know when he's specifically planning on coming back. We can see. Exactly, Gaikotsu. I think that's the hard part, is I have to be doing something, I have to be productive, is the trap. Yeah. Welcome back from lurking, John. Nothing particularly exciting, just realizing that we've been transporting stuff for like multiple hours, which is deeply funny. Hey, welcome on in, Maggie. Good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, exactly, APC. Taking time with the fuzz buckets. Yes, Mail. Yeah, that's why we updated the title. The title doesn't say drops anymore. You might need to refresh the like Control F5 on the page if it's updated for you. But our title does not include the name drops anymore. Yeah, Stephen, yeah, you do have to disable the crawler to get out of the deep desert. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain. Sorry, I didn't see that question a minute ago. On the merge chat, I missed it. Oh, yeah, the drops command is always going to be live. That's fine. Oh yeah, transporting with me is like, yeah, Radio Chronos that is what happens, yeah. Well, I think we've actually managed to move everything out of this base. All the stuff that we made in the first few hours of stream has now been moved. Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. And some stuff that's happened mined last night, apparently. I think I also left some titanium here a while ago. I think Demnar moved it. It's so much quicker doing this in a Scout Mark 6. I'll be honest, I'm also awful at taking vacation. I'm a hypocrite when it comes to Thor in this, because like I have to learn how to take vacation as well, chat. Like, to be fair. Paint of Steel, as far as I understand it, silicon runs don't work with a crawler. Crawlers don't pick up sand, flower sand. Yes, I did. I somewhat agree. The only thing I could think of is that you might need to have a different, like, vacuum for the flower sand, because there's a different density, and therefore you might have different filters to basically filter out the other stuff. Because remember, you're filtering out all of the sand, so you're basically trying to get out the sand and only keep the spice. The flour sand will be of different density to the spice, so maybe you need a different module for that, which then introduces more use of, you know, modular parts for the sand core as well, which I think is cool by itself. Bachelor clan. The other part is I didn't actually take any holiday. I still worked a couple of hours every day. I just did less work. I'll take holiday in January. No, you're quite alright, Penstill, not a problem. Happy to help. Why January? Time of year I want to take a holiday. I'll go away with my partner for her birthday. The plan. It's kind of creepy. Oh, excuse me. Second. No, one thing that Thor and I took, it took like 2 years to realize that Jay and my partner have the same birthday, which is quite a small chance generally. Yeah, we will be doing more RimWorld on stream at some point. Not today, but at some point we will. Yeah. I want to be able to get like properly stuck into it, and I'm duning. My brain is in Dune mode. Yeah, every year, I know. It's wild, yeah. Yeah. Duning, exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, at least we know that it's very easy for each of us to remind the other to take the day off or to not do anything. That, like, I know there's going to be a quiet day for the company, so like, sorted, because I'm not around, Thor's not around. The two biggest troublemakers won't even be here. Your wife and I have the same birthday, and your son and his partner have the same. That's cool. What are the chances, eh? I love that. So what are we going to go collect after we do that? What's next? Okay, I'll go run the deep desert bases then. Fine. Oh, of course, yeah. I'm going out to grab a bunch of repair tools because I massively need to repair all of the vehicles that I've just been using because everything I've got is damaged and I've got nothing repair tool wise. Yes, yeah, the loading screens is what makes it. There just needs to be better there needs to be better ways of transferring across from the like items from the deep desert into the Hargo Basin, honestly. Even if you had to go to the taxi rank and pay them to take, you know, 5,000 volume across, 10,000 volume across, pay them in Solaris to give Solaris more of a use. Even that would be better. I'm just getting ridiculous. Oh, Jesus. Hello, Patoos. I hope you are doing well, bud. Yes, we are, in fact, potentially out of water. I can't remember the last time we spent 2 million water in a single day. And also including all the bodies that will have been spent as well across the day. Slow mode. I mean, that will give you... Yeah, we had all of those friends in the boxes, and that's how many friends we've had to... You know, we've gotten through today. It wouldn't surprise me if there's something to do with the volume of items that can be carried across the server border. Yeah, I agree. Storage, that's for storage. Where is your base on the map? Are you still at the hexagon? That bit. Yeah, yeah. Jeez. Wait, let's check the friends. Oh, yeah, we're out of friends. We're complete. I'm not sure I want to know that number. You know, like when you've done something, you're like, that was a bit ridiculous. Maybe I shouldn't look at that. Like when you've gone for a big food shop and you've got way too many snacks. There's 94,000 spice sand, and there's already 7 jobs going. They've probably been going for about 3 hours. We've probably done 20 jobs. It's probably about 4,000 melange. Wait. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Maybe 3,000 spice melange. That's what I'm saying. 3,000 spice melange. No, no, and the problem is that we need 1 plastinium per spice melange to keep, you know, roughly on par. So, we got a lot of uppies mining to do. Shame, right? Now, the issue is, I can't carry neighbors in this vehicle, chat. This is a non-neighbor's vehicle. This took a beating from that rocket that time. So I'm gonna need to come back. No, I'm loyal to my. I'm also in the middle of a job where I need to go and fix the carrier and the sandcrawler because they're absolutely fucked. The carrier's ravaged. We're gonna do a wing gamber, so yeah. And going through a storm and stuff earlier, which was deeply funny. I don't think well, no, I was out of repair tool. I think I did a little bit of a touch up, but I couldn't do a full repair. It's anyone's. Even I couldn't tell you what the integrity of those wings is right now remotely. I could guess but I could be 10% off either side. I mean, yes, yeah, there's an argument about making stack sizes larger, but then you're talking about, well, you know, there's stack sizes are also part of a limitation on some stuff you can carry in your inventory, so there's definitely a balancing conversation to be had about transporting stuff back and forward, but there is also, I think, some architecture issues in there, yeah, like some of you are saying. Real talk, I think you also should have to land to refuel your ornithopters. The idea of getting out and somehow plugging fuel cells into the ornithopter while I'm flying it feels a bit weird. Tiny, yeah, because then you've got safe deployment of resources. You could basically use that to, like, smuggle resources back and forth. There just needs to be a way of shipping back and forth that's more than 1,000 in volume. Whether that's used, I think the taxi hub might be the easier way to do it. Just literally use it like an inventory. You upload it on one end and you basically pull it out the other. It basically becomes the guild bank that you're giving access to remotely. Some kind of timer, volume limit, etc., you know, would make sense as well. Like that could balance it. But ultimately, you could just have remote access to the guild bank at the taxi service. You could also have a guild bank access at your base, and you install a terminal. Installing a terminal that will allow you to access the Chome exchange and the guild bank from your base would be very helpful. Remember, the guild bank is the banking guild's bank, so it's your personal one, but it's called the guild bank because they like to confuse you. We spent 2 weeks being like, why is the guild bank not working? Why can't we see each other's items? No, it's literally a bank owned by the guild. In a game where you have guilds, that is very confusing. Because you would think that the guild would be to do with the guild, like a bank for the guild. It's not. How often are you refueling while hovered above the crawler? Quite frequently, but that's my point, Sabu. Like, that would be it. It should be balanced around you not being able to do it. It should just be called the bank, yeah. Or the Chome bank or something that's not the guild bank. Just to help the naming convention, because it's caused so many questions. So many people have asked me, oh, well, how do I have my own personal bank when there's the guild bank? And I'm like, no, they just named it badly. The guild bank is the banking guild. That's your personal bank. That's why no one else can see your money when you put it into the depositing into the guild bank. In peace. The gank bank. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jaxus. Good job. I'm proud of you. No one's gonna misquote that at any point. And if there's any problems with it, we call the the gank bank. Banky McBank face, yeah. Something that isn't guild bank when guilds are different. You had to say it, Glorious Red, didn't you? Can't believe you. Right. Repairs. First of all. Oh, we need to replace this generator. This is from the Thopter of the Rocks. It's like the last real key piece that's gonna have to go at some point, and it's just it's nearly at 50%, and it's just not safe to be running that in the deep desert. It's gonna be a sad day, chat. Make an altar and chest. Maybe I could do that. I could make a chassis that just has the generator on it, and maybe the hull. Yeah, this thing took a beating in the storm, but hey, we'll make it work. We don't actually. I'm not going to do a wing gamma on the carrier now. Don't want to take it back out. I did say we don't do wing gamma on the carrier. I think I broke my own rule. Take it seriously, damn it. That's not helpful. I'm also looking forward to Atreides and Harkonnen carrier variants, chat, because currently we don't have those. That's only, it only goes up to mediums. I think it'd be interesting to see what they do carriers like, because that could be fun. a new carrier, this much damage? Nah. We could at some point do something where we replace all of the wings on these, but the carrier can probably go down to about 75% and still remain operationally viable. The assault and the scout probably do need to have them replaced. They're about 66%, which deep desert wise I don't really like that much. Some of these wings, yeah, they're all 81%. 85, 83, that's quite low. This is all, that centrifuge is a bit fucked, but hey, I might replace that. Yeah, when I was using the I remember my original Thopter having starting with damaged wings back in 2 months ago. Yeah, it feels like a wildly long time ago, and also not that much time at the same time. It's like a perfectly brand new buggy Mark 6. Wow. Oh, it's got Mark 5 treads. Okay, Mark 4. Okay, so it's. I was gonna say that is very mixed. So yeah, just doing the repairs from that took a whole welding torch. Just nuts. Okie dokie. Well, I was gonna go and run Foxtrot 3, which is a cave I need to do today. And then okie dokie. Yep. Yes, Tex-Mex. What's up? It's indeed me, I think. Last time I checked, anyway, that was me. I'll ask quietly. I got you. Yeah, bread's fine here. The only thing that I don't allow is the mods aren't allowed to have Greg's while on shift, because we can't have a repeat of the Greg's riots. Oh, see, Maggie, you don't have a mod sword here, so you're free to have all the Gregs that you want. You are one of the Ingregand. The holy ones. You're not cursed anymore. You're free to have both bread and Gregs here. I know, wild. True freedom, absolute anarchy. Dorian, are you Gregnant? Are you Gregananant? Are you Gregnente? Oh, there's someone else here already. I could have been meaner. I didn't kill him, I just shot him in the ass. I'll come back later. I didn't aim for the head. I shot them in the butt just to be funny. That's called teaching them a lesson in observational awareness. Is PvP still wonky? Hell yes. Ground PvP is a really weird, like, experience all around. Fuck's sake. Love trying to update your perks and then you go across a server border and putting the turret back on. It's just too good to not have the turret. How much does it hurt? That one probably would have taken about half their health. If they weren't at, so you see the bar that I've got is half regenerated here on the, over there. My health bar. That's because I've got a higher threshold here on, wait, so wrong tree. Here I've got, the healing regen limit. So when I regenerate my own health, it's 130% higher. My passive. So I actually have more health at default without, you know, like without having to repair myself. It probably would do about half a health bar, depending on where you hit someone and what your skills are. So, had I not had, you know, if they didn't have the same abilities, then it could have knocked them down if they've never bandaged. But that's why if you're using basic health, you should always be bandaging. If you've got this much, you can actually generally tank it a little bit more. Not that much they can kill you. Oh, being shot in the ass. No, okay, I thought you meant how much damage it did. I'm talking about damage numbers. Also, I have heard tell of something that surprises me. There will be a storm hitting in probably about 3 minutes. Just so you know where I am up in Indigo. Hello, Rook. Well, my Raelia is excuse me. My Raelia is away on their holidays until the 18th, and then they've got to deal with their backlog. So it'll probably be some point at the end of the month. I know I really want the emotes too. I'm excited for them, but I can't magic them, and I don't want to rush them. So we will get there. We will have a number of batches of them, and then once that's done, I've also got new ones to request for the pirate software side as well.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Where's my reinforcement? We've got it coming.
baby. You reached the building limit for your walls and stuff. Wow, that's like commitment to base building to do that. Okay, we're gonna kill you first. Okay, let's do this.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No, you can't run through this next room, see? Where's the heavy? Well, there's the melee. Come back here. You're next. We got a little choppy. Oh yeah, looks like there was a couple of drop frames. Keep an eye on it. Let me everyone back? Are we all good? Are you alive? I would love to see B with a like a Darth Maul style lightsaber setup, reaping his way through here. I don't know why my camera seems to be off. We may need to do a relog. But there are more chests in here that I didn't get, but that's the important one. Oh, it did work, thank you. There's a chest in here, actually. There's one more in that dark place, yeah. Where do we want to go next? You compare this two still sense. You said, "How about thumpers?" I don't like thumpers, so I've not tested or used the thumpers. I wouldn't even bother making them. The only use for a thumper is when you have cleared out a fallen shipwreck. You can put a thumper down and it will clear it out sooner, so it'll respawn faster. Well, it might respawn faster. I'm not even entirely certain about that one. It just clears off the map so that other people can't waste their time on it. That's the only use I've ever found for a thumper that's consistently worked. And even then, sometimes the webs just fucking ignore them. Which is insanity. I wouldn't mind the Fed drinker, yeah. Let's have 6, okay. Hawk is here. Oh, my damn Holtzman shield went on. I can't wait for that bug to be gone. Whoop. Whereas Thor, like, Thor is on vacation, or learning how to take time off, which is probably a more accurate assessment. But hey, yeah, we've all got areas we can learn from. I'm the same. I'm no better. I'm terrible at taking time off. The Arkansas? Yeah. I'm trying to get better at learning which icon it is by sight. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. He might be, yeah. Waiting for him to be back from the ads in a couple of seconds. Excuse me. Welcome back after the adverts, everybody. I hope you're doing well. We are about to run one of the Deep Desert Lab areas. This one likely has a kill room, if I recall correctly from its shape. Yeah, it does. So, we got to fight our way through this one. Yeah, I think this is the multi-stage. So when you get into the Deep Desert Labs, you'll find that they start having these doors that you'll have to cutter your your way through, which they don't have in Haga Basin. They don't really prepare you for this necessarily. This is why it's still important to bring your cutter ray with you wherever. It's not one of those optional tools that you can kind of get away with not using. The cutter ray is something you'll always have to carry with you no matter what. And of course, they've not made it so that it doesn't always give you a bunch of salvage metal anywhere else apart from these ones. Got so many plasteel plates. Don't need the broken one of those. Solari, sit down the bottom. The main reason, chat, that I'm gathering a lot of the irradiated slag is because the irradiated slag is used with spice residue to make some of the things that we need for power. So we've got quite a lot of spice. Why is this green? Is it? Oh, someone's probably just recently cleared this through. Oh, we actually might get some PvP. Oh, Mark 6 heal kit as well. when you're in these, chat, there is something important to note, is that, what? Because a real weird mix of materials in these now. It's important to note that when you're in these deep desert areas where you get enemy waves, these ammo crates will refill at each stage. So when there's a new round, that's been looted, see? This is respawn though. The off-world medical supplies, to be fair, isn't bad at all. I won't say no. Mark 5, Mark 5. But one of these, I mean, you can make yourself replacement assault ornithopters and such, you know. Yeah, if we can get inventory loot filters, that would be a very, very nice feature. I agree with you, yes. No chest up there. This way. Hmm. Yeah, if I could get one that would automatically reject like junk metal, I would love inventory filters. It would be fantastic. Yeah, I think a few of those quality of life things like, you know, inventory filters, that kind of thing, I think they will come eventually. It's just, it's about, you know, dev priorities and, you know, they can only spend their time doing so many things. Looted shit. Yep. This is the problem. You can, if those enemies had respawned, because this has been cleared through in the last like 10 or so minutes. If the enemies had respawned, you can get all the way through here after like 15 minutes and there'll be nothing here from like half an hour. The game needs to reward whoever completes it, not whoever, like, not just on a random timer it will respect. It needs to be tied to when the NPCs respawn, they do the work, they get the same reward. I didn't, you know, do the work. I don't deserve the reward. But when the NPCs respawn, some, like, people should. Like, if Sabu runs through now, you will likely find that the enemies have respawned at the start, or at least will do soon. Did I not pick up the purple keycard? Oh, that's the exit. Oh, this one has respawned? What? Or they just didn't take the, they were looking for blueprints. They weren't looking for the, Solari, I guess. I just didn't go through the purple door, yeah. Very confused. They literally must have just like run through and just only looted that chest. The core for recycle? Nah, it's not really worth it. I only need it in the like the large like clumps I get. Like if I get it from like from scanning a like a cache that's in the sand, or one of the fallen ships, then I would only pick it up. But I'm not going to go out and like recycle cores or recycle batteries for it. I'm not that desperate for it. It's only a convenience gather rather than anything else at the moment. If it was like, you know, fluid pumps, that'd be very different. There is somebody outside, Sabu. Is that you? be. Could be. Button and thought. Tradie. Wait, this is the same style as mine. Could be. Nothing to gain from shooting him down. Oh, they're here harvesting. That makes sense. Oh, nice. I like how the party icons are still working. Yeah, that was a joke. The party icons are not working. That other scout thopter is Sabu. Yes, chat. We're gonna fly east towards Hotel 6, yeah. I do like the color of the spice plumes. We might do a diversion through the spice plume. That wants some spice, right? Cheers for taking. I agree with you. I mean, that's exactly it. There is one thing I will say. I mean, Thor flagged to Funcom during, like, quite early on during the closed testing, like, people were you could just log off in a room and log back in every 45 minutes and just, like, gather the same loot. That's a shitty spawn. Because yeah, you could just log in every 45 minutes even, and it would respawn the chests. People still do that, but like we told them that 2 months before launch. That is the one thing that frustrates me, is that is really avoidable. You just need to track what player ID has opened that chest and turn it into an instanced loot. It's like a filter so that person cannot get it if they haven't done another run through. Like, or you have to use a token to open the chest. Hello, Versfiesel. Welcome on in. Yeah, use one of the keys to open the chest, and you have to gather that. Have a single-use item that you use to open the chest. Are we gonna get there in time? You know the drill. When we fly through, you have to take a real big sniff. You know, just big sniff in when we fly through the delicious purple cloud. That would be really abusable, QQ Rook, though. That's the problem. Here goes. Look. Delicious. Woof. Good kick. Hey, Val, thank you for the giant emote. Yeah, the big sniff. No, a snort is like a sniff's like long and like kind of gentler, whereas a snort is like I think a short, sharp. I would say Jimmy Carr laughs in snorts because they're short and sharp. You're off, Trotek, are you? In that case, catch you later, bud. He does. I can't even like simulate it. You can taste colors. Ooh. I know it's you. Yeah. I sense it was you. Big talk for a man who can't land a handstand, isn't it, G? Someone's in there fighting already. They're over here. Hello. Don't try attacking them, Sabu. Leave them to it. Yeah. We'll work together with them. Why not? We can just split whatever's at the end. Or we can fight for it then. Okay, Sabu, I can see you talking. Yeah, you had to be careful with turrets because they're not in our group.
Yeah, yeah. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Oh, it's a turret.
Hello.
You want a tango?
Friends? Oh, no friends. They don't want to be friends. Okay.
Is he firing at you? Yeah.
Doesn't it say that we're all stuck in here now? We might as well get along, but he's just being a silly burger about it. Oh, it's you. It helps when party icons aren't working.
Yeah, I'll keep my mic on. It's user. Yeah, those two are constantly. Are you? You? Oh, you little shit.
We don't have to make this difficult. We're stuck in here as well as you. There's no need for this. Like, we can just...
There's a the end there, isn't there?
Yeah, sorry. You need... It's annoying. Oh, there you go. Party icon's working now.
Big.
Enigma. Nice. Enigma and Canog are their names. No, I'm not going to use an exploit. There we go. No, we can just leave. We're not to shit on their day. Like, there's no point. Like, what did you lose, Sabby? You lose anything of any value?
No, I just came back from so the welding wire.
Fair enough. So that is the state of PvP in the game, chat. That's that. Like, I can just dance around. I've got almost infinite sustain with just my build. I'm incredibly difficult to kill because I just don't want to engage. What did they say? Oh, they said they made some kind of comment about the gun turrets, and then just kept attacking. They'd already cleared out 4 of the 5 waves. Like, I'm not gonna nab it from them. I'm not a dickhead. They were quite mad that they couldn't catch up with me. I will be honest. Like, it was quite funny watching them run after me. F8. Hello, Space Raccoon. By potato humanoid, you mean Bailey, right? I mean, hi, Caro. That's fine. Like, once we were in, once you're trapped in that room, you're trapped in that room. So, like, other than our turrets, which we didn't actually know were causing an issue for you initially, because they didn't know that you guys were on that side of the room, we were willing to leave. Like, there's a reason why we just didn't try shooting you in the back and stuff. Guy Volker, the drops have actually finished. They finished about 2 hours ago now. So you'll have to wait for the next round of drops. If I wanted to be a dickhead, I would have just pulled out the las gun, and when they were using the shotgun, I would have just opened the las gun up into the face. That would have been real rude. Oh yeah, you just won't be able to catch this. The build I've got, like. The music varies, that's the point. Still fine. Like, I just dance around for a little while. How do you deal with 3 to 4 enemies at the same time early in the game? Normally, get away and get distance. Deal with the melee enemies first, then switch back and take out the rangers. Alternatively, if you can outspeed the melee enemies, basically kite them away, then double back, kill the rangers who are only shooting at you, and go from there. Yeah, no one expects the pocket las gun. It is a thing. Yeah, turret is your friend. Yeah. I don't find that any of the heavy guns are as good as the las gun. Like the flamethrower also isn't that good. I think I'm just, you know, I'm in a serious committed relationship with my las gun. I think that's all I can really say. Wait, that's a grenade. Where do all my stamina go? When las gun marriage, I know. Do you not use melee, Sabu? Oh my god, why? Melee is so good. So much fun. Alex pick is it just feels good. I'm just gonna go down here for a second. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go behind them and lure them out. When you start shooting them, I'm gonna stab them in the butt. Spec Ops, I'm ready. I like how they know that I'm down there somehow already, but fine. There are heavy around here. Are they all just rangers? 4 rangers, okay. Don't want one of those. Nice. Nice. There's only a small trail of devastation behind me. No, it's fine. That's just the spice. That's just the spice kicking in. Don't worry about it, bud. My cloak texture is fine on your screen. My cloak texture is fine for you guys as well. It's just Sabu's just imagining something. Don't worry. I told you, don't do spice before the lab runs. Jeez. To be fair, we have handled quite a lot of spice today. I would expect a contact high at least. What have we got? Radsuit Mark 5. I'll keep that to sell because those sell for a decent amount. Yes. Nice. Put that one up, to be fair. Nope. Not in any of those. Maybe in the one that's I just didn't see. Oh yeah, Gene Watcher, nice. Class dust is what I'm mainly here for, but have you already got a Gene Watcher? Okay, you can. Do you have Tabor soft steps? Because there's blueprints in here as well for those. You probably do if you've done a lot in the deep desert. Like, tend to get quite a few of them. I'm gonna say yeah, sounds about right. And then there's a sandbike engine there. If there's anything you want, let's see how many of these I've got. Oh, you have to go. Okay, bud. Well, cheers for the company. Appreciate you. Ah, fair enough. Ah, cheers. Thank you very much for your help today, bud. Appreciate you. Cat appreciates you too. I'm speaking for them. Right, I'm gonna drop out the call now then. Good luck. Have fun. Yeet. One second. Oh, Glorious, there's very few people who are that stinky. Actually, that's actually really harsh, sorry. Ultralord's not people, Ultralord is person. There has to be a distinction. When was the last sandstorm, chat? Do we remember? Shout out to Sabu in chat for helping out today. We did some kick-ass farming with Sabu. And Sabu's on an awful lot of transporting, etc. I'm a bit concerned what happens if I invite Sabu in to help, like, build a repository base, because I think we might break the game. Catch you later, Sabu. Have a good one. Appreciate you. As always. Have a good evening with your, the family. I bet it's like right underneath the ship, isn't it? Wait, is that not a cache? Son of a bitch. I was baited by a bush. Look, they're all on the... Ridiculous. All we want is the caches. Delicious loot. Loot of 1,000 worlds. I might have gone slightly mad. Don't tell anyone. Our secret. Oh look, the quicksand that has markers in it. Only slightly. That was indeed a Treasure Planet reference. That is my favorite Disney film. If there's ever a Chronos quiz, there may in fact be questions about Treasure Planet. Boris, don't talk so loud. Thork will arrive. You have to be careful when you mention that. Thork might be summoned at a moment's notice. Horrifying. A live action Treasure Island. Been a long time. A live action Treasure Planet I'd be down with. Live action Atlantis, also very much down with. I really enjoyed Atlantis. There's like Oh, 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 cash. Cash. Yes. Loot. The loot of 1,000 worlds. Oh. Can I have any of this? I don't need you. Yeah, it's kind of, because I'm fairly sure it's Atlantis and Treasure Planet, and then my my analog on the DreamWorks side is Sinbad and The Road to El Dorado. And they're like paired because they were both, I think, both made by the same, like, their own studios. Those two studios were my favorite too. Yeah, you should definitely watch Treasure Planet. Yeah. What was my favorite experience in Dune so far? Today's been pretty good. Harvesting 200,000 spy sand. When the community banded together to replace our deep desert base after the whole thing was destroyed. The fact that this ornithopter is dancing along to the song. Uppies mining. There's just a lot of fun stuff. Just playing around with friends, really. That moment of fear when you first cross the gap between the starter area and the main game, and you start kind of you actually kind of are out there doing things for yourself rather than following so much linear storyline. That first crossing is really, like, really tense. It's a really good moment in the game. There's a lot of good bits in it. Yeah, there's a lot of good bits in the game. I think ultimately because the testers played that gameplay loop. How is this full of spice again? Why is everything I own always full of spice? I'm haunted by the spice. Blinded by the spice. Yeah, but the first big crossing, when you cross the great big one, that's the great big crossing right at the start. Like that's when you kind of take the step into the game and like you're being left to do the game yourself at that point. Like the game isn't holding your hand. You're on your own now. You're now setting out doing your own destiny kind of thing. That's what that feels like in that moment. It's great. First stare down with a worm, that's great. I mean, there's just, yeah. I've had some great times in this. It is a very good game by itself. It's not my game of the year by any means. That's still Force of Expedition 33. Nothing will knock off the perch that I can see coming out, but I'm willing to be surprised. So it is. I don't know. I will never assume that a live-action remake of the original ones is going to be as good as the original. That's not a safe assumption. It'll be different, and you shouldn't expect it to be the same as or as good as. Like, if you get the same feelings from it as you do from the first one, that's what's good about it, you know. Have they? A free Necron ebook about Trazen the Infinite. I'll have to grab that. Trazen's quite a cool character. I have not played Grounded, JFK. No, I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. But I also haven't played Grounded 2, if that's where the question was going. Some people were talking about it, but not too many people have asked for it, so it's not like been something that I've kind of felt like there's a huge kind of community push to do it. But give it a go. Potentially at some point. There's so many different games. I think it is the Honey I Shrunk the Kid survival game where you fight giant insects. Yeah, that's what I see. Do I just not get map markers anymore to find the one cave that I'm looking to find? Shit. Can't remember where it was. Already been looted. I mean, you just Whee! I'm such a troll. People are like panicking, thinking, "Oh shit, I'm about to get PvP'd," and you just hear "Whee!" across comms. Larissa, the drops have actually ended for the day, so there will be no more drops. That first link is a good joke, though. Ultimately, if they are thinking 100% clearly, they will recognize that the speed at which I'm closing on them is a non-rocket scout ornithopter. There are 4 wings, very visible. They know that I'm a scout. They can see the speed. They should know that I'm not in a rocket, but fear will make them bucker. And you'll get the PvP shakes until you learn, wait, actually, no, I don't need to be worried about this. This, and this is true. Was that you, Epos?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I love doing that, and then someone pops up in chat. That's what makes it even better. Everyone's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, it's just Kronos pissing around again."
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Had a dream. I thought this little platform would be enough. There's plenty of support. What are you talking about? Don't think it's possible, you know. Oh, because the Pentashield, I can't put that on top either. So it's like that moment in Avatar when, you know, he swoops in that first film when there's like this giant ass fucking wide-winged motherfucker that just like scares the bejesus out of all of the Na'vi. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm fine with that. There's our base. Now we just sit back and we see it disappear.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
As I forgot, that's likely just like a visual bug. It's just detecting it normally when it's angered on a wreck, or when the grandfather worm and you're flying over a ring mouth. It normally has quite a high verticality. Some hasn't even hit us yet. There we go. I like our little like beam of light. This is remarkable, isn't it? I feel a bit like I'm in a Fable game. Like, this is great. Okay, Glorious, I will not restart my game. Britain. The sun sets upon humanity. Well, that was a lovely little nap, wasn't it? Excuse me. Okie dokie. Well, I have an idea for what I want to do now. It's not do that. That's not what I wanted to do now. Back to slow mode. Pop up on water. That's not exactly what I would call visible at a distance. They probably do. Anything of value? Amplifier is the main thing. Grab that. It's easier to do this, I think, in the shadows. Two on there. I heard a grumbly sound. Wormy bastard. I want to get these loot drops. One there. One there. But that's kind of delicious for a worm. This one can be more of a problem. Vaseline, apparently there's an issue with the new privacy policy push. So I would join their Discord and wait for some news, because they will likely publish something when they have an update. This is going to be a bugger to do. But I'm not sure that's even going to be possible, so... Okay, I might have done that a few too many times, because that went too well. Fuck off. I'm just gonna leave. That's a very wormy area. I'm sure the devs are working on it rapidly. Don't worry, chat. Like a... Give me a second to just check something. Okay, let me just do something quickly. Just gonna pin that so that people who are coming in know that we are aware of it. And I will just send a quick message to devs saying... Right, there we go. I've sent them a quick massage to let them know that got a pinned message letting people know that it's been looked into. Because we help here, you know, they're working hard on it, and I'm sure they'll get on it as soon as possible. These kind of things happen. Did I watch the Genie 3 promo video? I did not. No, I don't think so. Too close to the world border. It'll be a bush. We're gonna shred my scanner doing this, but hey. Feels like fun. It's something a little bit new. Oh shit, I can't do that. Sort of saw a ping. Oh, I might have seen the flower sand ping, didn't it? Catch you later, Evil King Balor. Have a good one. Nice. We might have missed the storm bounty immediately after the sandstorm. Oh no, maybe we're not. Maybe we just needed to get lucky. What a weird collection of things that come in these. Oh, I logged in because it's only new connections it's identity doing. I was already logged in before whatever change this is was pushed. We've reported it to the devs, so you know the devs are aware of it. They're on it. So I did disable logging in so that I could have all of the spice. You know what? That's it. You're 100% right. You've called me out on it. It was me all along. It was me, John Privacy Policyman, with my data protection background, of course. You know, it makes sense. I intercepted the privacy policy, disabled it so that I could get all of your spice. Look, here it is. Look, I can even leave spice on the ground. Oh. Oh, does that upset you? Oh. Oh, Thork's here. Thork heard about the spice chat. I mean, Thork, don't worry about it. There's no spice press latinum here at all. Whoop. I can't believe chat would summon Thork like that by talking about spice. Apparently we're going on an adventure. Can we not? Thank you, vehicle. I mean, these are a great source of, like, end game resources, because you need some of the stuff for tier 6 production. I like how upset Thork is seeing me drop that spice. You know, you're right. He should be tormented. Not about the profit. See, there's more profit in other areas. He just doesn't like it. Okay, I drove off Thork. I convinced him that there was latinum elsewhere. Delachi, first of all, shut the fuck up. That's incredible. I'm using that. Thank you. That's, next time I talk about my avatar, I'm talking about my quack simile. Adept burst drill shot. I'm not even going to bother picking it up. Like, it's just trash. Sorry. I've just started ignoring whatever my Thopter does when I land, and just work it out when I'm done. Jeez, this is a bonanza. My multi-dollar empire grows ever more. I'm not going in the quicksand. No, I'm not that dumb. What zone am I in? I'm in the wake of a large sandstorm that just went through. So when you follow the sandstorm, you'll find that you get a lot of these caches for a little temporary while afterwards if you follow its path. And sometimes you can come across a nice large field of them like this, which is a nice large set of loot. Which, as you know, we love loot. Loot is delicious. Look at all of those. Oh wait, I've already looted most of those. I haven't looted this one. Fine. You get a real variety of things in it. I'm fairly sure you can get almost anything in the game in these. It's just really random chances. It's kind of what it feels like. It feels just like a complete potluck. Oh, well, thank you, Twinned Assassins. Kind of you to say, bud. Crypto, I've been logged in since before that was pushed, so I don't have an issue, it seems. I've sent a message to the devs, and they're aware of it in their Discord. So, I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything back from them, or you guys will get an update in the Discord, I guess is how it's going to work. In the meantime, feel free to, you know, hang out, and I will share with you an update as soon as I have one. Look at why. Well, this quicksand is... way was the storm? Storm went this way. Go across the border. Loot. Delicious. We might be done with the delicious spawns of loot, chat. What's the saying? It's like 99 bugs on the wall, 99 bugs on the wall, take one down, patch it around, 156 bugs on the wall. Isn't that how it goes? Like, that's, I'm fairly sure that's how development is, isn't it? I'm not a developer, so, you know. It's how most things seem to be. Remember that it may be country dependent that you are getting privacy policies like that, because privacy policy changes are going to be dependent on your nation that you live in, or the jurisdiction in which you are. So it may be that, you know, for example, Americans can't log in because of a privacy policy change there, or people from California can't change because of a California Privacy Act change. It might be a region-specific problem as well, depending on wherever this privacy policy change has been pushed out to. I mean, you know, policy is a really fun word because it disguises a whole bunch of things. Because you do plenty of stuff that's against policy all the time. In the case of Eve, it was, you know, 10,936 bugs on the wall, 10,936 billion bugs. Take one down, patch it around, oh shit, now no one can log into the game because we disabled player-owned starbases. Yeah, so it really was the spaghetti code. Well, we flew quite a long way from home. Were we in the depths of the I sector? Yeah, we're in Gulf 9. Jeez, I didn't really got this far. Okay, well, we'll just fly on home, buddy. I'll be honest, I've written privacy policies. I've written, like, a bunch of staff policies for all kinds of things across the years. At the end of the day, you're just basically writing out, like, a lot of policy is mostly written from a, you have to have this because it's a legal requirement standpoint, and if anything goes wrong, you know, you have to be able to point and say, well, it was the employee's fault they didn't follow policy. That's kind of where policy ends up. 10 billion bugs on the wall, that's a Strybug problem, exactly. McBay, excuse me, McBay, Kinator, thank you. Yeah, McBay Kinator, nice. Thank you very much for your sub with Prime, buddy. And Vaseline for Men as well, thank you very much for your sub with Prime 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that on my feed. I was probably distracted by the hunt for shiny loot. I appreciate you all using your Prime subs. At the end of the day, if you are paying for Amazon Prime, you are entitled to your Twitch Prime to you know, go without ads. And you know, the nice thing is that doesn't auto use, so if you forget to use it, that money goes and stays with Amazon rather than getting paid to Twitch or to a streamer. So you should make sure that you're using your Twitch Prime on, you know, a channel here, you know, the Ferret stream from Ferret Software, you know, another small streamer, just so that Jeff Bezos gets taken like another $2.50 away that he just can't have. Can't put it towards his Moon Diamond statue project. Use your primes. Use your Prime subs, chat. It makes a difference. They add up. Plus, then you get no ads, which is neat. And if you watch a lot of Twitch, to be honest with you, I can only ever advise getting Turbo. Like, Turbo's a great thing because you don't have ads anywhere, which is just nice. You need to get sub to multiple channels if you've got Turbo, generally. But at that point, you're subbing for emotes, and I know that I haven't got emotes sorted yet, so, you know, it's something I'm trying to get done, but unfortunately, I decided to stream during people's summer holidays, and apparently that was silly because people had to go away and do things. So the emotes are a little bit delayed, but they are being created. I've seen the drafts. I showed a couple of the drafts chat. Zelpagor, thank you very much for your Prime. Thank you for keeping that $2.50 away from Bezos. You know, we don't need that statue on the moon glinting all the time, honestly. It's just not necessary. Although, if it was me, I would, if I was, you know, a billionaire and I was at that point, it should basically be a competition of who can get to the moon first and put up a reflector, like shining light directly into like one of the other ones, like main bedroom, or like directly into their eyes if they're doing like a CEO briefing. I feel like that would be a, you know, a billionaire's kind of competition. Another week of vacation? Yeah. Oh. I'm looking forward to TwitchCon, but that won't be a vacation for me. Hello, Dark Matter. I'm doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? I mean, I know that our kind of our low orbit is basically just full of debris and stuff. A lot of it gets brought down by kind of like Point Nemo kind of area, but still. Antibiotic-resistant dental infection. Jeez, Dark Matter. Well, I hope that you're okay and you're recovering, bud. That's wild. I think that the easy thing to forget about space is, in its infinite vastness around us, like even in the local area, there are still, as you decrease the size of the item you're looking at, there are exponentially more and more and more objects. Because, like, think about how many small small rocks there must be the size of, you know, golf balls out there. While most of them will be pulled into into asteroid belts and stuff, they're still going to be out there. And in its infinite vastness, like the universe would just. Bro, that's a lot of golf ball sized rocks. So tracking something like the size of a car is still a pretty big achievement because there's so many of those items inside of our area. The server seem fixed. Okay, that's great news. Thanks for that, Delegus. We'll keep an eye out and put the pin down if it's not fixed. If it is fixed, even I'll take the pin down. Yes. Yeah, it was 250 opifiers, which isn't bad at all. 43 Solari, we're rich. We're rich. Another Baron's blood bag, nice. I really like it when we find out, like, as a species about some stuff like we just didn't have any idea about before. Like, you know, oh, cool. Earth has a whole belt of asteroids around it. Like, that kind of thing. Like, those kind of discoveries that just kind of overturn, just like, huh, we didn't know that. That's kind of weird. That's a cool. Like, I think it reminds us that we don't know everything. I think it's important. Good.
I need help.
There's still one more in here. God damn it. Normal blade parts, interesting. Well, let's do one of these wing gambers soon. That's how you know that you've got like loot hoarderitis. That's what it is. When you have the cravings, when you yearn for the mines, when you see a titanium ore node and you get excited, that's how you know that the game's got you. You think 27%? Is that what you reckon? Oh, we'll do a gamble when we get back to the base. Ooh. So right, we do this, so I don't give the game away. 991%. Fascinating. So we go over to here. There we go. Manage prediction. Use this one. There we go. All right, the wing gambit has started, chat. I'm going to get in the vehicle and show you the integrity of the wings. You can use your channel points to guess what it is, unless you're in one of the countries in like Scandinavia or the Netherlands, in which case your government says no. Unlucky. You say 21%, Balthazar, but you predicted 31 to 35, and it tells us in chat. Look at the ruse. I mean, it's always 69%. That's always the good joke. The wing gambit is almost over. Get your votes in, chat. You could win some delicious channel points. Final seconds. I'm closing. Okay. Damn hay fever. Oh, shit, which one was that one? Here we go. 17% of you think it's 41 to oh, hang on, let's just do this so we don't change any thresholds. It's probably a good idea. %17 of you think it's 41 to 45%. 23% of you think it's 21 to 25. That's quite low. To be honest, I'm surprised. 17%, 26 to 30. The majority of you think 31 to 35, and 14% of you think 36 to 40. I can reveal that It was, in fact, 34%, chat. I'm going to choose the outcome, 31 to 35%. You guys are getting better at it. The more and more of you are getting it right every single time. You're doing good. You're learning. Well done. You're colorblind, so showing you won't have... Okay, that's, to be fair, you're playing with a handicap that I didn't anticipate. Good job, then, for winning. Are you cursed? No, that's how you won that time, didn't you? Use that winning energy. His wings are screwed up. I mean, this doctor has been well loved, as it were. Been used a lot. Yeah, you won, Balthazar. You won this time. I think these might cap about 66%. 60%, even lower. Jesus. Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot give you your horse gamba game if your government doesn't allow you to take part in the gamba. I don't have that kind of power. As much as some people might tell you, I'm not an all-powerful evil overlord, fighting anyone who dares, you know, question me. Sadly, it would be nice though. It'd be quite cool. I'd be kind of down for it, but it seems like a lot of work at the same time. I told you, Arathon, like the 5%. Thank you, Lukewarm Skelly, for adding to the counter. It's counting. Good job. I could make, I don't know, some of the clones are pretty occupied right now. There's some stuff going on in the Catholic Church. I can't, you know, I can't tell you about it, but you know, church business. Maybe demons. Who knows? You know, it's a secret. Don't tell anyone. It'll be okay. I'm gonna be on the road. And you know, the other clearances are in deep cover. You know, you guys haven't identified all of them yet. There's plenty more out there. I'm just saying, I've done that before. Yeah, that's happened to. That's one of the things that just I don't like making bases because sometimes the geometry just gets frustrating. No, demons aren't a tricky business. Demons are pretty straightforward. Devils are tricky business. You have to be on your, you have to be kind of on your tippy toes with devils. They'll catch you out. Imaginary, I have not heard anything substantial or meaningful that will improve the state of the game economically or crafting wise for Ashes of Creation Phase 3 yet. But I'm basically waiting until next week to make a full decision on kind of how everything is going ahead. I've got some busy stuff coming up this weekend for my nan's birthday. She is in her 90s, and therefore, you know, after that I'll have a little bit more free time once I've finished organising that. But hey, look, Ashes will take time to cook. Just need to leave it. It's not now. If not now, it will be like when. It's just about. It'll be some time. We just have to wait. Just need to give it some time. Thank you. I will. I'll tell her that chat sends their love, and she will look at me very, very confused, being like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Is chat a new demon? Have I become, you know, inhabited by some kind of strange prophetic dream? You never know. You never know what will happen. Trying to explain to my nana how, like, what it is that I do now as a job is in order to understand what streaming is, let alone moderating for a stream, let alone being the lead moderator, like there's a lot of steps to go back, and like that's that one's actually fairly accurate. I heard cats for a living. That's kind of fair, but that's always been my job. Like, thought I heard a worm. Distinct lack of trust when it comes to worms at the moment. I don't know why. I think it's because I've said too many times recently that I haven't died for a while. And I feel like the worm will punish me for my hubris. Been chatting shit about the worm and it's going to beat me up for it. Nice, okay. One fully looted wreck. Didn't bring a thumper, but probably should have done, because that's gold. Why is that not logged as being in G? It's probably been logged incorrectly into L. Headlights sniffing model glue again. Head like a steel trip. Wish I didn't, 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 I don't. Someone else's happiness. We've got the ads chat. Make sure you stand up, give yourself a little bit of a stretch, get some water. Hydrate yourself, hydrate your friends and family, hydrate your house, hydrate your dog. Fill your house with water. Bream as you evolve gills. Sink ships in the nearby harbors. You know, normal things. Jesus, that's oh, hate these things. Yeet. We'll never end up like him, behind my back I already am. King Bailey is good today, thank you. Yep, he had a nice cuddle this morning. He stayed in here and slept weirdly into the desk because he was a bit scared of some noises outside. But after that gardening as all was done, it was all fine. Fly through the eye zones and just see what's up here. What do you want? Look, you're a giant moldy cucumber. Look at you. No wonder cats don't like cucumbers. It reminds them of sandworms. Nah, he's all right. And he lured me outside during an ad break while chat were being very patient, so he could have a belly rub. So he actually did quite well out of it. He got an outside paths belly rub. You know, luring me outside, thinking that he wanted feeding or something was important. Nah, he just wanted to snuggle outside. I mean, Time's like, what else do you do during ad breaks? Like, you know, just the natural thing. Like, you know, I might be doing that, I might be doing something else. Maybe I'm, you know, constructing something in the background that you'll see at some point eventually. Maybe I'm building an ant farm with small shrunken humans that I've captured. I mean, what, huh? I'll set a target for that. Sometimes it's nice and rejuvenating to have an on-stream snuggle with the cat. Yeah. Honey, I've shrunk the mods. They can't have concentrated candy. It has to be sugar water. That's why you only see one mod at a time. That's the one that's come up to the surface to gather the recent offering of sugar water, you know, that keeps them going, the sustenance. Kronos, I have come for sustenance. Please, we implore you. Oh no, Maggie, don't worry. Again, you're free. This is just my mod. This is like Luther and Demnar and such. That's why you only see one at a time. The pirate mods are too high profile to shrink down. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna do this on foot because this is getting confusing. What kind of height is it at? Plateau? From this level. Maybe up from here. Ah.
Who's that?
Oof. What am I meant to do with that? Like, what? A melee guy, a ranger, and a flamethrower sat on top of each other. You bitches. Right, here we go. Put this down. I'll just soak up some of their damage for a while. Come on. That was close. I need to make Dune Watcher. Melee guy down. This will be the fun bit. Okay, heavy weapon off. Come on. Cooldown on that is awful. Right, reload, and then we'll kill you. They've got quite a lot of health, but the Alaska does a good job with it. There's also more in here, I think. Don't know where the fourth guy went. Adept guns? Like, getting adept guns out here would be awful. Like, you should be getting damaged Regis weapons deep in the deep desert. Like, very damaged ones. That's a nice little combat. Like, people say that the deep desert is lacking, but like, this is pretty good fun, to be honest. Like, the PvE in the deep desert is pretty good. Just there are some risks to it. Didn't know if anyone in chat was waiting to ambush. You never know. You never know what you're like, chat members. Sneaky goblins. Oh, look. A ringmouth. I've not seen a ringmouth in days. Hours. Minutes. I didn't harvest a whole ringmouth earlier today. What's here? We saw a ringmouth yesterday. We harvested about 200,000 spice sand from one today. We've definitely spent quite a lot of time around ringmouths. In fact, if I harvest any more spice sand today, I think I might get told off because we actually don't have enough water to process all the spice that we've harvested. Yeah, that's a reasonably good pattern. Nice and efficient to make sure you're not going to miss too much spice. It's a nice fresh field, so if it was brown already, it wouldn't matter so much. When the field is brown, then it's old spice, it's oxidized, so you can tell that it's already been around for a long time. The grandfather worm is likely to come quite soon. Old Spice, yeah. Don't tell Terry Crews. We need to get like Terry Crews' face just emerging out as the grandfather worm. I mean, you have to remember, Valentina, that like the sound that those ants are making are territorial threat sound. Like the rhythmic noises are the worms' like territorial threat displays. If this is like anything like last time, I'm gonna go a bit more prepared. I'm actually gonna go in with this instead, because the turret actually isn't that good against these enemies. Nice. Thank you for the heads up, JFK. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. That's quite it's like a sad way to die, to be honest. Like crumpled against the wall, just ugh. Nasty death. Shame if that were to happen to someone. Would never do that to anyone. What are we talking about? Cause of death, 1,000,000 stabs to the ass. Ew. I do say. How barbaric. Awful to see that on an autopsy, wouldn't it? The cause of death was apparently 5 heavy stabs by a poison-infused rapier to the rear end. Subject suffered immensely. We're gonna see if this is doable now. Or is it about to go play dodge games again? Still deserves an open coffin, yeah. Not particularly, no. Interesting, there's somebody over here. Oh, it's because there's a... Would have been nice. Oh well. The body's unusable. Nope. Despite the poison, because it's only surface poison, you see, it doesn't bother the water. The water somehow gets filtered by the death stills. Fremen science. We don't understand the technology. It's no. So I can still use them as water dispensers with the poison. Thank you for your water. The mysterious water. It always seems to come back from somewhere. Oh, this is a full multi-stage one, isn't it? Okay, well, if I die, I die. What? Interesting. So they did come this way, but they didn't cut through any of the extra sections? I do not understand. Curiouser and curiouser. I thought this one went deeper in that area, but that's the main chest. I really like bringing me the horizon in this. They actually do a really good bit. Why can I get into my own vehicle? Thank you. It's clear. Go back to 7. No, we just did that one, didn't we? Well, welcome on in, I beg pardon. I'm glad to have you here, bud. Good to see you. How's it going? Whoops. Pay attention more to my my heat meter. Forgot to run the assault where you can just run the thruster for like an hour. Whee! We are on NA East. Allah. Oh my god, why does it do that? I'm not doing this. Nah, fuck off. There's plenty of loot in there, Mazroth, if you want it. Oh, well, I'm glad to see you, Yvette Pardon. Hope you're having a good time. That was just good fun, to be honest. That was just a little fun, little buzz, little flyby. Why not? Yeah, I know. It's a bug they're fixing on the patch on the 12th when you come out and you use the cut array, it'll do it. It's not meant to come on automatically. Yeah, there's a fix for that coming on the 12th. It's not meant to happen. I'd love to know who that was who was doing the carrier. Mazroth, you can have all of that if you want. Have the whole thing. I apologize. That was a. I should probably have gone back to base, shouldn't I? Do that first. Thank you very much all for the follows and for being here. I appreciate you all sticking around while I'm messing around with people. This is the kind of shit that I would just do as the admiral. I would just constantly just flying around and be like, woo! Hello, it's me, the Thopter of the Rocks. I love it when the marker for my base disappears. That's perfectly fine as well. Yes, we can do that. Oh, Thopter of the Rocks, grace us with your wisdom. Penny for the poor. Mazaroth, I have plenty of Tabasov steps. I think I've actually got one on me. I've got two on me, bud. You help yourself. I also think I use the Duralamin version, so I'm not even sure how much better these are. We'll find out. We'll have a look in a second. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Shai-Hulud? Your soul is at stake. I'm fairly sure they're all 45% reduction, aren't they? The worm threat boots. It's about the strength and the armor and such. And to be honest, as I showed you in PvP earlier, I'm just a slippery motherfucker. Like. Oh wait, that's the wrong chest. This chest. Did I shut the Solarian here last time? I did. Nice. Oh wait, actually I probably want that. Mine. Take that back. What else did I harvest that I want to take back with me? Higher priority than that. This. Look, is here. Hi, chat. Just gonna do a quick stretch. Give me a second. Mazroth, what item is it that you need? Mazroth, how much advanced machinery you got? Because how much you looking for? Because I think I can probably help you out a bit. You want 158? Nightbot, do you wanna work? Mazroth, are you sure? Because like, if you need advanced machinery, I will give you all of it. You can have as much as you need. Do you want some for a backup, like an extra 50, just in case? Apparently, Nightbot was having a moment. There you go. Nightbot finally caught up. Alright, but offer's there if you need it. No, we haven't got the next round of drops announced yet. I'm kind of good on these boots, to be fair. Jesus, these wings are shredding. No, the drops command stays because I find it fun. I'll turn it off at the end of the stream, but like, I still find it fun. Oh, hi Twitch. Thank you for saying welcome to the chat room for my own chat. Did we just have a network crash again? I know we had a wave of error 2000s earlier today, but looks like we might have had a second wave. No crash? Okay, I think we lost a few people, but it doesn't look a big one. Twitch looks like a bit unstable at the moment. You on a different stream about 5 minutes ago? Yeah, it sounds like it's a Twitch problem then. Fine. Okay, it'll be the chat servers then, because the chat servers are slightly different from the game. From the stream even, not from the game. Made up. What? Ah. Questions were left unread, made of glass. On inside your head. On silent. Those are two separate caves. It's better than cracking my knuckles while looking at the camera, right? Because that would be more creepy for chat. One less X on a text you sent. Oh, it's this one again. Have they respawned? The fact those take 5 hits to kill is ridiculous. They're just normal ranged units. Is looking at chat while you crack your knuckles could probably be considered a little bit threatening. And while some people might be into that, not necessarily the vibes of this stream. I've been waiting up, feeling down. Ooh. I don't even know what that means. I don't even want to know. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, I guess. Mines. That's nice of them. They're sharing. Sharing is caring, apparently, with mines. what's mine's is mine, and what's yours is mine. Yeah, that's how it works here. When we said the children yearn for the mines, that wasn't what we meant. This has been cleared. I think. Oh, maybe not. Okay, there's just no enemies in here. That has been cleared. Mine. 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 That's why I would never be able to work. I would never be able to be in the army as a minesweeper because I'd be so annoying. Mine. An excellent scene. It's quite iconic, that one. Mine. 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 If I had a parrot, I would definitely train it to say that. It'd be really annoying, but it'd be really funny. Really? Do I have a spare one on me? That would be annoying if I don't. Sweet. Who's that? Pokemon! It's Emily Slider! Don't grenade me, I'm just trying to share the love. Thank you for business. You do kind of start to realize, like, what it felt like to be one of the Jedi. Hello, Mr. Greggles. Welcome on in, buddy. How you doing today? Good to see ya. This song's a banger. This is on this is in quite a few of the road trip ones, actually. They're surprisingly requested. I think I remember this being like added like 3 times by 3 different people. I was like, wait, no, stop this. Ah, fuck it. Nope. But heavy gunners, okay, nice. Hey, oh, I'm already glad, bud. Sorry, it's just give me a second. I just need to show these blighters what for. Yes, I mean, you know, Frank Herbert wrote you know, what the Star Wars was based on or inspired by. Likely an enemy spawn to come still. I like how it taunts with the base materials for the healing Mark 6. It's like, aha, wouldn't it be nice if you had what this made? The small hitbox sometimes has its advantages. I can actually crouch fight below these walls and actually obtain cover in a room where if you were taller you wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. Shit. That's it. That's me dead. I'm gone. Yes, you can use exclamation point playlist and it will give you the playlist. I probably shouldn't be wearing my stealth suit. I should have actually brought armor. That probably would have been a good idea, let's be honest. Oh well. Yeah, I've got a small box on my hip that I call my small hip box. No, so we have the 15 servers for the pirate ones are separate deep deserts to the... How did I die? I got bogged down, just too many enemies. I probably got a little bit arrogant with that one, to be honest. That's what was I saying. But no, they're not currently linked. We want to be able to merge them at some point. They are working on being able to merge, like move characters, like basically have migrations. It's those heavy gunners will absolutely shred the power pack, and I forgot about that. There is no running away from the rapier users. Try round 2. Time to come back. It helps that I have about 2.5 stamina bars. I'm definitely outside the radius of that, but fine. Merging the desert would be cool, yeah, but that's what we were ultimately going to try and do with server transfers. That's what it would end up being. Oh, there's going to be another wave, isn't there, with flamethrowers? That's going to suck. Holy shit. Okay, what we got? Heavy 4 melees? 3 melees? Okay. Gonna take 1 melee at a time. How many melee users? Sorry, what? Okay, I'm dead. Oh no. Wow. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. We have a prayer. Nope. Thank you. Health. We like that. Okay. Let's have a look at this. What we do. Yeah, we can do this. One at a time. Shit. Free and resume the run. Group up the bunch. Wait for the cooldown. Go again. Whittle down the enemies one after the other. We're just having a slow walk across this courtyard. Nothing attack that I can fend off. So many melee enemies. Kinda wish I had the turret right now. It would actually be partially useful at least. Because they all do that damn pulse ability, which is just insanity. I don't know if I want to go prescient though. Ugh, fine. Okay. Nope. I just got trapped on one of the enemies there. This is the end game PvE, so you know you're not really meant to be able to solo it easily. I think playing Battlefield 6. Yes, I'm going to be playing Battlefield 6 some point next week is my plan. At the moment, I'm going to wait for the server issues to kind of calm down. Oh yeah, it's a brutal station, yeah. I was a big fan of Battlefield 4, and from what I'm hearing, Battlefield 6 is going to be... Battlefield 6 is much more like 4. It'll be good. I just got swarmed by that group then. I need to switch the turret because that can take out the heavies and I can just take the melees one by one. Or actually, I could do... Oh, we could be clever. I think I have this. I'm gonna try that one out. We no longer have prescience to rely on, so we'll see what happens. Likely this will have respawned very soon as well. Okay, it just didn't, ability just didn't go off then. Shit. Okay, so the ability immobilizes me. Need to remember that one. Wait for this to regenerate. Okay. Do this. Where's the melee group? Aha, one down. Okay. Progress. Two down. Ah. No health back. I didn't say you had a permit for that health bar. Retaliate is actually quite a good ability for that. Okay. Fine, just tired. Thank you for letting me leave. Hey, Felix Navidad, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. How was your day yesterday? Oh, look, I got 2 bandages for my trouble. Keeping me on my toes. Yeah, I know tonight's your potluck. I think you said like just after midday onwards or something like that.
They're here. Shield on.
Missed.
Found you.
Oops, all melee. Stamina back, health back. Okay, let's keep going. Whoa, sorry, these are a little bit more tense than I remember them being. I've gotten rusty, that's what it is. Okay, panic mode. Shield back up. Crouch walk up this. And do the crouch walk. Deal with this guy. Oh, I'm pinned again. Nope. I'm not sure what it is that keeps pinning me sometimes when I get stuck between those two people. It like it vibrates me between them. Oh. Yeah, Felix is making me hungry now. I need to eat some food. Oh, no, I've got for dinner. Good morning, Seraph. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. As always, it's always lovely. Oh, wrong button. Whoop. I'm very glad that you had good eeps, buddy. I'll think about what else I could be using with this. I'm trying to see if I can get through it solo, to be honest. Hang on, I'm being an idiot. not even using Bindu Sprint. Why am I even keeping it equipped? I'm too reliant on Bindu Sprint. It's been there for too long that I forgot that I could I almost forgot that I could like take that off the main bar. Bindu Sprint coded. That's what it is. I got it. Jesus. Nice. Okay. Sweet. Misfire on that ability. Catch you later, Space Raccoon Romac. Thanks for being here today, bud. Lovely seeing you as always. Enjoy the rest of your evening. One down. Two down. Okay, regain some stamina. Oh, this is getting a bit tense. Wrong button. Okay, when's the next group? Oh, jeez, not. Stop and loot on the way, though, right? That's perfectly fine. Oh my god. Okay. And more up here. Oh, it's the little shitty melee little shoves they do that just completely just like stun lock you. Okay. No, no. No, fuck's sake. Oh. These are hard to fight solo, I'll give you that. They come in waves, but the problem is these are absolutely tiny rooms, and they are real dense enemy groups. They also bandage. I have an idea. I just need to play with my bar a little bit. You can work on troop ability. Oh, ability. I'll have a look. I have an idea. I have an idea. That one in there. We go to this one, put that there. And then... What I need is a breakout. It needs to be a... It's something that will allow me to deal with those staggers and stuns. Poise damage, 10%. It's not worth. It's not going to do a difference. Does the knee charge do that? You know what? We'll try the knee charge. Do this for a while. We've got plenty of integrity. We need something that will clear space when we get surrounded. That's the challenge, because that seems to be the every single time we died, it's basically because we keep getting we get encircled by the group because it's such a small tight area. They just swarm. I think we can do it. I believe we can do it. Yes. Oh, it's the two melee guys down, thankfully. Okay. We're good. Okay, get some stamina back over here for a second. You're pinned in a corner now, so you're just gonna die. No escape. Catch you later, Ploppy. Have a good one. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate you, as always. Wow, that just shredded my turret immediately. Okie dokie. Okay, that's all the rangers that throw grenades down at least. Oh, you're kidding me. If I didn't have knee charge, I would have died again because of that damn turret bug. Okay, now we've got a pretty good combo build for this. This is working out quite well. That wouldn't let me crouch then. I just tried that. The first thing I did. That was not the one. Oh wait, I'm allowed to leave? Oh, cool. Will there be another wave? I just keep on waiting for flamethrowers in the really small area. Like that. Yep. Like getting some of the new things out because I've only used the same build most of the game. Like I'm very aware that it's not the most PvE sweaty build either. This one is a bit more control and do quite a lot to the heavies. Makes up for losing some, I guess. One just did, isn't it? Another room. opening salvo, I can take someone out. It's I always call that a win. Two people is a double win. Okay, I'm gonna leave from a grenade. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, jeez. Where's my stamina? Shit.
Fire in the hole.
So the reason I like the rapier is when the enemies do that large dodge away, the rapier has enough range that you can just spin and you can actually normally you can still hit them kind of much more often than you can with the Kinjal and other things. You get quite a lot of forward movement, so you can actually use it to control an enemy quite well. There's still one more enemy. Enemy. There should be another wave. I'm pretty sure that was the opening group, like the stuff that was already in here. Let's regen some stamina.
Shield on.
You just watch your friend die because of your inaction. Two down. Couple more up here.
Enemy sighted.
Oof, all my resources got a bit low there. Give this a good old go. Power at full, at the full. Let's have some more water. I just inhaled some cat hair. Nice. Oh, there's still a heavy up here as well. No matter, we are getting there. Nope. Butt stab, double butt stab. Nope, 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 nope. Hate flamethrowers. How many Werfers of Flammen are you allowed?
Eyes on enemy. Enemy found. Here. Shield on. I got you.
Oh, am I dead? But two of your friends just died and you died too. I'm dead, right? I went the wrong way. Oh. It would be nice if the enemy flamethrowers would actually correctly affect their allies like ours do. Yes, I agree, but apparently it didn't design that way. I think it should be a legitimate gameplay choice, to be honest, to be able to make the enemies damage themselves or damage their allies. Yeah, that's right. You just leave me alone. I'm just gonna drop this. It's a gift. It's a gift. Don't worry about it. This is indeed a throwback, yeah. Let's take out the rangers first before I can do that. Now we can do this. Come on. Bought that on a time. Where's the other one? Jeez, really? Oh, look. Some heal kits. I mean, it might have been worth it. We have ads. It's Thork. Whoop. Give yourself a stretch, chat. Get up, move around. Think about hydrating yourself. Think about being a sea monster from the 1800s and sinking merchant vessels. You know, whatever you need to do to relax during the break. Unscrungle your spines and unshrimp yourselves. For it is time for the unscrungling. We can rule the waves. Nope. I owe you one stretch. How many times have you done that in your life, Lovar? How many stretches do you really owe yourself, if you're honest? I don't know what you mean. I don't see any las guns. You can eat a sandwich without sand. Depends on which sand. So for those of you who have seen my fun with las guns, right, you'll know that I think the las gun is quite a versatile weapon and has some very useful uses in combat, particularly against vehicles. It's very effective, but also very actually good against flamethrowers, because they'll try and attack you from outside their range and walk towards you, and you can just shoot them with a las gun while you do that outside their range comfortably. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those blueprints and a Baron's blood bag in there. So, las guns for days. All in all, not that bad, right? I'm going to have at least 2 of those. The Baron's blood bag. Yeah, I love blood. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing was I wanted to get about 150 plastinium dust today, so we did good there, just about. Obviously, that took quite a while. See what else can we take out of here? Yeah, that's what we've gained today just by doing a couple of runs. We could go get some more. I've got a little bit of time. Just check everything in the background. Send a message. What skill build am I using? That I adapted that just to do that particular deep desert lab. Normally I use the Bindu sprint stuff, but for that one I was just using the knee charge at level 2, I think it is. Yeah, level 3 sentinel and the weirding step. Because the weirding step gives you a bit of control. This is some sustained damage, and this lets you basically free yourself up and clear some space sometimes when you need it. I know there's no vehicle to restore. That's what I'm trying to pick up. Wild. Oh wait, no, I'm leaving that behind for repairs, etc. Yeah, it is literally just an adapt to what the feel, because the area matters. In a tight area like that, some of the weirding step ability could be more or less useful depending on what you're doing. So ultimately, most of the time I run Bindu sprint for mobility. I run the turret in the middle for just some utility for damage, and then I use the Shigawai claw mostly for maneuverability, but also occasionally for the enemy stun. At the end of the day, you should adapt your build as much as you need to. I just kind of chucked a couple of bits together to try and deal with that. So in that little closed area, it was really ideal. Hello, Duplator. How are you doing, buddy? No, well, what do you mean? Yeah, to fight at shipwrecks. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, you can run through all the rooms. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely savaged. Well, yeah, in the larger, if you go into the right bit, the shipwreck, you could jump up the side, get the cut through the room, get the green key card, go through the entrance room almost before any of them see you. At most, normally about 1 or 2 will follow you, so it's normally a pretty efficient way of getting through those PvP shipwrecks, the ones that are green. Khaleesi, it sounds like whatever you're trying to install is kind of janky. The people who are telling you to delete something in your registry should ultimately be giving you some guidance on, like, on how that works. That sounds like an incredibly difficult technical issue. And likely you might just need to get some online support. If they don't want to help, then you can't force them to help, unfortunately. People don't have unlimited beans to help out. There's likely a couple of videos or walkthrough guides available online that relate to that matter, but whatever is telling you to delete stuff in your registries should also tell you how to do that, surely. Sounds like something you shouldn't really be doing. So I don't really know why you would be doing that. I can't think of very much at all that requires you to edit registries in order to install it. That's going to be day-to-day software. And if you're installing software that's hyper-specialized, normally you would know what you're doing with it and how it all fits together. So... I mean, I don't know who that person is off the top of my head. So, you know, I'll have to look into that at some point if that's what you're asking me to do. But, like... I don't know what you're talking about, but that doesn't make sense. Loading time between areas is getting longer and longer. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird question. But hey, we've had weird questions in the past. Let's go. Okie dokie, chat. I have to go and get ready for a meeting, and then I have to go and get some food and look after myself for the evening. Thank you all very much for being here today. I've had great fun playing Dune with you guys. You know, we've had an exceptionally profitable day for Spice. Don't tell the Ferengi. Thank you all very much again for everything, and I will be back here tomorrow for my my Friday stream, last day of the week. Sorry, Jubilator, but I'll have to catch you next time, buddy. Thank you all for hanging out today. Take it easy. And see, no, don't tell Thor about the spice. He knows about the spice, chat. See you all soon, chat. Take it easy and enjoy the little furry news. Go and give the, if you don't already, give the Ferret Software channel a follow. They are well worth following. Take care. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.